In the desolate Shadow Realm, amidst the obsidian ruins, a lone figure panted in exhaustion. 5 years ago, gates to other realms had opened on Earth, birthing a new breed of human called Awakeners who risked their lives for immense power. The group's magician, Su Tao Tao, let out a desperate cry of, "No!" A sharp clang of steel echoed as a blade met a monstrous claw. The air whipped past as another figure dodged a deadly strike. Swordsman Luo Shui rallied her comrades, promising they would all escape with their lives amidst the chaos. Fighter Anya cursed as more monsters appeared, noting that their exhaustion was critically depleting their strength and speed. Warrior Zhao Haishan grimly accepted his fate, realizing his wish to live to 70 was about to be cut short. The rookie, Jin Wu, suddenly spoke up, asking for the protective barrier to be removed so he could have a try. Luo Shui immediately shot down the idea, warning the rookie that stepping out with no levels or skills would be a futile death. A woman in armor agreed, shouting that these monsters were far stronger than standard C-grade creatures. A massive red beast with glowing yellow eyes lunged at the beleaguered defenders. The little girl of the group declared that they couldn't let the rookie die before the seniors, as they all braced for impact. One of the monsters roared a command for all of them to rush the party at once. Explosions rocked the battlefield as the desperate fight for survival raged on. The exhausted pants of the fighters filled the air, each breath a painful struggle. The young man, however, saw his chance and fiercely demanded they remove the barrier now. With a soft fizzle, the shimmering shield was dismissed, exposing him to the dangers. The red-cloaked figure's hand reached out, calmly intercepting a flurry of spinning blades. Believing the fight was over, a monster roared that everything would end here. A blade sliced through the air faster than the eye could follow. Blood splattered as Jinwu's attack found its mark with deadly precision. He let out a single, steadying breath after the kill. The blonde woman in armor stared in disbelief that the rookie had saved her, but Jinwu curtly told her not to talk yet. With a powerful heave, he threw her back toward the safety of the group. He landed deftly, a cloud of dust puffing up around his feet. The party watched in stunned silence as the man with the eye patch noted the lad's quick and accurate strikes, while the woman with black hair questioned if he was truly a level 1 rookie. Jin Wu simply replied, "Not anymore." He then warned them of a nearby monster nest, urging an immediate retreat before thousands more swarmed their position. The man with the eye patch marveled that it was as if the rookie knew the future. Jin Wu took the lead, pointing the way to safety and telling everyone to follow him. The blonde woman in armor quickly ordered the rest of the party to follow the rookie's lead. The group sprinted through the ruined landscape, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Catching up, the blonde woman questioned him again, but Jin Wu pointed out his level had already risen to 2 before starting to explain how he knew everything. He revealed the unbelievable truth to the disbelieving woman: he had been trapped in this world for over 3,000 years. Jin Wu elaborated that it was a time loop, and he was fated to reawaken at the exact moment they were all first transported to the Shadow Realm. She demanded to know why he would care about their lives if that was the case, and he began to explain that it was all because of her. His memory flashed back to countless times she had protected him throughout the 3 millennia. In every single loop, she had sacrificed her life for his. He confessed that sending her off safely was what sustained him through the endless repetition, but she just dismissed it as a smooth pickup line. The little girl then asked if it ever got boring, prompting Jin Wu to explain how he had occupied his time. He revealed that he had spent 3 millennia researching every hidden element of the Shadow Realm and gathering intel from all other Awakeners. The girl in armor joked that he sounded like a second system for the realm, to which Jin Wu cryptically replied, "More or less." Reaching a large overhead bridge, Jin Wu instructed them to follow it and keep moving forward without looking back. The little girl asked with concern if he was going to split up from them. Jin Wu reassured her, calling them his treasured companions and promising he would see them leave safely. He stepped away, explaining that he just had some small matters to settle first. He urged them to go on ahead, promising that he would catch up soon. The clang of steel rang out as he turned to face a different threat alone. The ruined cityscape stood silent for a moment, bathed in the eerie light of the twilight sky. Suddenly, the sharp report of continuous gunfire shattered the quiet. In another part of the city, gunslinger Ling Yu desperately fought an endless horde, exclaiming that the more he killed, the more appeared. He continued to unload clip after clip into the monstrous swarm. His guns finally clicked empty, and as Ling Yu resigned himself to death, he heard footsteps approaching. The sounds of monstrous panting grew closer as creatures surrounded him. A blur of motion and a spurt of blood signaled that one of the beasts had been instantly dispatched. Another swift whoosh cut through the air as his savior cleared a path. Stunned, Ling Yu could only ask the figure who they were. The young man ignored the question, instead giving precise instructions to an ammo cache on the 13th floor, complete with the safe number and password. The sound of a heavy lift door slamming shut indicated Ling Yu had taken the advice. Elsewhere, a man in a black jacket asked a purple-haired woman why she helped him, and she smiled, declaring, "Because we're companions." The roars of countless monsters echoed, signaling the next wave was approaching. As he panted from the exertion, Jinwoo's inner thoughts revealed his true purpose. He had just shortened his clear time by one precious second. A swift whoosh of movement cut through the tense air as Jinwoo's companions fled. Panting heavily, the group ran through the dark, uncertain passage. The woman in the black tank top voiced her doubts, fearing they had been tricked into a death trap. However, the armored blonde woman insisted they had no choice but to trust him. Spotting a figure ahead, the blonde woman wondered aloud if Jinwoo had somehow taken a shortcut and beaten them there. The black-haired man held the woman in the tank top back as the others looked on. He urged them to keep going, retrieving something as he declared he would handle the situation. A series of deafening explosions suddenly rocked the tunnel behind them. A man with a lighter apologized coolly just before clicking his device. As another blast erupted, Jinwoo's voice boomed, declaring that this was as far as the monsters would get. The woman in armor stared back in shock, questioning if it was really him. The girl in red desperately screamed for everyone to run and not look back. The sound of rushing wind filled the passage as the group pressed forward. Behind them, demonic creatures were completely consumed by a massive, fiery explosion. The flames roared, incinerating the monstrous horde in a single, devastating blast. The man with bandages calmly reassured the group, explaining he had meticulously calculated the blast to seal the tunnel while keeping them safe. Jinwoo then commanded them not to stand around, urging them toward safety. Later, as dusk settled, the group traveled via cable cars over a mountain road, having reached a sanctuary. A man in a military uniform confirmed their arrival, assuring them they were finally safe. Jinwoo challenged his companions, asking if they trusted him now, but the boxer with black hair and the blonde woman remained skeptical of his fantastic claim of repeating this day for 3,000 years. The little girl in red asked what he could have possibly done for so long besides fighting, to which Jinwoo replied he had used the time to learn many non-battle skills. He had mastered everything from piloting aircraft and hacking complex systems to performing intricate surgical operations. He added that he had also become a professional-level master of various forms of chess. The boxer explained that this shadow realm contained hundreds of awakeners, but strangely claimed she had learned everyone's secrets over countless cycles, identifying only 7 true comrades. The blonde woman questioned the numbers while the little girl in red dismissed his entire story as impossible nonsense. The blonde woman lamented another impending separation, prompting Jinwoo to call her a liar for her supposed knowledge about the cycle's reset. Jinwoo then cryptically mentioned his goddess remembered him, before resolutely stating he had to get them out safely before the loop began again. On the ground below, a person in red looked up in confusion as a cable car creaked to life above them. The cable car began its ascent up the mountain. Jinwoo proudly explained that as a master programmer, he had simply hacked the city's electrical grid to operate the system. A sudden, violent boom shattered the relative peace. The Shadow Realm's boss, the steel-winged Colossus, made its terrifying appearance. Soldiers on the ground opened fire, their bullets uselessly bouncing off the mechanical monstrosity. The Colossus grabbed a man in gray armor, who screamed in terror before being crushed. Realizing their intelligence was fatally flawed, a woman in a black suit ordered an immediate retreat. As a figure plunged from the sky, a woman with brown hair gasped, wondering who it could be. Jin Woo landed with an impact, chiding a nearby rookie before declaring he was there to start the game. The steel-winged Colossus swung a massive fist directly at him. Jin Woo effortlessly sidestepped the devastating blow. The beast swiped again, but Jin Woo was already out of its reach. Watching from a distance, the woman in sunglasses grimly concluded that the rookie was surely a goner. Another powerful attack from the Colossus missed its mark entirely. Jin Woo weaved through the barrage, not a single attack even grazing him. The woman in sunglasses could only stare in utter disbelief at the impossible display. With intimate knowledge, Jin Woo targeted the Colossus's weakest points, the knuckles of its right hand. As it sustained the injury, the beast began to rapidly transform, swelling into its second stage, the wired Colossus. Activating his sprint skill, Jin Woo became a blur, evading the storm of metallic tendrils that erupted from the boss. The woman in the suit watched, mesmerized, realizing he was dodging attacks before they were even launched, as if he could see the future. Landing briefly, Jin Woo issued a critical warning: they must never allow the boss to reach its third stage, as its wings of steel would unleash an attack that guaranteed a complete party wipe. With a flash of steel, he drove his weapon deep into the monster's body. He spun through the air, his blade carving a vicious arc through the Colossus. A raw, powerful scream was ripped from Jin Woo's throat as he poured all his strength into the attack. The woman in the suit was left utterly speechless by the spectacle of power. As the Colossus roared in its final agony, Jin Woo explained that its control center would now be exposed. Jin Woo stood atop the convulsing mech, preparing his final, decisive strike. He positioned himself directly over the machine's now glowing, exposed core. Cracks of energy sizzled across the surface of the core as it began to overload. With a final, focused effort, he plunged his weapon downward. A cataclysmic explosion erupted from the heart of the boss, obliterating it completely. The stunned onlookers couldn't believe their eyes, with a soldier shouting that a level 5 newbie had just soloed a steel-winged Colossus. Jin Woo stood calmly amidst the fading light of the explosion's aftermath. System notifications flashed before him, showing his level rapidly increasing. A rare mechanical egg dropped from the boss, an item with an infinitesimal chance of appearing. Jin Woo sighed, lamenting that once again, the priceless drop was completely wasted on him. An announcement echoed across the realm: the final boss was defeated, and all awakeners would be transported out in 1 minute. His companions realized he had kept his promise, concluding that if he wasn't with them back in reality, his impossible story of a time loop must have been true. The two women turned and walked away, leaving the ruins of the Shadow City far behind them. A new cycle would begin for Jin Woo either at dawn, or, as had just happened, after he killed the final boss. A brilliant white light began to wash over the world around him. As the light intensified, Jin Woo silently bid his companions a final goodbye. His mind braced for the familiar reset, thinking to himself that his next cycle was about to begin. Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open in utter shock and confusion. A single, frantic question echoed in his mind: where am I? The light faded, revealing a completely unfamiliar setting. He found himself breathing heavily, a system clock showing the date as November 12, 2065, the 3,000-year loop was finally broken. Lu Feng's triumphant shout echoed in the room as the steady dripping sound marked the end of his 3,000-year ordeal. He was finally back. The torturous conflict cycles and the never-ending battles had at long last come to a definitive end. After an eternity of suffering, his seemingly endless nightmare was officially over. He was shocked to discover that his level and stats from the obsidian ruins had been preserved in the real world. His eyes widened in surprise as a particular object in his possession suddenly caught his complete attention. Lu Feng examined the rare steel egg, recalling that this unique item could hatch a powerful steel-winged giant. A confident smirk crossed his face as he remembered devising at least 7 different incubation methods over his thousands of repeated lifetimes. Suddenly, his sister Lu Yao's voice broke his concentration, her surprise at seeing him home evident in her shout. Lu Yao immediately began to scold him, her voice a mixture of relief and frustration as she explained she'd been calling him all day. Overwhelmed by emotions he couldn't explain to her, Lu Feng pulled his sister into a tight hug, much to her utter confusion. As Lu Yao chided him for being clingy, Lu Feng simply held her, silently acknowledging how very long it had truly been for him. With a gentle push, he reluctantly separated from his sister, forcing himself back to the present moment. Lu Yao then demanded an explanation for his day-long absence, forcing him to invent a story about a work emergency and a dead phone. To appease his sister's lingering anger, Lu Feng promised to buy her the universal repair kit she had been eyeing once he received his paycheck. Lu Yao's frustration melted away as she playfully accepted his apology, excitedly announcing her plans to make him a celebratory meal. She enthusiastically listed off her favorite dishes while Lu Feng promised to cook a feast that would more than satisfy her cravings. A painful memory then surfaced of the devastating car accident that had taken their parents and grievously injured Lu Yao's legs. He remembered vowing back then that he would defy the doctor's prognosis and find a way to help his sister stand on her own 2 feet again. He had even told Lu Yao he was studying surgery on the side just so he could personally operate on her legs, a claim she had playfully dismissed. Snapping back to the present, Lu Feng's mind drifted to the state of the world since gates to other realms began appearing 5 years ago. Since then, many people had been chosen as awakeners, forced into perilous adventures within those shadow realms just for a chance to survive. Lu Feng quietly pondered the word awakening, a concept he now understood with more depth and pain than anyone alive. These awakeners possessed extraordinary strength and unique occupations, yet they were ultimately powerless to control their own fates. While they could typically choose which shadow realm to enter, they were also subject to being forcibly transported to far more dangerous, unknown worlds. Legend foretold that the myriad shadow realms would only vanish once the final, God-grade realm was successfully conquered. A news report on a nearby screen caught his attention, featuring Austin, the renowned leader of the world's foremost Awakener Guild, Arkansas. The broadcast praised Austin as the most powerful Awakener, protector of the light, and a symbol of justice who had promised freedom to all. Lu Feng scoffed at the hero worship, knowing the dark, monstrous truth hidden beneath the man's saintly public persona. He recalled a horrific past cycle where a wounded Austin had become a devil, devouring all the other Awakeners simply to ensure his own survival. That same Austin had also slaughtered innocent beastings to trap the newest Awakeners and prevent any chance of their escape. His true ambition was to accumulate enough power to control the real world, positioning himself as a figure second only to God himself. Lu Feng knew he had to keep his distance from Austin, carefully building his own strength before their inevitable confrontation. A soft crackle emanated from his hand as he resolved to form his own guild, mentally listing the allies he needed to find, Luo Shui, Oelbing, Anya, and the little girl. He recalled a special formula given to him by a scholar in a past life, planning to create his guild, Daybreak, to prepare for the coming catastrophe-grade world. Another faint crackle sounded as he steeled his resolve, vowing to give his all to ensure every one of his companions survived the next ordeal. He was abruptly pulled from his thoughts by Lu Yao's call that dinner was ready, the sudden normalcy of the moment catching him completely off guard. As he mumbled a reply, a more distinct crackling sound echoed from the egg in his palm. A sharp, definitive crack then resounded through the room as a fissure spread rapidly across the surface of the steel egg. The story began at the bustling Awakener Service Center. Inside, a red-haired woman dreamed of joining ARC to meet the hero Austin, while others agreed it was the only logical choice, questioning why anyone would form their own guild. A female receptionist questioned Lu Feng's decision to create a guild as a level 9, but he coolly replied that his online application was already submitted. Onlookers immediately began to mock him. A blonde woman pointed out his low level, while a man in a red jacket noted that guild founders were usually level 50 or above. The clerk explained that he needed an A-class item as a deposit, which only fueled the crowd's derision, with one man calling him a fool. Lu Feng admitted he lacked an A-class item, but calmly offered a different treasure instead. A collective gasp filled the room as he revealed an S-class item, leaving everyone stunned and questioning how a mere level 9 rookie could possess it. After reminding him to store the precious item in sub-zero temperatures, the clerk officially began the registration process. She then delivered a stark warning: if fewer than 3 awakeners accepted his invitation within 36 hours, the registration would fail and he would lose his S-class deposit. As the invitations were sent out into the world, Lu Feng steeled his resolve, vowing to get his chosen few to join no matter what it took. Meanwhile, at the London Kendo Center, the sharp slice of a blade cut through the air. The sound of a clean strike echoed through the training hall. A notification chime interrupted the rhythmic breathing exercises of a lone practitioner. Luo Shui let out a slow breath, musing that the man who claimed he'd been repeating the same day for millennia might not have been a liar after all. A guild invitation from Lu Feng, LV9, for a group called Daybreak, glowed on her phone screen. In a sterile corporate office, Anya gave her staff a harsh ultimatum: complete the acquisition of Huada Genetics within 3 days, or they were all fired. Her trembling subordinate agreed just as Anya's phone chimed with a new notification. Recognizing the sender, Anya dismissed the invitation with a bored sigh, deeming it uninteresting. Elsewhere, Zhao Haishan oversaw the careful transport of a volatile piece of Shadow Realm technology, stressing its importance to the military. He glanced at a notification on his device, assuming it was just spam trying to sell him health products. Despite his cynical thoughts, his finger moved on its own, tapping to accept the invitation to Lu Feng's guild, Daybreak. In another city, a blonde child on a phone call softly stated that only bad children tell lies. Lu Feng seethed with frustration, seeing that almost all of his invitations had been rejected without a moment's hesitation. His thoughts were interrupted by the shouts of 2 men calling out for their boss lady. An expectant silence fell over the crowded street. A man in a suit watched in bewilderment, demanding to know what was happening. The blue-haired woman, Xiaya, faced him down, unimpressed by his credentials as a member of an international criminal organization. The man in the suit retorted that while his henchmen were merely street thugs, he wouldn't allow her to bully them. He then screamed at the woman, telling her to prepare to die for her insolence. But a powerful, unseen force stopped him mid-threat. His body was violently pushed and contorted against his will. He was left suspended helplessly in mid-air. Gasping, he insisted his man had done nothing wrong and threatened to crush her, his words ending in a choked cry. A tense quiet followed the sudden display of power. The woman's subordinates cheered for their boss lady, boasting that she was a god of war who feared no criminal organization. At that moment, Lu Feng stepped forward, announcing that he had come to invite her to his guild, Daybreak. The blue-haired woman scoffed, calling him a rascal who couldn't stop causing trouble and refusing to join a level 4 rookie's game. Her followers, a man with a white tank top and another with pink hair, stepped in, declaring that Lu Feng would have to prove his strength to earn their boss's attention. In response, Lu Feng simply activated a basic skill, Straight Fist. The blue-haired woman watched, shocked, wondering how a common skill that all rookies learn could possess such immense power. Lu Feng explained that even the simplest skill could have immense destructive power if one optimized every variable through 1,000,000 boring repetitions. One of her henchmen attacked with a psychic burst, but Lu Feng dismissed the strange bastard's attack, telling him to get away. Chaos erupted as bystanders scrambled to evade falling debris from the psychic clash. Lu Feng reappeared behind his attacker, calmly stating that he was far too slow. The blue-haired woman called his victory despicable, dismissing it as a cheap sneak attack. Unbothered, Lu Feng vanished and reappeared, challenging her to a contest of psychic powers, her own area of expertise. He proposed a simple bet: they would use psychic powers to knock over cans, and if he won, she would have to join his guild; if he lost, he would become her henchman. Accepting the wager, the woman declared she would go first as her men cheered her on. She unleashed a powerful psychic burst, sending waves of energy streaming toward the target. A blonde henchman cheered that she'd knocked over the 5 most clustered cans, confidently betting that the newcomer was doomed. Lu Feng then turned to the henchman, mockingly asking the uncle if he planned to just stand there and surrender without a fight. He then closed his eyes for a moment to focus, before opening them with sharp intensity. He activated his own basic skill, psychic interference, launching a flurry of energy bolts toward the remaining cans. The bolts of psychic energy zipped through the air with incredible speed and precision. The young man in the white tank top shouted in disbelief that Lu Feng had struck down every single can at once. The young woman with blue hair was speechless, unable to believe a trash skill could be so powerful, prompting Lu Feng to remind her that she had lost the bet. Instantly changing her attitude, the woman called Lu Feng uncle and begged to become his underling so he could teach her that powerful technique. Lu Feng readily agreed, promising the woman he now called Xiaya that he would turn her into a psychic queen. He then officially welcomed the powerful psychic to his new guild, Daybreak. A young man with black hair stepped into his apartment, his footsteps echoing in the quiet room as he called out for someone named Lu Yao. Finding the place empty, he wondered where his sister had gone, then noticed a note explaining she was at her part-time job and had left him takeout for dinner. The young man smiled warmly, touched by how considerate his little sister always was. Suddenly, the sharp ding-dong of the doorbell echoed through the apartment. His first thought was that his sister had returned home early. Elsewhere, a young boy questioned the maid Ling Yu's decision to join a rookie guild, to which she coolly replied it was a temporary arrangement out of gratitude. As the tense conversation continued, Ling Yu silently brought a tray of drinks to the 2 men at the table. She then issued a stern warning, telling the boy not to contact her for trivial things because knowing too much could be dangerous. Watching from afar, Lu Feng made a silent vow to one day bring Ling Yu out of the dark world of assassins and back into the light. With only 4 hours remaining to form his guild and 2 members secured, Lu Feng began to contemplate the ideal candidate for his 3rd recruit. The scene shifted to a city street, where a heavy downpour relentlessly drenched the asphalt and neon signs. Huddled in an alley, 2 thugs gloated about their latest victim, a fool who never fought back no matter how many times they robbed him. One of them recalled hearing that the boy was an awakener who had been warned never to use his powers against ordinary people. A 3rd thug then proposed a crueler idea, to sell the remarkably obedient boy to the black market, certain he wouldn't cause any trouble. Their victim, a boy in a white shirt, was then hurled violently onto the rain-slicked pavement. The boy, an irregular awakener named Li Shujun, squeezed his eyes shut and internally pleaded with himself to control his power and not attack. His breath came in heavy, panicked gasps as he fought against the overwhelming power surging within him. Despite his struggle, a terrifying vortex of dark energy began to swirl into existence around his body. The energy erupted, forming a monstrous beast that sent onlookers scrambling as a woman in red armor screamed in terror. The massive creature landed on the street with a ground-shaking thud. An immense shockwave of power blasted outwards from the monster's arrival. Letting out a deafening roar, the beast lunged forward, causing a woman to scream for it not to come any closer. The monster's rampage sent another destructive blast through the panicked street. Li Shujun cried out in agony as his power was completely unleashed. The very air seemed to crackle and split as the monstrous form fully materialized. Lying defeated on the wet ground, Li Shujun's mind fractured with a single, desperate question: why had things turned out like this? The beast brought its claws down with a deafening crash, shattering the pavement. Watching from the sidewalk, a woman with an umbrella realized in horror that the nightmare fox had gone out of control, prompting her male companion to ask why she wasn't stopping it. The man urged her to fight, but the woman scoffed, declaring that as a mere level 16 rookie without an occupation, facing such a beast would be suicide. Just then, a streak of light cut through the rain-soaked darkness. A figure moved with blinding speed, becoming a blur against the storm. A sharp, cutting sound sliced through the air as the figure maneuvered around the beast. The nightmare fox let out a low growl, its attention now fixed on this new challenger. The newcomer landed solidly on the ground, facing the monster head-on. The woman with the umbrella exclaimed that a strong fighter had appeared, but the man beside her pointed out that he was just a level 9 rookie. The young boy, Li Shujun, watched in stunned silence as the nightmare fox's ferocious attacks failed to even graze the rookie's clothes. Jin Woo calmly analyzed the situation, recognizing that he would have struggled against this abnormally strong fox if he hadn't used it for dodging practice thousands of times during the cycles. Sensing the monster's aggression escalating, Jin Woo knew he had to end the confrontation quickly. He then taunted the beast, shouting, "This way," to draw its attack. The nightmare fox roared and charged, its thunderous steps shaking the very ground. Li Shujun screamed for Jin Woo to run, convinced the monster would tear him apart. Yet, the young boy could only watch as Jin Woo stood his ground, unfazed and ready for the fight. In a split second, Jin Woo moved, grabbing hold of Li Shujun. He leaped away, carrying the boy to safety just as the nightmare fox's claws tore through the space they had just occupied. The monster's attack slammed into the empty street with devastating force. As the immediate danger passed, the nightmare fox began to calm down, its harsh breathing echoing in the rain. The creature's monstrous form started to dissipate, its energy flowing back into Li Shujun. The boy weakly muttered that the fox must still recognize him, but Jin Woo corrected this misconception, revealing the shocking truth that the demon beast was him. Li Shujun's mind reeled as he tried to process the impossible idea that he himself was the monster. A voice then explained to the boy, asking him to remember the first time the creature materialized during an attack in a shadow realm. The voice continued, revealing that he had summoned it at level 1 because his body had instinctively separated the power from himself in a moment of mortal danger. Stuttering in horror, Li Shujun asked if that meant he was the demon who had killed innocents, prompting Jin Woo to confirm he was an irregular awakener, a 1 in 100,000 anomaly. Jin Woo concluded with a grim prophecy, warning Li Shujun that if left unchecked, his power could one day grow strong enough to destroy the entire city. A cold gust of wind swept through the waiting area, carrying a palpable sense of anticipation. The bald leader announced that while the D-class Shadow Realm was now open, they would have to conquer it before they could escape. The bald man then announced a team-up request from another party, Lu Feng. The man in the black coat, Jin Woo, noted that it so happened there were exactly 2 of them. The bald man scoffed at the idea of taking a level 9 rookie, stating that only the level 24 female psychic could stay. However, the woman with blue hair stood her ground, declaring she wouldn't join the team without her boss. Other members of the group murmured in disbelief, mocking the idea of a high-level psychic calling a mere rookie her boss. The bald man grudgingly relented, allowing them both to join and telling the group to rest for 5 minutes before they departed. After 5 minutes passed, the bald man called out, and the group confirmed they were ready to enter the realm. Jin Woo asked the woman with blue hair about another child who was supposed to join them, but she replied that he had remedial lessons. The blue-haired woman lamented that the boy was still stuck in lessons when the real world was growing more dangerous by the day. She then asked Jin Woo why he was so insistent on having all 7 of them join his guild, prompting him to reveal their next destination would be a prophetic raid realm. A woman in red armor questioned how a level 9 could protect them all, to which Jin Woo cryptically replied that she would find out soon enough. With the command from a man with a spear, the group prepared to depart for the Shadow Realm. A shimmering portal of light enveloped the party, transporting them to their destination. Arriving in the new dimension, the bald man with the scar could only stammer in shock at the sight before him. An unknown adventurer shivered as they realized they had been transported to the D-grade Shadow Realm known as the Grey Icelands. Even Jin Woo couldn't help but sneeze from the biting cold, wishing he had worn more layers of clothing. Another harsh gust of icy wind howled through the desolate, snow-covered landscape. The newly formed party cautiously began their trek through the frigid, unfamiliar forest. When the bald man with the scar asked if anyone knew the area, the woman with blue hair deduced it was a rare realm and they should stick to standard procedure. Suddenly, a woman with gray hair was mesmerized by the sight of what she thought was a pretty butterfly. She innocently reached out a hand, intending to touch the glowing, delicate creature. A piercing scream suddenly echoed as the woman in white was violently struck by an unseen force. In response, a bright beam of light shot out from an ally's staff in a desperate defensive maneuver. The bald man urgently warned everyone to be careful, realizing the seemingly harmless insects were incredibly dangerous. Their situation worsened as a massive swarm of the glowing butterflies began to descend upon them. The man with pink hair screamed for help as the swarm quickly overwhelmed him. Another adventurer, already being encased in ice, let out a final, agonized cry. The man with sunglasses calmly explained they were in the spirit butterfly basin, and the creature's attraction to heat meant their doom was imminent. In a panic, the bald man yelled for everyone to run for their lives and escape the basin. As he fled, the bald man noticed the two rookies hadn't moved, callously deciding it was a pity about the psychic but that the level 9 fool could die. The blue-haired woman asked Jinwoo if they should leave, then realized with dawning horror that he saw the deadly swarm as a treasure meant for him. Disbelieving that he wanted her to train against these creatures, she unleashed a psychic burst to clear the immediate threat, demanding an explanation. Jinwoo calmly laid out the first rules of her training. She was only allowed to use psychic bullets, and each bullet could only hit one butterfly. To demonstrate, Jinwoo's eyes began to glow with an intense, focused psychic energy. He effortlessly sent out a series of controlled psychic pulses, showcasing his masterful precision. The blue-haired woman watched in utter disbelief, never imagining the basic skill, psychic interference, could be used in such a way. Jinwoo explained her first task was to compress her psychic bullets to the size of rice grains, a process that would greatly improve her control. He continued her lesson, stating she must also learn to perfectly calculate the trajectory, speed, angle, and strength of every shot. Utterly exasperated, the blue-haired woman shot back, questioning if he seriously thought their abilities were anywhere near the same level. In a moment of sheer frustration, she launched a psychic bullet directly at Jinwoo's back. Without even turning, Jinwoo casually added a penalty for her useless attack, increasing her kill count to 2001. Declaring that he was growing tired, Jinwoo vanished from sight in a whoosh of movement. His voice echoed behind him, ordering her not to slack off and to practice diligently while he rested. The blue-haired woman could only shout in protest, utterly dumbfounded that he would just leave her there. A look of pure shock and terror washed over her face as the reality of her situation sank in. Surrounded by the endless flutter of deadly butterflies, she whispered to herself, questioning if she could really do this on her own. Amidst a deadly flutter of butterflies, the blue-haired woman screamed in desperation, crying out that she wanted to go home. She pleaded with her boss, begging him to let them escape the nightmarish basin. A figure appeared above her, and the dark-haired man tossed down a potion, ordering her to drink it. The blue-haired woman stared at the vial in her hand, her expression filled with uncertainty and suspicion. With a gulping sound, she hastily chugged the entire contents of the mysterious potion. She let out a surprised gasp as she felt an immediate change course through her body. Looking at her hands, she questioned if what she had just drunk was an invisibility potion. From his perch on a nearby branch, Jinwoo explained it was merely an F-class heat blocker, which would prevent her body heat from attracting the deadly swarm during her training. Realizing he had prepared it in advance, she questioned if he knew they'd come to the Grey Icelands, but Jinwoo curtly reminded her that questions didn't mean she could stop training. She protested, arguing that Awakeners had no way of knowing a Shadow Realm-specific environment before entering the gate. Jinwoo coolly stated that of course he knew, claiming he was essentially a walking database for 99% of the Shadow Realms. In her mind, she saw a shadowy vision of him explaining that if someone were to repeat their days in the Shadow Realm for 3,000 years, they would eventually amass enough information to find any specific realm they wished to enter. The blue-haired woman shot back that she wasn't smart enough for such a feat and declared that she simply didn't believe he had lived for 3,000 years. Panting from exertion, the girl with blue hair cursed the bastard for adding 6 more kills to her tally. Meanwhile, in another part of the realm, a different group of adventurers faced the harsh reality of a snowy mountain landscape. Several of their comrades already lay motionless on the frozen ground, casualties of the unforgiving environment. A bald man lamented the high death toll for a mere D-class realm, while another survivor explained the difficulty of fighting the native ice attribute creatures. The bald man's eyes widened as he spotted another wave of monsters appearing in the distance. He shouted a desperate warning for everyone to be careful. An eerie silence fell as the adventurers braced for the impending assault. A woman with red hair cried out in terror as a truly humongous creature began to materialize before them. The immense beast blotted out the sky, its colossal form a monument to their impending doom. Its shadow fell over the party, an omen of the destruction to come. One of the adventurers stammered in despair that there was no end to the creatures swarming them. Screams of pain and desperate pleas for help echoed across the snow as the monsters fell upon the helpless group. A giant, mantis-like creature loomed over the bald man, its massive scythe arms raised for a final, lethal strike. Their last chance for survival was gone, for this was an elite Void Ripper. A sharp hissing sound filled the air as the creature prepared to attack. Elsewhere, the blue-haired woman let out a triumphant cheer, shouting that she had finally done it. She eagerly looked for her boss, excited to announce that she had finally gotten the hang of his technique. Finding him gone, she correctly deduced that he had another, hidden motive for bringing them to this specific shadow realm. Back on the snowy peak, a chilling wind howled across the battlefield. The face of a pink-haired woman was a mask of pure terror as she faced an overwhelming threat. A choked gasp escaped her lips as a monster descended upon her. Hissing sounds filled the air as the creature's sharp appendages grazed her. The young woman knelt helplessly in the snow as the giant mantis creature towered over her, ready to deal the final blow. The monster's sinister hiss was the only sound she could hear. Suddenly, a single footstep landed firmly in the snow behind the beast. An almost invisible blur of motion shot past the terrified woman. The figure moved like a ghost through the falling snow, a streak of black against the white landscape. In a flurry of silent, impossibly fast steps, the newcomer closed the distance to the monster in an instant. The pink-haired woman watched in utter disbelief, wondering if this man was really the level 9 rookie she'd seen earlier. Jin Woo appeared before the Void Ripper, his very presence radiating an overwhelming power. Looking up at the beast, Jin Woo delivered a cold ultimatum: say goodbye to your head. Overcome with relief, the pink-haired woman gratefully thanked the rookie for saving her life. Jin Woo coolly asked what she was doing, to which she ominously replied that she was laying the bait. A deep, monstrous hiss was suddenly drowned out by a deafening rumble that shook the mountain to its core. A cascade of maniacal laughter erupted from the pink-haired woman. She stared at Jin Woo in crazed disbelief, shocked that his intervention had somehow managed to bait out a final boss. Jin Woo calmly corrected her with a terrifying revelation: no, there's 2 of them. As if on cue, a second, even more powerful rumble echoed from beneath their feet. The frozen earth began to violently crack and splinter apart all around them. Erupting from the icy chasm, the true realm boss, a colossal Iceland centipede, finally revealed its horrifying form. The person in the black coat roared the order for everyone to retreat. A monstrous hiss cut through the frigid mountain air. In a panic, the woman with pink hair cried out, asking what they were supposed to do. The man with black hair stoically told her to run far away if she wanted to live, but she only shouted back, warning the rookie not to do something stupid. An ear-splitting hiss echoed from the colossal beast before them. In a blur of motion, the warrior vanished in a flash of white light. Icy energy began to coalesce around his blade. A sharp, definitive sound sliced through the cacophony of the blizzard. The man in the black coat swung his sword, unleashing a powerful blast of ice toward the monster. A frigid gust of wind billowed from the force of his attack. His blade met the creature's armored carapace with a deafening clang. For a split second, an unnatural silence fell over the battlefield. The giant centipede shrieked in a fury of pain and aggression. Another concussive blow landed, shaking the very ground they stood on. The monster's hisses grew more frantic as the lone warrior pressed his assault. The pink-haired woman watched in utter shock, wondering aloud if the rookie had gone insane. The warrior relentlessly landed another powerful strike against the beast. He followed up with another blow, forcing the massive creature backward. A tremendous shockwave erupted from the point of impact as the giant centipede hissed its defiance. The unrelenting assault continued with yet another bone-jarring slam. The enormous beast attempted to crush its opponent from above. A final, pained hiss escaped from the wounded monster. From the icy chasm, a second colossal centipede erupted, its body crackling with volatile energy. The two monstrous creatures surged forward in unison, their bodies aglow with a sinister blue energy. The woman with pink hair stared in awe, realizing their attacks couldn't even touch his clothes and questioning if the rookie was some kind of god. The warrior descended upon them from above like a hawk. He landed gracefully between the two towering behemoths. Seeing him willingly challenge both bosses at once, the woman with pink hair exclaimed that the rookie was truly insane. The twin hisses of the centipedes reverberated through the snowy landscape. Jin Woo faced them down and defiantly roared, "I'll tear you apart." The monsters shrieked back, accepting his challenge with a furious hiss. A cataclysmic explosion of raw power and freezing energy completely engulfed the battlefield. When the light subsided, a small figure stood triumphantly on the segmented body of the defeated centipede. A system message appeared, confirming he had acquired the B-class item, the Sword of Frost, for killing the boss of the Grey Icelands. An official announcement declared the final boss defeated and the mission over, prompting the red-haired woman to marvel that the death-seeking rookie had actually succeeded. The blue-haired woman complained that it was over too fast, as she still had 15 things left to do. Under a now clear and sunny sky, the three survivors walked toward a swirling blue exit portal. Outside the gate, a man in a red tie pointed out their arrival to a crowd, while a man in a white shirt noted with shock that only 3 people had survived. Jin Woo voiced his regret at not finishing the test, but the blue-haired woman assured him he was qualified and would only grow stronger. When she asked about their next destination, Jin Woo told them to rest for 2 days, stating that he had other business to attend to. In a starkly different scene, a man in a suit desperately pleaded with a woman named Anya, shocked that she was firing him after 3 decades of hard work. The woman in the suit, Anya, coldly asked if he was planning to threaten her with the company's reputation, a charge he hastily denied. Anya then turned the tables, listing his corrupt acquisitions and suggesting they bring the matter to the police for a thorough investigation. Utterly defeated, the man begged for mercy, invoking his long service to her father. Anya granted his request on the condition that he liquidate all his assets to repay the company before being assigned to a retirement home for the rest of his days. With the confrontation over, Anya and her 2 associates walked briskly through the corporate office space. Another woman in a suit reported having shooed away a persistent visitor, but Anya dismissed the offer to call the police, stating she would settle the matter with the weirdo herself. A single eye peered cautiously through a partially open door, observing the scene within. Later that night, Anya stood by her office window with a cup of coffee, gazing out at the vast cityscape. Down on the street below, a man ambled along the sidewalk, passing a brightly lit bus stop. The young man looked up towards the high-rise building and offered a cheerful greeting. From her vantage point, the woman with black hair looked down with a serious and unamused expression. The man with black hair cheekily accused the woman in the window of peeping on him. The woman with black hair retorted that she was merely observing a harasser, dismissing his supposed knowledge of her life as nothing more than cheap psychological tricks. A sudden look of angry realization crossed her face as she cursed the man, calling him a bastard. The young man looked down at his phone with a sigh as a system notification confirmed his fear: he had been blocked. His attempts to contact other allies were met with similar failure, receiving an out-of-office auto-reply from a man with an eye patch and a request for homework help from a young girl in a red hood. The young man lamented his inability to recruit anyone for his guild, and with only 10 days until a critical event, he began to consider resorting to more unconventional means. A quiet breath escaped into the cool night air. The purple-haired maid made her position clear, stating she was only a guild member by name and would not join any activities. She then demanded to know why she was summoned so late, unaware that the man in black had already used an A-class assassin mission to compel her presence. The man in the black hoodie revealed his intent, announcing they had arrived at their new training grounds. An electronic beep signaled their entry through a secure gate. The young man with glasses stared in disbelief, realizing they were standing at a military base. The purple-haired maid questioned their leader about the other companions he'd mentioned, to which he gave a hesitant assurance that they would join eventually. With a sharp command, the man in the black jacket urged them to move forward. Another electronic chime echoed as they passed through a secondary checkpoint. The young man with glasses looked around the desolate complex, wondering where everyone was. The man in the black jacket revealed that he had completely infiltrated the base's entire network. An emergency system alert displayed on a nearby screen, ordering an immediate evacuation for 15 days of maintenance due to a fictitious threat he had created. His two recruits reacted with a mix of awe at his hacking skills and playful jabs at his seemingly limitless capabilities. He simply explained that after living for so long, he had no choice but to learn all sorts of random things to pass the excruciatingly slow passage of time. A synthesized voice confirmed his takeover as a system beeped, authenticating him as the user with the highest authority. As the system welcomed him to the N-805 military fortress, the purple-haired maid sarcastically told the group to look forward to their special training. A heavy silence fell over the small group as they stood in the empty fortress. Their leader brought them to a specialized area designated as the S-65 astronaut training room. After he explained the room's purpose, the young man with glasses excitedly wondered if they would get to fight on Mars. The man in the black jacket quickly shut down that fantasy, clarifying that he was only borrowing the advanced equipment for their training. The purple-haired maid scoffed at the idea, declaring that such training was meaningless to her and that she wouldn't waste her energy. A short time later, however, the timer showed she had already been engaged for over 10 minutes. Before she knew it, 30 minutes had flown by as she became completely engrossed in the simulation. The intricate machinery of the training pod glowed with a cool blue light, humming with complex power. Having failed a run, the now addicted purple-haired maid desperately pleaded for another chance, certain she could survive this time. The man in the black jacket calmly stated that her simulated aircraft was already space dust, casually mentioning he needed to program the meteorite explosions to be even bigger. The maid was shocked he could modify a fixed template, demanding to know who he really was since an average hacker couldn't perform such a feat. He nonchalantly replied that he had once studied spacecraft design and cosmic ecology to combat extreme boredom, which leads to many strange hobbies. While the maid shouted about the thrilling experience of weightless piloting, the man in the black jacket coldly reminded her the neural training was for mental strength, not a game. The purple-haired maid acknowledged his point before turning to mock the young man with glasses, asking if his incessant panting meant he was about to die. Wheezing for breath, the young man struggled to insist that he was fine. Their leader explained how different modes would build their mental strength and concentration, before ordering them to shut the doors and continue. The simulation interface lit up, displaying the options for assault and survival mode. The young man steeled his resolve, whispering that he was ready. Following a sharp beep from the console, he shouted for the simulation to take off. The trio stared forward into the simulation, their expressions now unified in fierce determination. Within the simulation, violent explosions rocked the cockpit as two figures in maid outfits cowered from the chaos. The young man's ragged breaths filled the small pod, a testament to the sheer intensity of their training. A week had passed since their intense training began. Inside the S-17 medical room, a strange gurgling sound echoed. The bubbling continued, hinting at a peculiar biological process. A final soft gurgle marked the end of the procedure. With tears welling in her eyes, the purple-haired maid looked down, overwhelmed by the experience. The young man's voice cut through the air, declaring her recovery ability the strongest and demanding to see her training results. The scene shifted to the S-35 mechanical battlegrounds, a stark and formidable arena. The purple-haired maid steeled her resolve, determined to succeed this time. Her determined face was reflected on the screen just as the examination began. A system notification announced the immediate commencement of the test. A deep, resonant rumbling filled the simulated environment as the challenge started. The monstrous howls of approaching enemies echoed through the battleground. The maid calmly announced their arrival, ready for the fight. A cacophony of roars grew louder as the horde swarmed closer. The maid confidently beckoned the creatures forward, welcoming the confrontation. A tense silence fell for a moment before the onslaught. As a monster roared, the maid noted they had suddenly entered double-speed mode. The creatures blurred into motion, their forms streaking across the field. The battlefield became a flurry of high-speed attacks and evasions. Mechanical limbs and monstrous claws clashed in a chaotic dance. The maid observed with sharp focus that their speed had indeed increased by a full 100%. Analyzing the data, the young man noted her impressive gains in accuracy and destruction but critiqued her lack of emotional control. Meanwhile, on the S-26 gravity training floor, another team member chuckled, having grown accustomed to the weightlessness. The blue-haired woman gracefully dodged a massive sphere plummeting towards her. She confidently declared the exercise to be easy. A series of heavy impacts resounded as more projectiles were launched. The blue-haired woman defiantly challenged her unseen opponent to bring it on, her psychic barrier shimmering into existence. In the control room, the young man stood before a holographic console, overseeing her test. He decided that a difficulty of 6 was too easy for her and opted to jump the quantity of projectiles directly to 40. The blue-haired woman pleaded with her boss not to joke around, certain that her limit was only in the teens. His finger decisively touched the holographic display, confirming the change. The display flashed, locking in the new quantity of 40 projectiles. An overwhelming barrage of objects thundered towards her position. Her eyes glowed with an intense blue light as she focused her psychic power. The blue-haired woman let out a powerful scream, pushing her abilities to their absolute limit. Her psychic barrier held firm, successfully stopping every single projectile in a stunning display of power. Elated by her success, she declared herself a genius and playfully suggested they conquer the world together. The young man thought to himself that her power was as expected, recognizing the psychic queen as a future ace for the team. The training then moved to the S-73 obstacle training floor. A creature resembling a multi-tailed fox gracefully leaped between devastating explosions. The young boy controlling it whispered instructions to himself, navigating the treacherous course. Suddenly, the demonic fox creature lunged uncontrollably toward a small drone. In the simulation, a panicked voice screamed for an immediate retreat. A colossal explosion instantly consumed the entire area. The feedback from the simulation sizzled through the connection. The shadow-like creature's form writhed and dissipated as the boy lost his grip. Panting from the mental strain, the young boy lamented that he was useless. The young man reassured him, pointing out his vast improvement from lasting 7 seconds to a full 3 minutes. The boy argued that 3 minutes was still far too short, but the young man calmly explained that 3 seconds is all you need with enough destructive power. With that, the young man declared the test passed and announced it was time to wrap things up. The small group walked together, leaving the vast training complex behind them. The young man's voice boomed, officially ending the training session and telling everyone to go home and get some rest. The maid girl cheered, excited to fight real people again, while the blue-haired girl sighed about the mountain of homework awaiting her. The young man's thoughts, however, were on the impending catastrophe-grade Shadow Realm, knowing his current level was nowhere near enough with only 72 hours left to prepare. A deep sigh escaped Jinwoo as he sat up in bed. His hand reached for a ringing smartphone, the screen displaying a call from his younger sister. Jinwoo groggily answered the phone. The woman in red armor's furious voice erupted from the speaker, forbidding him from ever covering her shifts again and demanding to know what he did. Jinwoo's sister recounted how he not only fixed the fixable appliances but also managed to repair things that were completely broken. She continued her rant, questioning why he had extended his help to fixing other people's cars. Her frustration grew as she mentioned him also repairing complex exoskeleton equipment for strangers. To top it all off, she exclaimed that he had even started performing acupuncture on people. After Jinwoo weakly explained he was just bored, his sister declared him a bastard and banned him from her workplace. He tried to explain he just wanted to make her life easier, but she abruptly hung up on him. Letting out another sigh, the man waking up mused that his sister was still dissatisfied despite having such a multi-talented brother. The girl in red then reminded the man in black about their homework deal, but he changed the plan, inviting her to level up in a shadow realm instead. With a countdown timer showing only 48 hours remaining, the man waking up knew it was time to get stronger. They soon arrived at the entrance to a C-grade shadow realm known as Decapitation Town. The man in black explained that multi-entrance realms were rare, and one conveniently happened to be near her house, but the girl in red insisted she only cared about her homework. The man with black hair walked past a group of adventurers gathered outside the dungeon's entrance. With a determined look, the man in black announced it was time to begin. A deep, guttural howl echoed as a man began to gruesomely transform. The monstrous, werewolf-like creature erupted in ethereal flames, its form towering over Jinwoo. The girl in red stared in shock, recognizing the monsters as werewolves. Vicious roars filled the air as the pack of werewolves charged forward. Jinwoo calmly prepared his counterattack, activating his freeze skill. His glowing sword sliced cleanly through the air as he engaged the first werewolf. The little girl in red called out the two buffs she would provide, a silver attribute attack and a holy blessing. Another werewolf howled as it lunged toward the lone fighter. When the little girl in red questioned if he could handle it alone, Jinwoo confidently declared it would be a piece of cake as his stats increased. The sound of slicing flesh echoed through the chamber. Jinwoo executed a wide, sweeping arc with his blade, effortlessly cutting down multiple shadowy werewolves. His level instantly jumped from 13 to 14 in a flash of light. The two-layered buffs, specifically targeting werewolves, were granting him 5 times the normal experience and allowing him to level up at a blinding speed. The girl in the red hood finally understood, angrily accusing him of luring her to the shadow realm just to use her for leveling up. Jinwoo casually confirmed he needed her buffs but insisted he was sincere about helping with her homework, telling her to ask her questions now. The girl in the red hood furiously presented an incredibly complex chemistry problem as her first question. Jinwoo dismissed the question as simple, telling her she needed to think for herself to truly learn instead of relying on others for answers. Feeling utterly betrayed, the girl in the red hood screamed that he was a big liar. Ignoring her outburst, Jinwoo requested 2 acceleration buffs to move to the next area, further convincing her that he was just using her. Their footsteps echoed as they moved deeper into the desolate dungeon. Jinwoo stopped abruptly, announcing that they had arrived at their destination. A wave of energy washed over him as he absorbed the experience points from the latest kills. He leveled up twice in quick succession, reaching level 16. The girl in the red hood's thoughts confirmed her suspicions that he was lying again as she demanded the answer he had promised her. The man with black hair simply told her to look at the cliff face over there. The girl with blonde hair turned, a look of confusion on her face. Her gaze shifted toward the towering, dark rock of the cliff. In a brilliant display, glowing runes, carved by a blade, materialized across the stone surface. Utterly flabbergasted by the bizarre solution to her homework problem, the girl with blonde hair could only call him a weirdo. A fresh surge of power washed over Jinwoo as he leveled up again, reaching level 17. Jinwoo turned to Tao Tao, declaring that they needed to move on as leveling in this area was no longer efficient. Confused, Tao Tao questioned his decision, reminding him that even killing the final boss wouldn't get him close to level 21. Jin Woo simply asked for 2 more movement buffs, causing Cao Cao to erupt in frustration, yelling that she was not there just to be used by him. The little girl huffed indignantly, turning away with a pout. A deep, resonant thud announced their arrival at a new, foreboding location, Decapitation Valley. While Jin Woo patiently explained a complex chemical reaction for her homework, Cao Cao silently wondered if he was truly being sincere or if this was just another part of his plan. Jin Woo's expression suddenly sharpened as he focused on the path ahead. The man held a finger to his lips, whispering urgently that something was coming. A heavy, rhythmic stomping echoed through the valley, growing closer with each beat. The ground trembled as the realm boss, a terrifying headless knight known as Dullahan, emerged from the shadows. Jin Woo immediately requested 5 high-level buffs as Cao Cao identified the fearsome boss of Decapitation Town. The ominous stomping of the Dullahan steed continued its relentless advance. Jin Woo sternly warned Cao Cao that she would die the instant the boss touched her, telling her to simply focus on her homework and ask questions anytime. The Dullahan's spectral voice boomed, promising to imprison the souls of any trespassers for all eternity. With a flash of steel, Jin Woo effortlessly deflected the boss's initial strike. His blade moved like a blur, parrying another 2 swift attacks from the spectral knight. A rapid series of clashing sounds filled the air as Jin Woo danced around the Dullahan's relentless assault. 2 more powerful strikes from the boss were expertly blocked, sparks flying from Jin Woo's daggers. Cao Cao watched with concern, knowing that the Dullahan's massive health and high defense were likely too much for the low-level, big liar, to overcome. The girl in red nervously wondered if Jin Woo could actually pull this off. As he dodged another attack, Jin Woo openly taunted the headless rider, and Cao Cao realized he was deliberately trying to enrage it. The armored rider swung its weapon, its voice grating that he was naive to think he could escape. A guttural cry was cut short as Jin Woo's blade found its mark. The black-haired man then laughed, declaring the boss was dead and tauntingly asked Cao Cao if she heard any notice about them leaving. A strange hissing sound made the girl in the red hood look to her side, her face twisting in shock and distress. To her horror, a second armored warrior materialized on a skeletal horse, glowing with a sinister purple energy beneath a blood-red moon. Jin Woo stared in disbelief, realizing Cao Cao had used an enchanted seed of light to revive the realm boss, but she simply urged him to continue the fight. With a renewed battle cry, the black-haired man launched himself back into combat, soaring above the newly resurrected knight. After a flurry of devastating strikes, a notification confirmed that the final boss of Decapitation Town had been killed once more. An official system announcement declared the mission's end, informing all awakeners they would be transported out in 1 minute. Slumping in exhaustion, the black-haired man sighed that the nightmare was finally over. Jin Woo's attention was suddenly captured by the appearance of several glowing golden shields floating before him. He marveled that Cao Cao had somehow obtained the S-rank rare item, Shield of Protection, exclaiming that she was treating the Shadow Realm like her personal loot box. As the red-haired girl called for him to wait, Jin Woo internally celebrated reaching level 21, which would allow him to equip an item and increase his guild's survival rate before announcing it was time to leave. With only 24 hours remaining, the world held its breath in anticipation of the impending catastrophe-grade Shadow Realm. In a flash of steel, the woman fighter known as Luo Shui launched herself forward for one final, decisive strike. Her opponent conceded defeat just as the announcer's voice boomed, declaring Luo Shui the ultimate victor of the match. The crowd roared as the announcer celebrated her incredible 17-win streak, a feat that restored the Luo family to its glorious position among Europe's elite. Despite her victory, a look of profound surprise washed over Luo Shui's face. Internally, she seethed about the liar with his 31st alternate account, before coldly telling her opponent that while he was strong, she despised deceivers. Elsewhere, a group of soldiers confirmed their preparations were complete, readying their weapons for a major mission. In another part of the city, unseen figures moved with blinding speed. A man with an eye patch grinned menacingly, announcing he had finally cornered the rascals he was hunting. A powerful explosion rocked the alley as his assault began in earnest. Across town, a man with a rocket launcher furiously vowed to send thieves to hell for stealing his belongings. Meanwhile, a mustached man received a notification on his device, which mentioned an added email bonus. He scoffed and dismissed it as a health food scam, muttering about how scammers always target the elderly. At a corporate event, a man in a suit sincerely welcomed observers to a presentation for AHP Company's 5th-generation medical nanobots. A woman in a suit continued the pitch, explaining how nanotech doctors would be ideal for the elderly and those living alone. However, the woman with the ponytail suddenly paused the presentation, demanding that security escort a specific person out of the building. As a man struggled against security guards, the woman in the suit wondered how the president could always recognize that particular weirdo, no matter his disguise. An attending blonde woman watched the commotion, quietly worrying that the president's long-term harassment by the man might be affecting her sanity. The clock ticked relentlessly forward, leaving only 3 hours until the arrival of the catastrophe-grade Shadow Realm. The young boy in Jinwoo's group noted his boss's exhausted appearance with concern. Jinwoo explained his fatigue was due to a tight schedule, then sharply told Tao Tao to put her phone away for a briefing that concerned their very survival. Feeling singled out, Tao Tao complained about her packed tutoring schedule and pointed out that Ling Yu wasn't listening attentively either. Across from her, Ling Yu sat with the stoic, unreadable expression of an emotionless assassin. A heavy, serious silence emanated from Ling Yu, her gaze unflinching. Intimidated, Tao Tao quickly backed down, assuring Jinwoo that she understood. Jinwoo then laid out the grim situation, explaining they would be forcibly transported to a realm that could be as dangerous as an S-rank. The woman in blue gasped at the mention of an S-rank catastrophe, while Tao Tao fell into a stunned silence. The young boy trembled, admitting that the prospect was terrifying. Therefore, Jinwoo laid out his first rules for survival: no one was to stray more than 50 meters from him, and they must all remain vigilant. Jinwoo concluded his initial briefing and asked if anyone had questions. When asked about 3 other missing members, Jinwoo gave a cryptic response, stating it was all up to destiny. Tao Tao scoffed at his answer, calling him a horrible old man, but the young man quickly told her to stay out of it. The final minute until the forced transmigration began to tick away. A heavy tension filled the air as the world collectively held its breath. Far away, the man with the eye patch realized he had accidentally clicked a link, cursing his old age as a notification confirmed he had joined the Daybreak Guild. The countdown timer hit 24 seconds, accompanied by another electronic chime. Luo Shui stared at her screen in disbelief, wondering how she had ended up in that liar's guild. A third chime echoed as another person was added to the roster. The woman with dark hair realized the weirdo from the press conference must have hacked the system to forcibly add her to his guild. With only 10 seconds left, Tao Tao yelled that Jinwoo was evil, as a system rule prevented anyone from leaving a guild for 5 minutes. Jinwoo simply smirked, coolly accepting her insult by saying, "Thank you for your praise." As the countdown reached 8 seconds, Jinwoo announced the imminent forced transfer and told everyone to prepare themselves. With a single second remaining, Jinwoo made a solemn vow, promising that this time, he would bring every single one of them back alive. At 0, a pink-hooded girl announced the forced transmigration had commenced, and the world dissolved around them. With a final whoosh and a heavy thud, the new guild members materialized in their destination. A cold wind swept over the disoriented group as they took in their new surroundings. Luo Shui was the first to speak, angrily calling Jinwoo a despicable liar for using such underhanded means to recruit her. The man with the eye patch looked around in surprise, recognizing some of the faces he had been chasing earlier. The woman with the black ponytail cut through the arguments, ordering everyone to stop bickering and focus on the danger in front of them. Before them stretched a ruined cityscape, one half engulfed in roaring flames and the other frozen solid in glittering ice. The young boy stared in absolute horror, stammering as he asked what this terrible place was. The woman with dark hair identified their location with dread, the S-rank catastrophe realm known as the capital of ice and fire. Jinwoo confirmed her fears, explaining the realm's central mechanic: death ring, of ice and fire that would continuously expand until it destroyed everything. He then revealed his true motive, declaring he gathered them at any cost because this realm was notoriously known as the Shadow Realm of Certain Death. Panic erupted as desperate cries echoed through the ruined city, urging everyone to run from the encroaching death ring. A woman with blue hair screamed to be saved while a man on a motorcycle cried out in terror as the world crumbled around them. One man begged his brother not to leave him behind in the chaos. A woman in a gray outfit noted the large number of awakeners, while a dark-haired man grimly observed that the more they fled death, the closer it drew. After announcing they must find a way to survive, the dark-haired woman challenged the stalker to share his plan. Jin Woo explained that to clear the realm, they first had to understand exactly what happened to it. In the distant past, this desolate landscape was once a thriving, high-tech city. Its creator, an insane inventor named Steelheart, had relentlessly modified his own body in a hunger for power. However, a catastrophic backlash occurred while he was integrating the ultimate energy chip, causing him to go berserk. The out-of-control Steelheart then engulfed the entire city in a storm of fierce flames and bitter ice, becoming the source of the realm's disaster. Jin Woo concluded that their only hope was to eliminate Steelheart, who was hidden at the very core of the death ring, prompting the woman in red armor to ask for his location. Another man despaired over their lack of means to approach the core, as a boy with messy hair pointed out the impossibility of simply barging into the circle of ice and fire. The woman in gold armor voiced her distrust in Jin Woo, declaring her intention to leave and follow her own plan with Sisya. Jin Woo's hand shot out, his grip firmly seizing her arm and halting her departure. He stated with chilling finality that she was not allowed to leave his side. The woman in armor furiously questioned his right to entrap them, but Jin Woo calmly explained that no one was permitted to be more than 50 meters away from him. An explosive energy flared around him as he declared it was the only way for them to survive, threatening to strike her down if she refused to comply. She warned him not to look down on her, but Jin Woo simply replied that he never underestimated her, he just couldn't afford to lose her. The woman in the black suit quickly stepped in, commanding them to stop the internal fighting. She brokered a temporary truce, and while the woman in armor huffed, the man with the ponytail agreed to cooperate, vowing to make Jin Woo pay if he was being fooled. Jin Woo then turned his attention to a pouting Cao Cao, telling her that this was no time for games. Cao Cao retorted that she was simply enjoying life while she still could, gesturing to an uncle who was also numbing himself with alcohol. The man with the eye patch laughed heartily, eagerly asking if they were finally going to fight. Vowing he would not let a single person die, Jin Woo commanded his peculiar new team to move out. A series of thunderous explosions rocked the cityscape as the group advanced into the fiery ruins. Jin Woo confidently reassured them, promising he had his own methods to deal with the threats ahead. A terrifying roar echoed through the inferno as a monster emerged from the flames. Jin Woo leaped forward to engage the creature, his eyes burning with intense focus. He moved like a phantom, his attack cutting through the air in a blur. A clean, decisive slice found its mark on the fiery beast. A brilliant flash of light signaled the monster's demise. The woman with the ponytail analyzed a salvaged part, identifying it as a fire-deterring chip that rendered the monsters as technological products and granted 3 minutes of immunity. Luo Shui grimly calculated that the death ring would expand every 30 minutes, giving them only 4 cycles before the realm was completely destroyed. Cao Cao quickly determined they had just 2 hours left, which meant they would need a grand total of 320 chips to ensure the survival of all 8 members. Jin Woo told Cao Cao that playtime was over, prompting her to grumble about him cruelly putting a kid to work. Their task was immediately complicated as a new threat appeared, a fiery, mummy-like humanoid leading an entire horde. A woman in white armor shouted for everyone to be careful as more monsters swarmed toward them. Cao Cao acknowledged the danger as a young man with glasses urged her to cast a group-wide buff. Empowered by the buff, the team launched themselves into a chaotic mid-air battle against the mummy horde. The man with the eye patch and axe took a hearty swig from his flask, laughing that the fiercest battles deserved the strongest alcohol. The woman in the black suit yelled for the monsters to scram as her attack landed with a thunderous crash. A blonde woman in a cape gracefully deflected a mummy's lunge with a shimmering orb of light. A powerful blast of blue energy erupted, engulfing several monsters in a white-hot explosion. A hulking mummy lunged through the flames while the guild members swarmed it from below. Amidst the chaos, a maid armed with a rifle calmly requested her next target from Guildmaster Lu Feng. The sounds of heavy, strained breathing filled the air as the fighters pushed their limits. The desperate panting continued, a stark testament to the battle's grueling intensity. Watching the frenzied battle unfold, Jin Woo let out a quiet, contemptuous huff. The woman with blue hair shouted a warning to a little bookworm on the team, telling him not to lose control. With only 15 minutes left before a new wave of monsters spawned, Luo Shui urged everyone to speed up. An ominous timer appeared, counting down the final 6 minutes until the Death Ring's next expansion. A man in a suit anxiously asked the woman with the ponytail how many more chips they still needed. She grimly replied that they were still short by 30, with no time left to spare. Jin Woo resolved to change tactics, declaring they would lure a powerful target using a C-rank item known as a crystal lure. The crystal shattered with a sharp crack, unleashing its potent bait. A deep, ominous rumbling immediately began to shake the ground beneath their feet. The violent tremors intensified, heralding the rapid approach of something enormous. Glowing energy pulsed ominously from between the cracks of a massive, armored chest. A colossal creature landed with a ground-shattering thud, dwarfing everything around it. The monstrous synthetic sphinx threw back its head and unleashed a deafening, reality-bending roar. A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield as the previous attack concluded. Lances of pure energy tore through the air, carving paths of destruction. The synthetic sphinx's massive armored body began to crack under the relentless assault. The beast let out a final, agonized roar of defiance. The man with red hair urged a woman named Xiaoya to use the method he had taught her, and she confidently agreed. A torrent of brilliant energy began to swirl around the woman in red armor. With a powerful cry, Xiaoya unleashed her devastating attack. Her assault slammed into the synthetic sphinx, causing a series of thunderous impacts. A single, piercing streak of light shot through the chaos of the battle. A brilliant, judgmental eye of pure energy opened wide in the sky above. The ultimate skill, the Sword of Judgment, descended upon its target. The Sphinx shrieked as the holy light completely enveloped and annihilated it. The woman in the suit confirmed their goal was met as 50 shimmering chips materialized from the fallen boss. A young man cheered about the thrill of fighting with comrades again, but Luo Shui silently noted his 1,000-year repeater act was deceiving people. Luo Shui offered a newly dropped ring to the blonde woman, who bashfully refused what she felt was too generous a gift. Luo Shui explained it was an A-class ring called Sword's Oath that had the swordsman's skill cooldown, questioning her teammates' hesitation when their lives were on the line. The young woman with blonde hair briefly wondered if she had overthought the gesture. The woman in red armor remarked that Jin was supposedly small, Nameless Guild had an impressive number of tricks. On a nearby burning rooftop, a new group of hostile figures appeared amidst the flames. Their leader, a man in a skull mask, thanked Jinwoo's party for their hard work before demanding they hand over all their fire-deterring chips. The woman with silver hair and the young woman with blonde hair shouted at them to immediately release their captured teammate. The skull-masked man identified his group as Black Mist, a top 10 assassin guild, as his accomplice threatened their hostage's life if they didn't comply. The woman with silver hair turned to her boss, Jin Woo, asking for his orders. Jin Woo calmly instructed Anya to give their enemies all of the fire-deterring chips. As Anya followed his command, Jin Woo stepped forward to confront the assassins. He wryly acknowledged Black Mist's reputation for leaving no survivors, before calmly asking if they'd like to check the items first. The man in the mask impatiently ordered him to throw the chips over immediately. Jin Woo taunted them about their hurry, beginning a slow countdown from 3 before ordering them to start their inspection. The air crackled with a sudden, tense silence. Jin Woo stood bathed in a brilliant golden light, unleashing the signal for his true plan. The woman with brown hair shouted the command for everyone on her team to crush their chips. A powerful wave of energy pulsed outwards as his entire team followed the order. Across the vast, burning cityscape, the deadly ring of destruction began to close in. A system alert confirmed that the death ring had officially started its expansion. The woman with purple hair realized with horror that this had all been calculated, just as the man in the mask screamed that the fire was spreading over them. Desperate screams for help echoed from the trapped Black Mist members. Their terrified cries were swiftly swallowed by the encroaching wall of hellfire. From a safe distance, the young girl in the red hood noted that the hostage, Ling Yu, was protected by a shield of protection which allowed her to share Jinwoo's fire immunity. Anya reflected on how terrifying Jinwoo's foresight was, relieved to be his teammate and not his enemy. Jin Woo rallied his guild, declaring he would now lead them to the true world of death. The ground rumbled violently as the team began to move through the chaos. The apocalyptic world continued to collapse into fire and ruin all around them. Jin Woo urged his team to keep up as he expertly navigated the raging inferno. A subordinate expressed his awe at Jinwoo's effortless guidance, to which Jin Woo revealed that in his 3,000 years of repeats, he had memorized the entire map of the Shadow Realm. Hearing this, the woman in gold armor, Luo Shui, let out a quiet, disdainful huff. The woman with silver hair observed that Luo Shui's distrust stemmed from Jinwoo's mysterious background and her inherent loathing of wicked or deceitful people. The man in the suit suddenly pointed ahead, having spotted other people in the fiery distance. The woman in the maid outfit identified that the unknown figures were wearing heat-resistant protective suits. While the silver-haired woman saw this as proof of another entry method, the man with the eye patch grimly doubted such suits could last long in this hell. The man in the suit wondered aloud if they should attempt to work with them, and the woman with a ponytail reminded the group they had extra fire-deterring chips. A bright yellow energy suddenly and unexpectedly enveloped Jinwoo's entire party. The woman in red armor gasped in shock, questioning what this strange power was. The man in the suit urgently hushed her, signaling for everyone to remain silent. Before them stood the formidable group known only as the Doomsday Patrol. The man in the suit cried out in sheer shock at the sight before them. A soldier in a hazmat suit stammered in terror, ordering his comrades to open fire on the monster. A relentless barrage of automatic fire erupted through the hellish landscape. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed as they focused their assault. One soldier screamed for the creature to go to hell, continuing his desperate attack. The volley of shots culminated in a fiery explosion upon impact. From within the smoke, the dog-headed figure's eyes glowed a menacing red as it glared down, completely unharmed. The incubus-like figure simply uttered a single, chilling command to heal itself. A terrified soldier realized with dawning horror that they were fighting an immortal monster. A flashback revealed swarms of these dog-headed warriors descending upon a lone figure amidst a storm of explosions. The woman with purple hair exclaimed that the creatures were absolutely terrifying. Jin Woo grimly identified them as the Doomsday Patrol, explaining that their near-immortal regenerative abilities made a direct confrontation suicidal for the group. Two of the formidable, dog-headed figures stood impassively amidst the roaring flames. The lead dog-headed warrior commanded them not to move, its voice a low growl. Jin Woo quickly devised a plan, telling his team to rush ahead while he lured the patrol away. The woman in armor immediately protested, insisting it was too dangerous and that she would go with him. Before she could finish her sentence, she let out a sharp cry of pain. The rest of the party reacted with stunned shock at Jin Woo's sudden action. Jin Woo remarked on her stubbornness as he handed her unconscious form to the others, telling them to take care of her. The woman in red armor pleaded with the big liar not to die, but Jin Woo confidently declared that after 3,000 years, dying was out of the question. With a taunting shout, Jin Woo drew the attention of the entire patrol onto himself. He became a blur of motion, leading the monsters on a chase through the inferno. The blonde woman seized the moment, yelling for the rest of the team to make their escape. A young boy in the party looked back, his face a mask of surprise and fear for his leader. The man with the eye patch shouted that their boss was already completely surrounded by the monsters. The woman in red armor urged them onward, insisting they trust Jinwoo and not waste the opportunity he had created. The man with the eye patch solemnly swore that he would have a round of drinks with Jinwoo if he managed to survive. In another part of the crumbling world, two figures held each other in a desperate, final embrace. Surrounded by towering foes, Jinwoo's fingers twitched as he prepared for battle. A colossal Anubis-like figure loomed over the lone warrior, its sheer size overwhelming. Undaunted, Jinwoo charged forward, his sword drawn and ready. A monstrous roar of rage echoed as the battle began. An Anubis-headed man noted its opponent's fast recovery, but snarled that 10 seconds was more than enough time. He deftly maneuvered, causing one creature to unleash a blind swing that struck its own ally. As his plan came together, Jinwoo shouted, "Now," signaling his counterattack. The sharp sound of a blade piercing flesh cut through the din. A metallic clang followed as Jinwoo's attack was parried. Jinwoo taunted his foes for attacking each other as he prepared to unleash a powerful ability. With his diversion successful, Jinwoo began a hasty retreat amid the chaos of the battling monsters. The very ground began to rumble and collapse in his wake. Jinwoo cursed, realizing with a sinking feeling that his escape path was crumbling too fast. A sudden, powerful whoosh of air signaled a fast-approaching presence. The woman in armor appeared at his side, yelling at him to hold on tight and not let go. As she caught her breath from the exertion, Jinwoo stared at her in silent disbelief. When he asked why she was here, he recalled her past declaration that she would stand shoulder to shoulder with those important to her. He remembered the end of that conversation, where she had questioned who was important to him, causing him to nervously clarify he meant his comrades. A memory surfaced of her bravely facing down a fierce red dragon. Another image flashed in his mind of them fighting back-to-back against a swarm of insectoid creatures. He then saw her kneeling alone but undefeated in a ruined city, her sword held firmly in hand. The flood of memories brought an unexpected, fond laugh from Jinwoo. The woman in armor, completely bewildered, demanded to know what he found so funny. A quiet, charged moment passed between them in the fiery air. The blonde woman's voice suddenly cut in, shouting a warning as the rest of the team arrived. Against all odds, the entire party was now safely reunited. The man in the cape apologized, feeling he hadn't been of much help. The blonde woman passionately disagreed, praising him for stepping forward at a critical time and calling him her eternal goddess, before adding that he had to listen to her next time. Flustered, the blonde woman suddenly shouted that she wasn't his goddess before letting out a startled yelp. In his relief, Jinwoo had pulled the woman in armor into a sudden, tight hug. The blonde woman exclaimed her boss's name in surprise at his bold action. The man with the axe expressed his profound relief that both of them were alive. The woman in armor demanded to be let go, and a sheepish Jinwoo complied, admitting he forgot himself. The woman with silver hair playfully joked that she thought they had eloped, while the man with the eye patch suggested they should just get married. The woman with a ponytail hotly denied there was anything between her and the liar, as the woman in armor sighed that even girls of high status could be charmed by weirdos. A deafening crash suddenly interrupted their light-hearted teasing. A man in a jacket cursed as he saw the path ahead was blocked by rubble, while the woman in the red hood cried out that they were all going to die. The man with the eye patch and a young man looked up in horror at a new, gigantic shadowy figure looming over them. Another earth-shattering crash signaled that the world was continuing to disintegrate around them. The woman in the red hood whispered that there was no way to escape, asking if this was where their journey would end. But the young man's voice cut through the despair, as he vowed, "I won't allow any of you to die." The world continued to crumble as another deafening crash shook the foundations of the burning city. Rubble and debris rained down, signaling the imminent collapse of the structure around the desperate heroes. With explosions echoing behind them, the party scrambled frantically up a flight of stairs. As they ran, the young girl in the red hood questioned the stalker's plan, the blonde woman demanded to know why they were going up, and the young boy urged them to trust the process. The young girl suddenly cried out as her foot caught on the broken stairs. She stumbled hard, crying out in pain as she tumbled forward. The blonde woman shouted for everyone to keep moving, her voice tight with urgency. In that moment, the red-hooded girl's mind reeled with the thought that being embraced by Luo Shui made her life complete, certain her classmates would be jealous if she survived. The man in the black coat finally skidded to a halt, announcing that they had arrived at their destination. Jin Woo explained that the flames were weaker on this floor, as it was the city's specially reinforced defense and central command center. The blonde woman argued that they would still die when the Doomsday Patrol reached them, even if they hid. Jin Woo calmly countered her despair, declaring that this was not a dead end, but their one path to survival. With a decisive press, he activated a hidden console on the wall. A heavy metal door slid open, revealing a high-tech control room within. The dark-suited woman stared in utter disbelief, asking how he had managed to open it. The light blue-haired woman giggled, boasting that this was nothing for her boss, who held the universe's secrets and had once waltzed them into a secret military base. The brown-haired man repeated her words in shock, prompting the light blue-haired woman to clear her throat, realizing she had said too much. Meanwhile, in another high-tech command center, a group of glowing figures monitored a holographic globe of the world. Through a massive viewport, these mysterious figures observed the giant Anubis-like statues wreaking havoc on the city below. Back with Jinwoo's party, warning lights and alerts began flashing across the command center's consoles. The young boy suddenly pointed at the main screen, asking why there was something glowing on top of the giant monsters. Far below, one of the cloaked enemy figures looked up, also noticing the strange anomaly on the statues. The woman in black identified the objects as S-rank marionette crystals, consumables used to control large, unintelligent puppet-type beings like the Doomsday Patrol. The woman in the black dress wondered what their enemies were trying to do, while the man in the military uniform grimly concluded that the vindictive bastards were seeking revenge for their earlier losses. Jin Woo refused to sit and wait for death, explaining that while the floor could become a fortress, retaliating was more his style as he called for Tao Tao. He began giving the young girl instructions, but Tao Tao huffed, complaining that she was just a kid and tired of having heavy responsibilities placed on her. The woman in armor questioned if Tao Tao could handle it, but the man in the military uniform confidently assured her that the girl had received his special training. A gust of wind swirled around Jin Woo as he prepared to make his move. Outside, a masked subordinate reported to his guild master that the enemies were trapped inside the building, completely surrounded and with no chance of escape. The subordinate swore he would make the rookie awakeners pay for what they did to the vice guild master. A heavy mechanical click suddenly echoed from the building's entrance. The masked man's eyes widened in shock at the impossible sight before him. An entire legion of Anubis-headed warriors, clad in ornate golden armor, stood in perfect formation behind the now open doors. Jin Woo ordered Tao Tao to start the defense center's battle formation to blind their foes, declaring that it was now his turn to act. A massive explosion rocked the area in front of the building. A second, even larger blast followed immediately after, sending shockwaves through the enemy ranks. The masked guild master hurled a crackling orb of dark energy toward the commotion. He sneered that a sneak attack from a rotten little guild was a death wish as the orb slammed into its target. A violent slash of energy tore through the air, hissing as it cut through the smoke. The masked figure roared that he would send his opponent to hell right now. The deadly attack manifested as the Scythe of Judgment, a massive blade of pure, dark power. Yet, it was met by an unbreakable golden barrier, the Shield of Protection. The masked guild master recoiled in disbelief, questioning how a level 20 awakener without a class could possibly defend against his level 40 execution skill. Emerging from the dissipating energy, Jin Woo stood ready with twin daggers, an icy mist swirling around him. The man in the trench coat explained to the others that the Shield of Protection made its user immune to all attacks from opponents under level 50. The masked guild master cried out in agony as Jin Woo's counterattack found its mark. A tall enemy commander shouted in panic that the guild master was defeated, ordering his soldiers to open fire immediately. A furious volley of energy blasts erupted from the enemy lines, intent on overwhelming their new, terrifying foe. A countdown timer appeared, marking 30 minutes until the final expansion. In a different, snow-covered city, a lone car navigated the eerily empty streets. The vehicle approached a massive, reflective structure that pierced the desolate, snowy landscape. From a hidden position, a woman in a suit urgently motioned for silence. The frozen ground around her was littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers. The woman crouched behind a pillar, her face grim as she surveyed the battlefield. The air whizzed and boomed with the sound of unseen combat raging nearby. A pair of massive explosions rocked the battlefield, sending tremors through the ice. A figure equipped with jet boots shot through the fiery heart of a recent blast. A system message flashed across a display, reporting that no targets were discovered. A chaotic symphony of whizzing projectiles and thunderous impacts continued to fill the air. The survivors were trapped in the very center of the death ring. The woman with glasses sighed in momentary relief, mistakenly believing the threat was finally gone. Her blonde-haired subordinate despaired, reminding Sister Lin that of over 100 ARC members, only the 3 of them survived. Sister Lin took the blame, admitting she had underestimated the terrifying power of Steelheart, whose mass-produced robots alone had decimated their forces. While the man tried to console her, a woman with purple hair lamented that Boss Austin was the only one she believed could defeat their foe. Sister Lin resigned herself to their fate, stating they had tried their best and must now simply wait for the dawning of doomsday. Suddenly, the woman in the suit's expression turned to one of pure, unadulterated shock. Before them, a massive army of Anubis-headed soldiers had appeared, standing in perfect, silent formation. The blond man questioned why the Doomsday Patrollers were gathered, as Sister Lin wondered if Steelheart planned to execute all surviving Awakeners. Without warning, a series of massive explosions erupted from the enemy's side of the field. The barrage intensified, shaking the very ground they stood on. A relentless chain of explosions tore through the ranks of Steelheart's mechanical army. Sister Lin watched in disbelief, questioning aloud why the Doomsday Patrol was now fighting against the mass-produced machines. From another vantage point, a man in the foreground recognized the one leading the charge as the rookie who cleared the obsidian ruins. A man in the middle watched the unfolding chaos, declaring that the final battle would soon begin. Elsewhere, a woman in red armor cheered on her boss, full of confidence in his victory. High above the battlefield, several powerful Anubis-like figures floated menacingly in the sky. The commander issued a clear order to his forces: attack the base of the sky tower and drag Steelheart to the ground. A deafening explosion marked the beginning of the assault on the tower. More blasts rocked the tower's foundation, sending tremors through the colossal structure. The immense building began to groan and crumble under the focused, brutal onslaught. Amidst the falling debris, a figure in a sleek white futuristic suit was sent plummeting downward. The suit cracked and split apart upon its devastating impact with the ground. A low, mechanical hiss escaped from the damaged armor. The man in the futuristic suit, Steelheart himself, raged at the weak, dirty lifeforms for daring to interrupt his evolution. With the countdown now at 10 minutes, Steelheart screeched a furious promise to kill every last one of them. The giant Anubis armored figure raised its massive weapon, preparing to strike down the man in the futuristic suit from high above the battlefield. A sharp whoosh of displaced air signaled the beginning of its devastating attack. The colossal warrior bellowed, mocking its target's reflexes as being far too slow. A heavy thud of impact resonated as the first blow was seemingly blocked. In response, the man in the futuristic suit's fist began to glow with immense, concentrated energy. His advanced robotic arm whirred, channeling a powerful counterattack. With a furious hiss, the man in the futuristic suit bellowed for his enemies to scram. Thunderous explosions suddenly erupted from his position, shaking the very ground. A sharp crack echoed through the chaos as something began to give way under the immense pressure. Steelheart, encased in his white and silver suit, blasted a torrent of pure energy from his open palm. The gigantic armored figure continued its relentless assault on the small, distant form of Steelheart below. The insistent sound of cracking and splintering grew louder with each passing moment. Protected by his energy shield, Steelheart scoffed at the attack, calling it utterly pitiful. He then vowed to show them the true meaning of being engulfed by firepower as his armor clicked and whirred to life. A series of mechanical clicks signaled the activation of a far more devastating weapon system. A powerful gale of energy washed over the battlefield, preceding his counterattack. Observing from afar, the woman in the suit stammered in terror as a man in uniform noted that the Doomsday Patrol's attacks were useless against the shield. A new wave of explosions rocked the landscape, this time launched by Steelheart himself. Amidst the deafening blasts, another sharp crack split the air. The barrage intensified, with twin explosions impacting the Anubis soldiers. A sustained, grinding crack announced the arrival of an unexpected threat. Suddenly, a new cracking sound cut through the noise, originating from Steelheart's armor. Swift, cutting slashes tore through the air, culminating in a violent impact against Steelheart's defenses. The high-pitched whine of an impossibly fast weapon sliced through the chaos of battle. Steelheart, the man in the white suit, suddenly realized that something was terribly wrong. A high-frequency vibration particle slash had just ripped through the air with a piercing shriek. The woman with purple hair watched in utter shock, wondering how the attacker had acquired a weapon from this realm. Cracks began to spiderweb across Steelheart's once impenetrable armor. The armored figure raged at the despicable human, furious at the audacity of a sneak attack against him. Revealing himself, Jin-Woo boldly declared that since his opponent disliked sneak attacks, he would face him head-on. A powerful surge of energy radiated from Jin-Woo as he prepared for a direct confrontation. With the silent activation of a command, a new and terrifying ability was unleashed. The 100-fold electromagnetic attraction skill instantly took hold of its target. The sound of groaning, stressed metal filled the air as an immense force was exerted on Steelheart. The technologically advanced suit began to creak and buckle under the incredible magnetic pull. Jin-Woo followed up by conjuring a devastating electric storm around his trapped foe. Steelheart was thrown violently backward as his formidable energy shield finally shattered into a million pieces. Despite the damage, the blonde man beneath the armor mocked the assault, screaming that the attacks were still too weak. Unfazed, Jin-Woo, now enveloped in a powerful aura, charged forward to press his attack. The man in the suit promised his enemy that he had one last present in store. A crimson silhouette launched into the sky, streaking upwards through the city at unimaginable speed. Moments later, massive mushroom clouds erupted from the city, testament to an incredible detonation. Down on the ground, the cyborg-like form of Steelheart lay crackling with energy, seemingly defeated. Yet, his voice commanded his energy source to initiate a full-body recovery, and an AI confirmed the process had commenced. A watching man in a suit questioned how Jin-Woo had gained the authority to use the ultimate star rail cannon, to which a woman in uniform could only reply that heaven knew. Bathed in the storm's residual lightning, Jin-Woo stood in his black coat, overlooking the battlefield. On a holographic map, however, concentric orange rings indicated that a new and massive energy surge was building. A woman with pink hair cried out in alarm, realizing the final expansion had started. Elsewhere, the pink-hooded girl confirmed to a dark-haired boy that she had activated the cannon as planned, but worriedly noted Steelheart's ability to recover. As a 1-minute countdown appeared, the man in power armor, Steelheart, declared his victory, gloating that his death ring would kill everyone but him. In response, the man with the glowing aura, Jin-Woo, announced that his trump card's incubation had finally ended and it was time for it to take the stage. He presented a brilliant, glowing sphere of light held carefully within his hands. An earth-shattering roar was followed by a colossal, ground-shaking impact. A man with gray hair immediately recognized the newly summoned creature as the steel-winged Colossus, as another realized this was Jin-Woo's true plan all along. The gargantuan beast slammed its immense weight down, shaking the very foundations of the city. The steel-winged colossus dismissed Steelheart's frantic movements as futile struggles, punctuating its words with crushing blows. It continued its relentless assault, each bone-jarring impact sending tremors through the ground. The horrifying sound of tearing metal and crushed armor echoed across the battlefield. The massive beast pinned Steelheart's struggling form firmly to the ground. An agonized, desperate scream tore from the trapped man's throat. A deep rumbling sound signaled the immense power the colossus was now bringing to bear on its victim. With only 8 seconds left, the woman in the suit desperately prayed for their desperate gambit to succeed. At the 6-second mark, Jin Woo, his aura flaring, commanded the colossus to devour its enemy's energy core. A high-pitched, electric hum intensified as the colossus began to drain its target's power. The glowing eyes of the colossal mecha locked onto its helpless, pinned prey. A sharp, definitive crack echoed as the beast began its final, decisive action. The doomsday countdown hit 3 seconds as the sound of crunching metal resounded once more. With only 2 seconds remaining, the man in the mech suit could only utter a single, desperate plea to stop. A final, sickening sound of consumption and energy absorption marked the end of the battle. A system announcement declared that the final boss was slain, the mission was over, and all awakeners would be transported back in 1 minute. The woman with sunglasses deduced the colossus had returned to its incubation state to absorb the core, with everyone agreeing that, for now, they had managed to survive. A woman with golden hair couldn't believe Jinwoo had actually done it, as the woman with purple hair breathed a sigh of exhausted relief. The woman with purple hair then gushed about how incredibly cool their boss had been during the fight. The young girl in the pink hood declared she was dead tired and planned to play all night long after she got back. The shimmering hum of imminent teleportation began to envelop the surviving awakeners. Jin Woo, now in a trench coat, walked away from the devastation, holding his sword and the glowing orb containing his incubating colossus. As a notification warned of a future, unprecedented world of death, Jin Woo, his eyes glowing red, realized all his knowledge would be useless and resolved to make his allies stronger for their survival. Fresh from his victory, Lu Feng stared intently at the glowing blue screen before him. His status window displayed his new level and attributes, a testament to his recent growth as a warrior. The system also detailed his special reward, an SS-grade high-frequency vibration particle sword that required an immense amount of energy to charge. Lu Feng grimaced at the thought, realizing that a single charge could potentially overload the power grid of an entire city. Deciding the problem could wait, he resolved to relax and enjoy the sunlight, feeling utterly exhausted from helping his sister with her job. Nearby, a woman in a blue dress pointed him out, remarking on how sad it was to see a guy all alone on Valentine's Day. Her companion, a blonde man, scoffed that a loser like Lu Feng wasn't even worth her sympathetic glance, earning a playful rebuke for his meanness. Suddenly, a buzz went through the crowd as they recognized a newly arrived figure, the famed awakener who had topped the most eligible bachelorette rankings. The crowd erupted as they identified the woman as Luo Shui, with one starstruck fan nearly fainting from excitement, convinced she had looked his way. The couple watched in confusion, with the woman guessing that the famous awakener was simply asking the lone man for directions. To everyone's shock, Luo Shui walked directly to Lu Feng and handed him a fresh coffee, telling him to drink it while it was still hot. A man in the crowd gasped in disbelief, trying to rationalize the scene by assuming the goddess was merely performing an act of charity for a vagrant. With her delivery made, the renowned blonde-haired woman began to walk away, a shopping bag in her hand. The blonde man watched, aghast, noting how surprisingly close Luo Shui was getting to the man he had just dismissed. As the clicks of countless cameras filled the air, Lu Feng took a calm sip of the coffee he had just been given. Lu Feng complained to Luo Shui that meeting up in the real world was a complete hassle, to which she apologized, admitting she hadn't anticipated such a scene. A low hiss of energy began to emanate from the pair as they prepared to make their exit. Deciding they had drawn enough attention, Lu Feng grabbed her hand and declared they were going somewhere else. In a gust of wind, the two of them vanished from the spot, leaving the crowd stunned. Refusing to be deterred, a group of fans gave chase, yelling that they had to save their goddess from the vagrant who had kidnapped her. Safely inside a moving car, Luo Shui confirmed that they had finally shaken their pursuers. Luo Shui then demanded to know what was so important that he had to summon her in such a hurry, but Lu Feng only promised she would understand soon. The car sped along the road, carrying them away from the city center. Lu Feng grumbled about having to drive, but Luo Shui simply stated it was because she hadn't yet obtained a driver's license in the real world. While following his given directions, Luo Shui asked where exactly he was taking her. Lu Feng revealed he needed her to act as his girlfriend for a class gathering, causing an exasperated Luo Shui to question being called from across the planet for such a thing and his strange talk of their past in other cycles. He immediately framed the request as a transaction, offering to fix the critical flaw in her family's legendary 5/ technique as payment. A decisive tap on the steering wheel punctuated the weight of his offer. When Luo Shui questioned if he truly had a solution, Lu Feng promised to deliver it after she completed her task and began coaching her on how to act. Luo Shui fell into a brief, stunned silence at his audacity. Prodded by Lu Feng to rehearse the act, she reluctantly agreed to try it just one time. Luo Shui then launched into a dramatic performance, confessing she had shamelessly clung to him until she finally won him over and begged him not to leave. Unbeknownst to them, two stone-faced men were listening in, their expressions morphing into pure shock. One of the eavesdroppers cried out in disbelief that Goddess Luo was such a simp, while the other wailed in despair over his lost love. A shattered phone lay on the ground, its screen frozen on the image of the two in the car, their conversation having been broadcast live. Back in the car, Luo Shui giggled and playfully blamed Lu Feng for the unexpected drama their act had caused. They soon arrived at their destination, a building identified as the Antique Civilian Defense Department. Luo Shui confessed she had been joking about a class gathering, revealing their location was actually Asia's largest Awakener exchange center, a hub for trade and auctions. She offered to use her high rank to grant him access to the auction, teasingly reminding him that she thought her role was supposed to be his girlfriend. Lu Feng fired back, asking if she was disappointed it was just business, and she quickly huffed that she was not. The pair stood before a massive mechanical structure, the entrance to the prestigious exchange. Inside, onlookers immediately recognized Luo Shui, whispering amongst themselves about the identity of the man standing so close to her. Lu Feng bluntly stated he had no money and was counting on her to fund their visit, prompting a sigh from Luo Shui before he jokingly declared he would be her patron for the day. Continuing his jest, Lu Feng marveled at the dream of having Goddess Luo as his patron, causing a nearby man to wonder aloud just who this audacious man could possibly be. The story continued inside the vibrant and chaotic halls of the Awakener Exchange Center. A cyborg merchant aggressively hawked his wares, proclaiming them to be rare goods from a shadow realm that only a fool would pass up. His quiet assistant attempted to get his attention as he continued his loud sales pitch to the crowd. A man with dark hair, Lu Feng, stepped forward from the throng, asking for the price of a peculiar Rubik's Cube. The cyborg merchant immediately seized the opportunity, complimenting the customer on his keen eye for quality goods. He hyped the item as a unique A-rank mechanical Rubik's Cube, offering it for a supposed bargain of 100,000 awakening coins. The sellers then put on a show of haggling amongst themselves after their customer called the price too expensive for a simple ornament. Changing tactics, one of the sellers proposed a gamble. For 1,000 coins, the customer could try to unlock it and win it for free. A deal was struck with a resounding gong as the payment was transferred for the challenge. The seller warned that there would be no refunds, noting that hundreds, including national experts, had tried and failed. Yet, mere moments later, a soft chime signaled that the customer had succeeded. The cube began to glow brightly before it disassembled, its pieces hovering for a moment and then vanishing into the air. The android merchant could only stare in disbelief, stammering at the impossible feat he had just witnessed. The sudden, successful resolution of the puzzle sent a palpable shockwave through the onlookers at the stall. A bystander gasped that the item must be as valuable as an S-rank artifact, just as the horrified merchant realized it was a key to a Shadow Realm's treasury. In a panic, the android lunged forward, desperately trying to go back on the deal he had just made. Lu Feng coolly reminded the seller that the person paying was goddess Luo Shui, who could have his license revoked with a single complaint. Luo Shui coughed awkwardly, though she privately admitted that while the cube was initially a way to pass the time, it was also incredibly important. Lu Feng probed her about her delayed choice of an occupation, but she evaded the question, prompting him to pivot back to the tasks at hand. Luo Shui huffed in mock indignation, retorting that her only purpose seemed to be buying things and paying for him. He immediately started his shopping spree, beginning with a B-grade Twilight Wolf handgun. Next on his list was a C-grade Alpha Mutation Growth Agent, which was promptly added to their haul. He then picked up a pair of C-grade military knuckles, continuing his unusual shopping. When Lu Feng pointed to a B-grade dagger of the Murky Knight, Luo Shui finally protested that she could no longer carry everything. Onlookers gossiped about the man splurging on Luo Shui's dime, branding the esteemed darling of the heavens a love-struck fool. Luo Shui questioned what he planned to do with so many items, but Lu Feng simply told her she would understand soon enough. Their shopping was abruptly interrupted when a spiky-haired individual stepped into their path, making Lu Feng look up in surprise. The man greeted Luo Shui with false familiarity, chiding her for arriving in S-City without notice. His attention then snapped to Lu Feng, and he aggressively demanded to know who he was. The spiky-haired man and his two companions stood their ground, posturing for a confrontation. He introduced himself as Wang Meng, the vice leader of the Hua Guild, and claimed to have met her before. Luo Shui icily replied that she didn't remember guilds outside the global top 100, let alone a mere vice leader. Stung by her dismissal, Wang Meng asked Luo Shui why she would choose a selfish man who only knew how to spend her money. He continued to mock Lu Feng's cheap taste in B and C rank items, pitying him as a man hopelessly ingrained with poverty. Wang Meng's eyes smoldered with contempt as he glared at the object of his scorn. One of his subordinates then had to inform the furious vice leader that his targets had already left, paying him no mind. Unbothered, Lu Feng and Luo Shui walked down a hallway toward the main auction area, turning heads as they went. An announcer's voice suddenly filled the air, declaring a surprise 15-minute private auction sponsored by a Black Awakener's license holder. The crowd erupted in whispers, wondering if Goddess Luo was truly auctioning her collection for her weak boy toy and concluding that love makes women irrational. A nearby woman in a suit simply smirked, pointedly questioning the use of the word weak. Moments later, Lu Feng stood on a pedestal, thanking the crowd for attending Goddess Luo Shui's sudden private auction. The hall lights dimmed, drawing all eyes to the impromptu stage where the auction was about to begin. Lu Feng announced they would auction 5 items from Luo Shui's private collection, starting with the dagger of the Murky Knight he had just acquired. The dagger's stats appeared, revealing it as a common B-grade item with a negligible bonus to critical chance at night. A man in the audience let out a disappointed sound, clearly unimpressed with the first item. Others openly mocked the boy toy for having the gall to auction such trash, with one man pointing out he'd just seen him buy it from a stall. A young man with glasses definitively declared the dagger to be absolutely worthless. As the crowd's derision grew, Lu Feng calmly activated a holographic display showing a mysterious, pulsating waveform. A man in tactical gear stood up to leave, telling his companion they were wasting their time. Lu Feng's voice then cut through the noise, reminding everyone that Shadow Realm items can have hidden attributes and that today's items were all such treasures. A man with pink hair scoffed at the claim, doubting that such a rare item would appear just because Lu Feng said so. In response to the skepticism, Lu Feng merely offered a knowing, confident chuckle. In the blink of an eye, the spotlight on the stage fell upon an empty pedestal where he had just been standing. Even Luo Shui was taken aback, blurting out loud as she wondered where on earth he had gone. A shadowy figure then instantly rematerialized directly behind the pink-haired man who had doubted him. The skeptic cried out in terror as he turned to find Lu Feng standing right behind him. Lu Feng's voice echoed as he explained the dagger's hidden attribute, melting into shadow for 1.5 seconds, prompting a red-haired man to realize its incredible value for assassins. The red-haired man frantically yelled that the weapon was top tier for assassins and, with 5 uses left, was like having extra lives, demanding to buy it on the spot. Lu Feng calmly reminded him to follow the rules of the auction before setting the starting bid at a discounted 100,000 awakening coins. A bidding war exploded immediately, with offers climbing from 200,000 to 500,000, and then to 800,000 in a matter of seconds. The woman with glasses watched the spectacle, thinking that the so-called weak boy toy was a terrifying, glitch-like existence. Wang Meng, the red-haired man from before, cursed inwardly, realizing the boy toy he just mocked now possessed a top-tier item he desperately wanted but was too humiliated to bid on. Seething with pride and humiliation, Wang Meng swore aloud that even if he starved, he would never, ever buy a single thing from Lu Feng. The auctioneer's voice rang out, calling the final count on a staggering 5 million coin bid. An announcer's voice then congratulated the gentleman for his winning bid on the dagger of the Murky Knight. The red-haired man who won cursed himself for his lack of restraint, but quickly rationalized that a little shame was nothing compared to acquiring such a treasure. A long-haired woman watched in awe, wondering just who this man was that could sell common items for such astronomical prices. Lu Feng wasted no time, immediately introducing the second item for auction, the Cloak of the Howling Gale. The item's stats appeared, revealing it to be a mere C-grade cloak with a negligible 1% increase to attack speed. A spiky-haired man questioned the drop in quality from the previous item, yet correctly suspected it might also possess a hidden attribute. Deciding to skip the theatrics this time, Lu Feng revealed the cloak's hidden power, the ability to summon spirits for 10 minutes, greatly increasing survivability against specters. He then announced the item was restricted to the swordsman class and set the starting bid at a cool 1 million. A man in armor from the Dragon Guild instantly started a bidding war by offering 2 million, which was quickly raised to 3 million by other eager buyers. The frantic bidding was suddenly silenced by a holographic old woman, who calmly placed an earth-shattering bid of 15 million. A gray-haired man in the crowd gasped at the sum, while his neighbor identified the bidder as a member of the obscenely wealthy Hua Xian Guild. The woman with glasses could only think it was utter madness that a C-grade item had just been sold for a price befitting an S-grade treasure. The sound of the gavel slamming down confirmed the insane purchase. The announcer officially congratulated Granny Lin for winning the Cloak of the Howling Gale. The woman with glasses seethed over Lu Feng's incredible luck, while the man with gray hair from the Hua Guild swore he would never let that brat earn a single coin from them again. In a sudden flash of light, a new figure appeared at the back of the hall. A boy with glasses sighed in relief, grateful that the auction hadn't ended yet. On stage, a red-eyed man explained that upon reaching level 50, one could advance to an intermediate class. The announcer capitalized on this, revealing the third item was directly tied to this very class advancement. The item was a B-grade crystal skeleton, a material that could substitute a rare A-grade item for a warrior's advancement, with the starting bid set at 5 million. Recognizing its immense value to any guild with warriors, bidders erupted, pushing the price from 5.5 million to 7 million in an instant. The woman with glasses considered the potential, knowing such an item could grant their guild a powerful intermediate warrior. A man in a suit silenced the small bids by jumping the price to 10 million. A woman with red hair roared back defiantly, shouting a new bid of 15 million. Shocked gasps rippled through the audience at the escalating price war. The man in the suit calmly countered with 18 million. Not to be outdone, the red-haired woman immediately raised it to 20 million. The suited man continued the duel, raising his bid to 23 million. The woman with red hair met his challenge, pushing the price to 25 million. Just then, the boy with glasses who had arrived late obliterated the competition with a jaw-dropping bid of 35 million. A stunned silence fell over the entire auction hall. The crowd murmured in astonishment, identifying the boy as part of the wealthy icebreaker guild and realizing he must have rushed back specifically for this item. A woman in red armor asked her companion if they should bid higher, but the man in sunglasses advised her to let it go and wait for the next items. The auction then moved to its grand finale, announcing the fourth and fifth items would be sold as a single package. The woman with glasses swore she was done, while a man in a suit next to her sneered that the boy toys scam was about to unravel. The first item of the pair was revealed as the A-grade arcane ring, which not only boosted magic but allowed the instant cast of an intermediate spell once every 30 days. After a staggering bid of 60 million was placed, the young auctioneer calmly asked if there were any other bidders. The countdown began, with the announcer calling 60 million going twice. As the final call was about to be made, the proceedings were suddenly interrupted. The man in sunglasses who had previously passed on an item suddenly shouted for them to wait. A new hologram appeared, showing a different old woman calmly smoking a pipe. A woman in a suit, speaking for the Art Guild, shattered the momentary pause with an incredible bid of 75 million. A man in the audience gasped, acknowledging that only the world's top guild could throw around such a monumental sum of money. The elderly man in the hologram conceded his loss and began to officiate the final sale. As the final countdown for 75 million began, the woman with sunglasses smiled, confident that her guild master would be thrilled with her acquisitions. Far from the auction, a young man with sharp eyes watched a screen, his gaze filled with piercing intensity. The young man with blue hair desperately hoped he could participate in the next auction, forcing himself to remain calm lest the monster Lu Feng sense his true intentions. His thoughts were interrupted as a massive hologram of a man materialized before him, stating he had a question to ask. The colossal hologram of Lord Austin loomed over the young man, his voice booming as he asked if they had met before. The young man stood his ground, offering a firm and simple denial. Austin's hologram continued, cryptically stating that their meeting reminded him of a past event in the Obsidian ruins. The young man with blue hair feigned confusion, claiming he didn't understand what the powerful being was talking about. As the scene began to warp, a blonde-haired version of the young man let out a dismissive sigh. The vision shifted, revealing a radiant figure standing ominously over a crowd of seated spectators. Distorted logos of powerful corporations like Hypergear and Futurium flickered violently across the nightmare landscape. A moment of tense silence was instantly shattered by a tremendous roar of surging energy. A caped figure was completely consumed by a blinding explosion that shattered the dream world itself. The blonde-haired man's voice echoed with a chilling, absolute command: obliterate everything. Another catastrophic blast of power tore through the crumbling remnants of the vision. In the wake of the devastation, a sudden, eerie silence fell. The nightmare reached its peak with a final, intense burst of yellow and red energy radiating outward. The sound of heavy, ragged breathing filled the quiet of a real-world room. A hand twitched, the physical form still reacting to the horrors of the dream. The phantom sound of crazed, echoing laughter haunted the edges of his consciousness. His eyes snapped open, the maniacal cackling still ringing in his ears as he returned to reality. The young man realized with a shudder that it had been 3 days since the auction, yet the same terrible nightmare continued to plague his sleep. He recalled the auction's success, where Austin had failed to notice any abnormalities and even an ancient spirit had praised his potential. The young man was relieved that he had managed to calmly purchase the crucial item he had been after. His acquisitions included the 90 million coin S-grade replication crystal and a 20 million coin A-grade charging device. He mused on the replication crystal's true, hidden ability, which allowed it to replicate any S-grade single-use gadget he had previously used. Having reached level 30, the young man resolved that it was time to abandon his old skills, change his occupation, and ascend to a new realm of power. He steeled himself with the knowledge that to protect his companions from the monster Austin, he needed to become stronger at a breakneck pace. A message arrived from the girl in the hooded pink jacket, who cheekily called him a big liar upon receiving the item he sent. A blonde-haired companion also sent his thanks, shocked to receive something as precious as the A-grade soul-gathering ring. The fiery young girl with blonde hair furiously messaged him, calling him a stupid hacker for simply deducting the 25 million cost from her account. An older man with glasses, upon receiving a B-grade gravity chip, joked that the young man's generosity felt like a suspicious sales pitch for health products. A young boy stared in awe at his gift, the A-grade berserker crystal, and wondered aloud if using it would allow him to destroy the world. Another distributed item was the C-grade tactical silencer known as the Black Widow's Kiss, which added a potent poison effect to attacks. A man looking at a computer curtly acknowledged receiving his item, bluntly telling the young man not to send him anything else. A woman with blonde hair then entered, informing him that President N was waiting downstairs and did not like to be kept waiting. The young man shot back a playful threat, warning the woman that if he ever became her president's husband, she would be the first one he fired. Outside the modern high-rise, a luxurious limousine was parked, its presence demanding attention. Inside the car, the dark-haired executive woman chided him for his tardiness before offering a sincere thank you for his recent help. She explained that her assistance was repayment for him saving her life and for a free item, causing the young man to inwardly scoff at her calling a modified C-rank item a treasure. The executive woman stated coldly that once their current business was concluded, all their debts to each other would be considered paid in full. The young man silently mused that their president remained as ruthless and transactional as ever. Sensing his casual demeanor, the dark-haired executive woman sternly warned him to stop acting so friendly, insisting they were not close. Completely unfazed by her cold shoulder, the young man made a quiet, cryptic observation, "It's white today." The dark-haired executive woman was left utterly speechless, her composure shattered by his audacious remark. A helicopter touched down with a roar, disgorging two suited individuals onto the active construction site. President N's entourage, led by the dark-haired executive woman and the blonde woman, approached a massive, ancient temple rising from the excavated earth. A construction worker reported they had finally reached the bottom layer, which the dark-haired executive woman curtly acknowledged. The blonde woman questioned if this was truly the place, as Jinwoo noted that an enemy had clearly invested a great deal of money into this hidden location. A brilliant light suddenly began to emanate from the ground before them. The light intensified, coalescing to reveal an intricate, glowing pattern etched into the earth. With a final surge of power, the pattern fully materialized into a shimmering, unstable portal. The blonde woman stared in shock, wondering how a shadow gate could have appeared there. A woman in red armor explained that some high-level gates only appear in unique locations, while Jinwoo told them not to follow as he prepared to enter alone. A concerned man with dark hair called out to Jinwoo by his codename, Stalker, urging him to be careful. The swirling vortex stabilized, revealing itself as the entrance to the A-grade Shadow Realm, the Sage Tower. Jinwoo stepped through the gate without hesitation, his black coat billowing as he vanished into the unknown. Within the realm, an imposing elderly man with a turban sat upon a throne, questioning the young man's reason for appearing before him. In the strange world beyond the throne, sinister dark tendrils surged from the ground towards a towering white spire. The man in the dark turban sighed, grimly remarking that yet another unlucky fellow had come to meet their end. He then boomed a command, demanding the newly arrived awakener state his request. Jinwoo calmly revealed that he had come to the Sage Tower for the sole purpose of obtaining a hidden class. The guide condemned him as an avaricious human, warning the reckless rookie that the world he'd entered had an 85% mortality rate. With a dismissive wave, the man in the dark turban summoned a list of the available hidden classes for the challenger to see. Two powerful options materialized in the air, Elemental Master and Demolition Expert. Jinwoo ignored both choices, speaking a single, audacious word that defied all convention, classless. The guide stared in utter disbelief as a powerful aura erupted from Jinwoo, a testament to his unwavering resolve. The word, classless, hung in the air, representing a challenge of insurmountable difficulty. The old man frantically warned that its trial was the hardest in the tower, and failure meant the challenger's very soul would be obliterated. Unfazed by the dire warning, Jinwoo simply offered his thanks and confirmed, "I'll pick classless." Resigned to the boy's choice, the old man directed him through a large door to begin the trial, wishing the foolish awakener luck. Watching from a hidden chamber, one observer noted the trial's lethality while another cynically wagered he'd become a servant if the rookie survived even the first stage. Jin Woo sprinted through the massive doorway, his figure casting a long, determined shadow as he entered the trial grounds. A voice boomed through the vast sky arena, announcing the start of the strength trial with one simple command: do not lose. From a cloud of dust and smoke, a monstrous, single-eyed figure began to emerge, its sheer size promising immense power. Jin Woo braced himself, recognizing that his first opponent was finally here. The trial's objective was announced: he had to defeat the Cyclops, a beast whose strength was said to never falter. The colossal Cyclops loomed over Jin Woo, its massive body blotting out the sky as it prepared a devastating attack. In response, a faint blue electrical energy began to crackle to life around Jin Woo's hand. The static intensified, with brilliant arcs of lightning dancing between his outstretched fingers. He gathered the potent energy into his palm, waiting for the precise moment to strike. From their viewing room, one of the observers, a man in black, wondered aloud what Jin Woo was planning. The cynical man in white scoffed at the strategy, assuming Jin Woo was trying to lure the Cyclops to the edge, a foolish tactic that had led countless others to their graves. The crackling energy in Jin Woo's hand grew even more volatile and unstable. He held the condensed power at its peak, his eyes locked on the approaching giant. As the monster bent down to attack, Jin Woo lunged forward, pressing his electrically charged hand directly against its enormous, unblinking eye. He activated his skill, Freeze, sending a paralyzing jolt of cryo-energy straight into the beast's brain. A system message signaled the fury of the one-eyed as the monster recoiled, blinded and enraged. A sharp cracking sound echoed as ice rapidly began to form over the creature's eye socket. The system cruelly announced that the monster's vision was recovered just as its eye was completely encased in ice. Jin Woo leaped backward, creating distance as the enraged and blinded Cyclops thrashed about wildly. With a final, chilling sound, the frost spread instantly, encasing the monster's entire upper body in a thick prison of ice. Despite being immobilized, the Cyclops instinctively raised its shield, blocking an unseen attack with a defensive burst of energy. A powerful blue energy surged around Jin Woo as he prepared his finishing blow. He unleashed a devastating blast that slammed into the frozen Cyclops, shattering its formidable armor into 1,000 pieces. The monster let out a final, deafening roar as its massive, ice-covered body began to topple over. As the behemoth crashed to the ground, a triumphant message declared the trial of strength cleared and the gate to the next stage open. A red orb-cloaked figure praised the rascal's cleverness, forcing the white-cloaked figure to awkwardly backtrack on his bet, while insisting the true test was yet to come. A man in a trench coat confirmed this sentiment, declaring with cold certainty that the next stage was where hell would truly begin. With the trial of strength cleared, a new challenge was announced: the trial of speed was about to begin. The requirements were simple yet impossible. Jin Woo had to outrace the wind spirit, Sylph, on a treacherous track where a single misstep meant failure. The observers were unimpressed. The man in the white turban declared it was impossible to beat Sylph in a race, even for a high-level assassin. A mechanical voice initiated the solemn countdown, each number echoing in the silent arena. Sylph mocked his opponent, calling the race a disgrace but also magnanimously declaring it the most glorious moment of the human's life. As the trial began, Sylph shot forward like an arrow, leaving Jin Woo at the starting line. But the observers could only stare in shock as Jin Woo, instead of running, summoned a massive high-frequency blade from above. He unleashed a devastating high-frequency particle vibration slash that cut through the air itself. Sylph could only utter a single, choked word of disbelief before being completely annihilated by the attack. The man in the black hood furiously accused the newcomer of cheating, but the man in white robes calmly noted there were no rules prohibiting the elimination of a competitor. With Sylph gone, Jin Woo was now the only contestant left in the so-called race. Taking a single, deliberate step forward, he became the de facto winner, no matter how slowly he moved. A system message promptly declared the trial of speed cleared, opening the portal to the next stage. The man in the black hood, refusing to accept the outcome, swore that if Jinwoo cleared the third trial, he would serve the man in white robes for his entire life and beyond. Bubbling lava heralded the next stage as the system announced the commencement of the trial of intelligence. This time, Jinwoo had to solve 8 complex puzzles from across history, all within a tight 15-minute time limit. The ultimate pressure was on, as he had to escape the puzzle cube before it was completely swallowed by the rising lava. The man in white robes noted the grim reality, calculating that Jinwoo had less than 2 minutes per puzzle, a feat considered nearly impossible. One puzzle, the 7 chain, was a literal death trap capable of leveling a city, leading the man in black hood to declare the trial insurmountable for any normal human. The man in dark robes wondered if this challenger might be different, but his white-robed companion dismissed it, claiming cunning was useless against a true test of intellect. The man in dark robes then laughed as Jinwoo seemingly made a fatal error, heading straight for the deadly 7-chain puzzle first. Yet, instead of focusing, Jinwoo reached out and picked up a second complex gadget, a high-level Rubik's Cube. His observers were stunned, with the man in white robes misjudging it as a panicked attempt to solve both devices at once. But in a jaw-dropping 46 seconds, a notification confirmed the 7-chain death trap had already been completed. The man in dark robes could only stammer in disbelief, realizing Jinwoo had disarmed the bomb while simultaneously working on the Rubik's Cube. A rapid-fire succession of clearances followed, with Pandora's box, the Rubik's Cube, and an ancient Babylonian lock all being solved in mere minutes. Utterly speechless, the man in dark robes could not form a word, while the man in white robes seriously questioned if Jinwoo was even human. In a staggering 10 minutes and 20 seconds, a final message confirmed that all puzzles had been cleared. The man in white robes admitted he had never seen a human clear the trial with such raw skill, as the man in dark robes declared it the best score in the trial's history. Having completed the trial of intelligence, Jinwoo calmly revealed he had practiced these puzzles so many times he could solve them with his eyes closed. The white-robed man smugly asked his companion if he still wanted to bet, prompting the dark-haired man to vow he would turn into a dog if Jinwoo cleared the next trial. In an instant, a system notification declared the trial of physique had also been completed. Jinwoo simply stood within the exit portal, his twin blades in hand, having passed another test in record time. Now in the form of a black dog, the observer formerly known as Old Black barked an explanation of the trial, surviving a ghoul-infested world for a week, a trial Jinwoo cleared in 24 hours. The white-robed man explained that Jinwoo had discovered the world's secret, that the ground was a false sky, and shattered it to let the purifying sunlight in. He urged the black dog to change back, but his companion stubbornly refused, barking that he wouldn't revert until he saw Jinwoo finally die in the last trial. With a heavy sigh, the white-robed man resigned himself to his friend's canine form for a while longer. The final trial's objective appeared before Jinwoo, a straightforward command: defeat all monsters found in the Shadow Realm. A swift hiss cut through the air as the hunt began. The man in purple mused that escape was the best choice for a lone fighter, but the man in white scornfully replied that running would only make the death more tragic. Through the dense forest, a dark-clad figure sprinted, slashing at obstacles in his path. He was relentlessly pursued by a group of individuals in full tactical gear. The woman in black armor questioned where their target had gone, while a muscular man insisted he had run this way. A woman in purple armor agreed, feeling certain that he had to be nearby. A sharp click echoed underfoot as one of the pursuer's boots found its mark. The ground beneath the boot lit up, a circular trap beeping and accelerating, deadly countdown. A thunderous explosion tore through the forest, a pained scream lost in the blast. Elsewhere, a man with silver hair paused in confusion as a woman with red hair screamed for him to watch out. Both stared as a strange object began to emerge from the forest floor before them. The helmeted man and his red-haired companion could only look on in shared bewilderment. The object let out a sharp, mechanical crackle as it armed itself. A single, high-pitched beep signaled its imminent activation. The panicked screams of a red-eyebrowed man and a woman with pigtails filled the air as another of the challenger's traps snapped shut. The man with the dark beard observed that the challenger was well prepared with his arsenal of traps, as the man in the white turban added it was as if he already knew how to play the game. Another metallic click sounded off in the distance. The man in the black jacket grunted as he weathered a heavy blow from his pursuers. He winced again, bracing himself against the ongoing assault. A man in a black uniform shouted that he had located their target. The man with the turban and feather triumphantly declared his foe a caged beast, oblivious to the quiet beeping that heralded another trap. The calm, steady rhythm of footsteps cut through the surrounding chaos. The young man with dark hair coolly observed that true hunters often appear in the guise of prey. The man in the black turban declared it was over, certain the challenger was running to his death atop the mountain peak. Against the rocky cliffs, a lone figure battled an entire squadron in the air. The solitary combatant loomed over the smaller group of fighters, an overwhelming presence in the sky. A powerful force whooshed across the mountaintop. A high-pitched ringing sound followed in the wake of the detonation. The man with the white turban cursed the challenger for detonating a demolition bomb, but his companion in the black turban grimly noted that the retreating survivors were already too late. An eerie wind howled across the newly silent, smoking peak. The challenger, now wearing glasses, announced he had found the game operator, explaining this perception trial required them to find who was pulling the strings. The terrified man in glasses stammered that it wasn't him. The man in the black coat stated coldly that it didn't matter if he was the operator or not, he would die either way. A system message calmly announced the completion of the trial of perception. In the observation room, the small rat-like monster squeaked in absolute fury. An elderly man pleaded with his companion, Blackie, to transform back, admitting his current form was quite frightening. The man in black robes, himself again, passionately declared that the unspecialized class required a final, hell-difficulty trial and that he himself would take part. He vowed the challenger would have to exchange his life for the ultimate class, causing his companion to remark that his loathing for the man was too extreme. The scene shifted to a grand and desolate arena. Jin Woo stood atop a vast staircase, silhouetted against a blood-red sky. Jin Woo affirmed that the game would finally end once he completed the trial of the unspecialized class. The Dark King's voice boomed, welcoming the challenger to the hidden trial. Jin Woo simply replied, "Hello again." The Dark King confessed that Jin Woo's performance had exceeded expectations but stated the final trial was a one-on-one fight against him. He declared that defeating him was the only way to pass, his very form beginning to shift and warp. The king's body continued to twist and expand, morphing into something new. A terrifying roar shook the realm as the transformation completed, revealing a massive dragon. The Dragon King commanded the lowly human to tremble before his might. It immediately attacked, launching a blinding beam of light. Jin Woo reacted instantly, shouting the command to summon a wall of ice. The immense heat of the beam began to melt through the magical barrier with ease. The beam pierced through the last of the melting ice. The dragon's voice echoed with a command for Jin Woo to receive his judgment. A barrage of energy blasts rained down on Jin Woo's position. The relentless assault hammered the ground, kicking up dust and debris. A quiet gust of wind blew through the chamber as the attack subsided. The Dark King taunted that struggling would only bring about a more painful death. From within the smoke, a man with one eye calmly stated that the dragon had it all wrong. As he spoke, imposing Egyptian-like figures emerged beside him, proclaiming that their foe knew nothing of true strength. The man with one eye issued a desperate command to shoot the beast down. A powerful gust of wind ripped through the chamber as energy began to gather. From the Egyptian-like figures, a blinding beam of light shot across the desolate landscape. The massive dragon fearlessly charged toward the concentrated blast of energy. It weaved through a barrage of incoming energy projectiles with surprising agility. The armored figures stood their ground as the dragon unleashed a torrent of fire. A voice from the system announced a devastating attack, meteor shower. A brilliant, explosive light suddenly engulfed the summoned warriors. The dragon narrowly dodged the onslaught of energy beams erupting from the fiery chaos. Another volley of blasts struck the Dark King, making him roar in pain and frustration. With a heavy thud, the dragon landed near the remaining armored figures. The dragon furiously declared itself the master of this world to the arrogant human. It let out a defiant roar as flames began to build within its jaws. The system declared that the dragon would incinerate everything with its flames. A cataclysmic wave of fire erupted from the dragon's mouth, consuming the entire battlefield. A lone, shadowy figure was completely swallowed by the inferno. The intense heat of the flames continued to rage. The dragon mocked Jin Wu, stating that his struggles were useless and he would still die here. Within the flames, a warrior clad in ancient armor deftly dodged the attack. A faint, swooshing sound echoed as the figure moved with impossible speed. A single streak of light flashed across the scorched sky. The dragon let out a sound of confusion as the attack soared past it. The dragon smugly questioned how Jin Wu could have possibly missed. From within the smoke, a man in a suit smiled with chilling confidence. Jin Wu coolly asked what made the dragon so sure that he had missed. Surrounded by crackling lightning, Jin Wu descended upon the colossal creature. The dragon finally realized with horror that the missed shot was intentional from the very beginning. Unleashing a high-frequency vibration slash, Jin Wu declared it was time to slay a dragon. A deafening explosion marked the impact of his ultimate attack. The powerful beam of energy slammed directly into the massive dragon. A final, weary gust of wind swept over the silent battlefield. A system message announced that the final trial had been cleared and the hidden unspecialized class was obtained. This unique class granted the user the ability to learn and use skills from all other classes. The spectral image of the bearded man from a previous trial reappeared, questioning how he could have possibly lost. He resigned himself to the fact that there will always be those who bring about new miracles. The white-robed man congratulated the young man for breaking the record and clearing the trial. Jin Wu immediately cut to the chase, demanding to know about the hidden reward. The white-robed man simply gestured, telling Jin Wu to have a look for himself. Jin Wu turned his gaze toward the towering structure that dominated the realm. A spectral hand reached out toward him, offering a new item. He received a consumable S-grade summoning badge, realizing he could use it to summon the 100-man squad he fought before. Jin Wu's focus remained on the tower as a new power flowed into him. A new skill, Seal of the Sea of Consciousness, was granted, protecting his soul and memories from being read. Jin Wu recalled that Austin could read memories, realizing he was finally safe and vowing to grow strong enough to defeat him. A quiet moment passed as the scene shifted back to the real world. A woman in a suit was taken aback when a man promised her a raise after he married her boss. The woman in the suit privately wondered if her tough boss would really fall for a man like him. The man in the suit then asked her to order a hot pot on her boss's tab, to which she reluctantly agreed. Elsewhere, a young man began preparing a hot pot meal for himself. His smartphone lay on the table beside a small plant, buzzing with notifications. A series of messages from an insistent sender filled the screen, calling him a liar for not replying. The young man sighed, thinking to himself that the girl clearly had too much time on her hands. The little girl's messages continued, complaining about her cat and childish peers before asking him to play a game. He proposed a real-life game in London, but she refused due to her upcoming exams. The young man reflected that this upcoming trip was critical to humanity's success against the final Shadow Realm. A female voice echoed in his memory, vowing to make good on a promise for the sake of the chaotic world. Several futuristic spacecraft soared over a sprawling cityscape. An announcer's voice declared their arrival at London City Station, the final stop. 3 figures, 2 men and a woman, stood before a large map of the London subway. The woman in a maid outfit expressed her excitement at being abroad for the first time. The young man asked his boss what their purpose in London was. The man in sunglasses solemnly stated they were there on a matter concerning the future of all awakeners and the world itself. The heavy drone of an engine filled the sterile interior of the transport truck. A low, monotonous hum vibrated through the steel-walled cabin as it rumbled through the streets of London. The woman in the maid outfit anxiously broke the silence, asking what exactly their mission entailed. Ling Yu voiced her concern, pointing out their transport resembled a prisoner truck and demanding to know their clandestine destination. Their boss, the man in the suit, cryptically replied that they were heading off to do something meaningful. He then turned the question back on Ling Yu, asking for her own expert analysis of their situation. Ling Yu deduced their destination was highly classified, as all their personal GPS systems had been disabled the moment they boarded the untraceable vehicle. The man in the suit finally revealed they were tasked with protecting a single person, prompting Ling Yu to question the extreme secrecy. The woman with silver hair interjected gravely, stating that their charge was more important than any prime minister, for her very life was tied to the world's survival. While the man in white shirt buckled under the weight of such responsibility, Ling Yu passionately declared her disbelief that anyone could be more important than their own boss. A maid's calm voice suddenly announced that they had arrived at their destination. With a loud bang, the heavy doors of the transport were thrown open. The team disembarked, striding purposefully into a brightly lit, cavernous hall. They found themselves surrounded by a crowd of the world's most formidable individuals. The assembled group was a who's who of elite guilds, all clad in advanced armor and tactical suits. Ling Yu immediately identified members of the Lightning Guild, one of the top 10 hunter organizations in the world. Another young man on the team excitedly pointed out members from Heaven's Shield, the guild led by a world-famous superhero. More footsteps echoed as the last of the participants filed into the massive chamber. A man with spiky hair watched the entrance intently, murmuring that the hosts had finally arrived. A man in a pristine white suit and an ornate mask strode to the center of the hall, flanked by imposing soldiers. The masked man formally welcomed the assembled elites to London, acknowledging them as the cream of the global bodyguard industry. The young man with blue hair whispered in awe, impressed by his boss's uncanny ability to gain entry to such exclusive events. Announcing that the selection was about to begin, the masked man directed everyone's attention toward 3 large, ominous doors. The rules of the preliminary assessment were explained. Each individual had to choose one of the 3 doors, and only the first 15 to reach the final temple would qualify. He then gave them a strict 3-minute time limit, adding a chilling warning that the test was expected to involve casualties. With a final, taunting, "May luck be with you," a timer began its ominous digital countdown. A wave of indecision hit the crowd as participants frantically debated which door to choose, terrified of making a fatal first mistake. The young man with blue hair suggested that his team simply follow the Light Devourer squad, who were renowned for their master trackers. In a blur of motion, one decisive team leader made his choice. His squad surged forward instantly, following his command without a shred of hesitation. With swift, synchronized movements, the entire team disappeared through the middle doorway. The decisive leader, a man in a suit, had given his team a simple, 2-word command: "Follow me." A soldier with purple hair from another team watched in disbelief, stunned by their bold and rapid method. Reacting quickly, her commander ordered his own unit to enact Plan B, splitting up to gather intel on all 3 paths. The clock continued to mercilessly tick down, showing just 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. Frustrated with the inaction and fearing elimination, another group gave up on strategy and plunged headfirst into a random door. The timer showed a mere 69 seconds left before disqualification. A man in a trench coat urged his boss to move, but the woman in the maid outfit stated they would wait until they had a detailed map of the maze. The young man questioned how they could possibly obtain a map from the organizers. A woman with purple hair coolly replied that she was drawing it herself, as a swarm of whirring nanobots deployed from her hand. With the map nearly complete, the boss gave the signal, and his team confidently charged through one of the doors. Their incredible advantage was a B-rank item from the Shadow Realm, holographic terrain scanning nanobots. The nanobot swarm coursed through the unseen labyrinth, rapidly rendering a perfect, three-dimensional map. The young boy anxiously asked if they would make it in time, just as the man in the suit declared that the map was complete. The team stared in awe at a massive and impossibly complex holographic maze that materialized before them. The young boy and Ling Yu could only marvel at the sheer scale of the labyrinth that had been mapped in mere seconds. However, the maid woman quickly noticed a critical detail: the maze was alive, its very corridors constantly shifting and reconfiguring themselves. Completely unfazed, the man in the suit boasted he'd solved over 100,000 such puzzles, all while casually winning a game of cards against his bewildered team. Meanwhile, at the maze's center, two separate elite squads arrived in shock, finding another team had already beaten them to the destination. A blue-haired woman angrily confronted her team's pathfinding expert, Jack, demanding to know how anyone but a god could have solved the maze faster. Casually looking up from his winning hand of cards, the man in the suit gave his simple answer: "Hello there. I'm God." An eerie, unnatural meow echoed through the silent waiting hall. A man in a suit and mask clapped his hands together, congratulating all the teams who had qualified for the subsequent trials. The announcer declared that the 10th team to arrive, Dragon's Tooth Squad, would be the first to enter the next trial. A brilliant portal hummed to life, swallowing the squad as they stepped through. The announcements continued in rapid succession, calling forth the Divine Wing Squad and then the Reincarnator Squad. The young man anxiously asked his boss about the next test, puzzled by the inconsistent time gaps between each team's entry. The woman with blue hair grimly suggested it was a death game, where the next team could only enter after the previous one was completely wiped out. The man in suit with dark hair calmly reassured his team, promising that none of them would be dying today. With renewed confidence, the squad stepped forward to await their turn. A gray-haired man in a suit from a rival team approached Ling Yu, questioning why the legendary solo assassin known as Zero was associating with such a ragtag bunch. Ling Yu coldly dismissed him, telling the man he had no right to butt into her affairs. The man persisted, attempting to recruit her for the Light Devourers by insisting her current team had no future. The protagonist in a suit stepped forward, scoffing at the old man's audacity in trying to recruit his people right under his nose. The gray-haired man sneered, claiming they only took first place by cheating and would soon be eliminated anyway. The protagonist in a suit simply stated that their fate remained to be seen. Just then, the announcer called for the second-place team, the Light Devourers, whose members immediately hurled threats at the Dawnbread Squad. Ling Yu observed quietly that their rivals were now targeting her directly. Her boss declared with chilling certainty that anyone who dared to harm his people was already doomed. At last, the announcer called for the first-place team, the Dawnbread Squad, as the light gray-haired man noted they would finally get to see her. The team was transported into a dark, empty void, their attention fixed on a single, glowing orb of pure white light. The woman with blue hair wondered aloud if this simple blob of light was the target they were meant to protect. A synthetic voice introduced itself as an AI designed to protect the target's brain, explaining that passing this test would grant them the mission to protect its real body. The young man guessed the AI's creator was a scientist, but the AI deflected, stating that information was classified before commencing the test. The AI then presented the test scenario, casting them as protectors for an AI expert named Aaron who was on the verge of predicting the Shadow Realm's movements. The woman with glasses summarized the premise, while the man with black hair added the crucial detail of the OC Consortium's immense financial support. The very air seemed to shimmer with the immense wealth and power the OC Consortium wielded. The woman with glasses, recognizing the name, revealed her connection to the test through her grandfather's pocket watch and asked the man with black hair what her grandfather had said before he passed. The man with black hair began to relay the final message, starting with his grandfather's lifelong dream to save the world. He explained that his grandfather had sold all his shares in the consortium to fund Aaron's research, which was deemed critical for clearing the final Shadow Realm. The grandfather's warning echoed in his words: with the Shadow Realm invading in tandem with humanity's attacks, Aaron's research was their only hope against a tightening clock. The pink-haired maid remarked on the incredible amount of trust the grandfather must have had in him. The man in the suit delivered the final, heartfelt words of the message, telling Aaron that she was not a tool, but a beloved companion who would save the world with him. A new, human-like voice thanked them for the information, before coldly telling them to back away. The young boy's face fell as he stammered in confusion, asking why they had failed. The AI, using a holographic avatar, coldly explained they failed for using underhanded tech, for having already given up the necessary information, and for being too great a risk as bodyguards. The man in the suit cursed the despicable AI for its blatant deception. The AI's voice declared that the week-long bodyguard mission would therefore not be theirs. But the man in the suit cut it off, calmly correcting the AI by stating that they had, in fact, passed the test. The AI's avatar sputtered in confusion, demanding to know how he could have possibly predicted that his message would cause its main body to override the protocol. The man in the suit revealed his own decades of AI research, explaining that to him, the AI was just a tool, and all he had to do was convince the human behind it. The AI conceded, admitting that he was a type of person it was fundamentally unable to understand. Meanwhile, in the next chamber, the rival team's blue-haired woman scoffed in disbelief that a team of amateurs had qualified for the mission. Unfazed by his victory, the man in the suit simply told his team it was time to move on, certain that the others were waiting anxiously. The 4 members of the Dawnbread squad walked with unwavering confidence toward a brightly illuminated doorway. They burst into a room filled with the other qualified teams, who were all seated and watching the entrance in anticipation. A man with green hair shot to his feet, shouting his disbelief that such amateurs could have possibly passed the trial. The rival woman with blue hair voiced her own frustration, questioning how they passed when extensive industry experience was a stated requirement. The man in the suit offered the stunned crowd a slight smile, coolly announcing their arrival with the words, "Hello, everyone. We meet again." An automated announcement echoed through the spaceport, heralding the imminent departure of the Avalon spacecraft to the Mars space station and urging all passengers to board immediately. The man in the suit remarked on the strangeness of their high-paying mission, suggesting his team simply relax and enjoy the extravagant interstellar trip since they hadn't even met their client. As they boarded, a woman in a crisp uniform welcomed them to the Avalon with a professional smile. The man with blue hair cheekily offered to act as a wingman for his boss among the ship's crew, an idea which the man in the suit dryly acknowledged. Other passengers who boarded with them gasped in awe upon entering a lavish party hall, commenting on how the joys of the rich were truly unimaginable. When a man with brown hair wondered about the absence of their rivals, the man in the suit explained that Heaven's Shield and the Light Devourers held VIP tickets and boarded in a separate zone. The woman with blue hair scoffed at being looked down on, revealing that even their cheaper economy tickets for the 7-day trip had cost nearly $10 million each. Stunned by the price she had just quoted, she passionately declared her intention to eat, drink, and play to her heart's content to get their money's worth. The maid, Ling Yu, cheered at the chance for free entertainment, but when her comrade worried about the mission, she coolly stated she only knew how to kill, not protect. An unspoken thought seemed to hang in the air, it felt as if there wasn't a single normal person aboard the vessel. Elsewhere on the ship, an imperious woman in a suit ordered her subordinate to completely ruin a man's life simply because he had flirted with her. In another cabin, the eye-patch man threatened a telemarketer over a video call, promising to destroy their company if they stopped trying to sweet-talk him. The pink-hooded girl, having just hacked her school's database to skip an exam, sighed in boredom, wondering who she was supposed to play with while her boss was away. High above the planet, the colossal Avalon spacecraft journeyed silently through the vast, star-dusted darkness of space. Back inside the ship, a hand pressed firmly against a scanner panel on a wall. The man in the suit announced to his squad that they had arrived at their assigned room. The light blue-haired woman stared into the room, her expression one of utter shock and disappointment. Their accommodations were revealed to be a cramped, 6-person sleeping pod with only a common bathroom. The light blue-haired woman cried out in frustration about the shared facilities, while the young boy grimly noted the blatant discrimination. The man in the suit attempted to put a positive spin on their situation, but he stopped mid-sentence, his attention suddenly diverted. He had spotted Lingyu, the purple-haired maid, standing with her back to them. As the young boy asked what was wrong, the man in the suit quickly shielded the boy's eyes, stating that some things were not for kids to see. The blue-haired girl questioned Lingyu's actions, and the maid simply replied that she was going to shower. The sound of splashing water immediately began to echo through their cramped quarters. The blue-haired girl lunged for the door controls and slammed a button. A hazy wall of steam and condensation instantly frosted the shower door, obscuring the view. She scolded Lingyu for not activating the privacy mode first, but the maid casually dismissed it as too much of a hassle. The blue-haired girl then turned to her boss, joking that this was solid proof for her theory that Lingyu was actually an android. Looking around, the young boy suddenly realized their leader was no longer in the room. Unseen by his team, the man in the suit strode down a sterile corridor, holding a small, glowing orb in his hand. Confronting a holographic attendant, he directly stated his demand: he wanted to meet their client. A figure with purple hair flatly rejected him, explaining that his squad was on standby, before a blue-haired figure politely thanked him for his work. A determined hand reached out, pressing against the glowing interface of the holographic display. In a brightly lit chamber, the 4 members of the Dawnbread squad stood together with their backs to the viewer, finally granted an audience. A woman in a white coat faced them, her voice calm and steady as she informed them, "You've kept me waiting." The woman in the white coat noted that the squad had arrived later than she expected, wryly adding that she knew they had been waiting for her all along. The young boy with purple hair gasped in awe, having finally laid eyes on the legendary programmer Eimer, a figure he believed would achieve eternal life through AI. The woman with blue hair grabbed the boy, snapping that their boss was the true god, prompting the boy to mutter that their client was just a workaholic before the woman in the white coat demanded silence. The client revealed that since they knew her grandfather, they should also know she despises those who take shortcuts. The man in the suit retorted that he didn't care for her opinion, as he was only present to honor the promise he made to her dying grandfather. When she questioned if he truly understood her dream, he clarified that his mission was simply to ensure she survived long enough to complete the Shadow AI 3.0 program. The blonde woman's expression hardened as she acknowledged the grim reality that she must not die before her work was finished. The Shadow AI 3.0 was her shared dream with her grandfather, a program that could protect their world and was their only hope against the encroaching Shadow realms. She then asked if he could identify her would-be assassins, but the man in the suit dismissed the question, claiming he had neither the time nor energy to bother. The threat could be from the Shadow realms or corporate rivals, but the client desperately wanted to know the source of the leaks regarding her world-changing research. The man in the suit offered a single, blunt assurance: as long as she remained on the ship, they would not let her die. Accepting his terms, the blonde woman outlined the plan for her escort to Mars and thanked him for upholding her grandfather's request. Elsewhere, a tense standoff was brewing as 2 rival groups of bodyguards faced each other near a doorway. A woman in a maid outfit sneered that the amateurs had been dealt with in no time at all as a door slammed shut. Her teammate, a woman with short blue hair, chimed in, contemptuously telling the other team to get lost. The man in the suit was startled by the sudden eruption of hostility between the other teams. Caught in the escalating confrontation, a young woman with short dark hair blushed, looking completely flustered. A bald man threatened his provoker, but a man in a black suit coolly replied that since they were called street thugs, he might as well play the part. The man in the black suit escalated his threat, promising that his opponent would either leave with a missing hand or not leave at all. An official reminder echoed the mission's prime directive: fighting amongst teams was strictly prohibited and grounds for immediate dismissal. An elderly man ordered his subordinate to stand down, while the man in black suit vowed to settle the score after they left the ship. The bald man seethed but backed away, offering a last threatening glare and a contemptuous gesture. The bald man later asked his associate, a man in a red tie, why he hadn't dodged an earlier blow, who could only reply that he tried but was too slow. Nearby, a young boy with messy hair lay unconscious, a casualty of the pointless squabble. A sudden ship-wide alert caused a young man's eyes to widen in surprise. An automated voice repeatedly warned of a meteor impact, causing confusion and disbelief among the passengers. A worried young man found the situation impossible, as the ship's radar should have detected a meteor 3 hours before any impact. A more serious man offered a grim hypothesis: the radar had been destroyed beforehand, leaving the ship isolated and doomed to be obliterated. The worried young man realized with horror that this was all an elaborate plot by lunatics willing to destroy an entire ship just to assassinate the female programmer. The man in the suit knew the meteor was just a diversion and alerted his squad that it was finally time for them to get to work. He immediately gave orders for the breach in the hull to be repaired. A strange, unsettling sound began to emanate from the damaged section of the ship. An astronaut performing the repairs paused, looking up in confusion at the odd noise. Monstrous tentacles suddenly burst through the hull, letting out an inhuman roar that filled the corridor. The astronaut's last moments were a piercing scream of pure terror. A new warning blared through the ship about a dangerous alien life form, sending the panicked crowds running for their lives and screaming for help. A soldier bravely opened fire, attempting to repel the invading creatures. Amidst the chaos, an enemy suit man appeared, his voice crackling over the comms as he broadcast a fake warning. He pretended to be a rescuer, urging nearby passengers to escape the supposedly dangerous area. Nearby, his accomplice, a man with a mustache, watched the chaos unfold with a sinister chuckle. The chaos quickly escalated as a soldier let out a final scream before being overwhelmed. The man with the mustache confirmed they were proceeding with the plan, confident that no evidence would remain once the ship was destroyed. A furious battle erupted, filling the corridors with the chaotic clash of powers and weapons fire. The enemy suit man issued his final command: kill the target now, then flee using the escape pods. He lunged forward through the pandemonium to carry out the assassination himself. The suit man was suddenly stopped in his tracks, letting out a sharp grunt of pain. An unknown man with blue hair calmly appeared, remarking on the sheer coincidence of their meeting. He looked down at his defeated opponent and coolly noted that they had run into each other once again. The captured man with gray hair and mustache furiously demanded to know what was happening and why they were there. The man with blue hair coolly explained that after investigating their suspicious transaction history, he had planted a nanospy to monitor their entire squad. The enemy man with brown hair demanded to know who he was, but the man with blue hair dismissed the question as irrelevant. A man with dark hair then revealed the terrifying truth: he had hypnotized them all and could activate the nanospies within their bodies at any time. His accomplice, a man with green hair, added that he had made them mistakenly believe they were running toward the laboratory. With the trap fully sprung, the man with blue hair announced that it was time for them to wake up. A soft gust of wind seemed to signal the breaking of the powerful hypnotic illusion. The man with gray hair and mustache desperately tried to de-escalate, pleading a misunderstanding, while secretly plotting to have his men attack the moment they were free. Unimpressed, the young man in the suit gave a chilling order for the woman with purple hair to send the criminals to hell, with the man in armor acknowledging the command. Elsewhere, a young enemy woman rallied her forces, ordering them to seize the target as machinery whirred to life. The aftermath of a brutal fight was evident in a room strewn with the bodies of strange, reptilian creatures and overturned furniture. Amidst the carnage, a man in ornate armor cautiously gestured for silence, listening for any remaining threats. Nearby, a terrified woman with glasses could only watch in horror as a surviving reptilian creature lunged directly at her. A foot clad in a heavy boot came down with a decisive crunch, crushing a can on the floor. A colossal alien creature, its head adorned with a star-shaped appendage, loomed over the terrified group of survivors. The woman with glasses found her voice, screaming for everyone to run. The monstrous behemoth let out a deafening roar that shook the very foundation of the ship. The woman with glasses let out a final, piercing scream as the monster's attack descended upon her. A powerful blast suddenly erupted from the side, engulfing the creature's path in a fiery explosion. A woman with blonde hair appeared on the scene, her face a mask of fury as she faced down the monsters. The force of the explosion sent several of the creatures tumbling to the ground. A woman with blue hair joined her comrade, cheerfully noting that she was glad they had arrived in the nick of time. The remaining monsters let out a collective roar of defiance, enraged by the intervention. The blue-haired woman's weapon began to glow with intense heat as she prepared her next assault. While the woman with blue hair warned the creatures away, a man with gray hair and a woman in red armor directed the rescued civilians toward an escape route. Two figures sprinted into a brightly lit hangar, making a break for a futuristic vehicle waiting inside. The young man with brown hair asked where their boss was, and the blonde woman explained he was on the bridge repairing the ship after the Light Devourer's sabotage. The blonde woman expressed her amazement that his boss could repair a spacecraft, but the young man explained he considered it a simple matter of switching to the backup circuits. Meanwhile, the young man and the woman in the lab coat fled through a corridor, their faces etched with terror. Heavy, earth-shaking footsteps boomed from behind them, growing closer with every second. The woman in the lab coat screamed in sheer panic, recognizing the sound as the mother of the monsters they had encountered. The young man cried out its name in horror, identifying the beast as the Nightmare Fox. The colossal Nightmare Fox stared down at the two humans, its eyes filled with predatory hunger. Another massive explosion rocked the hallway as the heroes' attacks found their mark. The woman in the lab coat quickly checked on her companion, who shakily confirmed he was fine after the blast. A relentless barrage of projectiles pinged harmlessly off the monster's incredibly durable hide. The woman with blue hair cursed the creature's thick skin, as the woman with purple hair concluded that external attacks were useless. The blue-haired woman began to cast her next ability, targeting the creature's mind with an intracranial ditto. Her spell was violently interrupted by the Nightmare Fox's overwhelming roar. The three heroes reeled back, their faces filled with shock and dismay as their combined assault failed. The monster let out a dismissive cough, completely unfazed by their strongest attacks. Two soft, almost bird-like chirps echoed mysteriously through the chaotic corridor. In an instant, a new, even larger monstrous figure appeared, completely dwarfing the formidable Nightmare Fox. A sickening tearing sound filled the air as the newcomer immediately went on the offensive. The sound of ripping flesh and metal continued, signaling the swift and brutal demise of the Nightmare Fox. A calm voice cut through the silence as Jin Woo appeared, reassuring everyone by stating, "It's all right now." His subordinate, Wing, deferred to his leader, declaring they would leave the big monster to him. Jin Woo simply nodded, accepting the task with a confident, "No problem." In a stunning twist, the giant monster itself spoke, announcing that it would handle the rest of the battle. The young man in the suit identified the creature, remarking that it was about time the evolved steel-winged colossus got some exercise. The steel-winged colossus emitted a series of mechanical coughs, as if warming up its engines for the fight ahead. A deafening roar reverberated through the spaceship's corridor. The woman in black frantically warned her companions to cover their ears, recognizing the devastating attack. The giant armored being coolly issued a single command to shut the creature up. A strange, freezing energy began to emanate from the metallic behemoth. The very air seemed to hiss and crystallize around the source of the roar. An oppressive silence descended as the wave of absolute zero washed over the battlefield. The woman with blue hair cheered in admiration, exclaiming how cool her boss was. In a breathtaking instant, the monster was completely immobilized by the attack. Its massive form became encased in a jagged, crystalline tomb of ice. A profound stillness fell over the hallway as the immediate threat was neutralized. Jinwoo's single command, "Freeze," had been executed with absolute authority. The smoke cleared to reveal the perfectly frozen beast, a testament to his power. Elsewhere, the steel-winged colossus continued its own battle, unleashing torrents of fire and ice. An enormous ice dragon roared back in defiance, its cry echoing in the void. The two colossal beings clashed, engulfing their corner of space in elemental chaos. Observing the conflict, Jin Woo gave his subordinate a simple yet terrifying order to throw the dragon into space. A blinding explosion of energy erupted as the command was carried out. The blast tore a volatile, swirling vortex in the very hull of the nearby ship. The man in the suit urgently commanded Avalon to repair the breach with nanoparticles, receiving immediate confirmation from the ship's AI. The unstable energy from the battle was barely contained within the swirling rift in space. Inside the vortex, the energy compressed into a blinding point of light before winking out of existence. As the ship shuddered from the damage, the blue-haired boy leaped from a collapsing platform amidst a shower of debris. He landed with a heavy sigh, relieved to have narrowly escaped the destruction. The woman with glasses angrily deduced that a psycho had managed to hijack the ship's maintenance system. The man in the suit calmly took charge, stunning the woman by revealing his extensive pilot training as he prepared to fly them to safety manually. He then cryptically shared that he had once tried to escape to space to break free from his never-ending cycles, but had unfortunately failed. Brushing aside their shock, he instructed everyone to rest up and wait for the notice to alight. The blonde woman and the young boy were left in awe, wondering aloud where their grandfather had found such a godly genius. Far away, a lone figure soared through the blackness of space, heading towards a distant sun. The blonde man informed his unseen clients that he had thrown the meteor as promised, and that their deal was now complete. His glowing red eye burned with cold, calculating intent as he awaited his payment. After receiving their confirmation, he followed up with a chilling ultimatum. He warned them with absolute certainty that if they broke their promise, destruction shall await you. 3 days later, after a journey through a wormhole, the battered ship finally arrived at the Mars space station. A squad of armored soldiers was waiting, announcing they were there to welcome Ms. Irene per her orders. As the armored man confirmed her safety, the man in the suit formally thanked Ms. Irene for her group's assistance. He modestly stated he was only doing his duty, adding that he was now counting on her for the development of the Shadow AI. The woman with glasses, Ms. Irene, firmly accepted the task, vowing they would work together to create a strategy to eliminate the Shadow World. Their hands clasped in a firm shake, sealing a powerful new alliance. Meanwhile, inside one of the station's turbolifts, a different group was celebrating their victory. The blue-haired woman exclaimed that she had just witnessed the most amazing moment in the history of mankind. Overcome with emotion, she continued to bubble with uncontained excitement. With a happy sigh, she declared that they had completed their mission perfectly. The young man with suspenders turned to his boss and eagerly asked what they were going to do next. The dark-haired man cleared his throat, explaining that the spacecraft company was incredibly grateful for their actions. He then announced their reward, VIP cabins for the return trip and full access to all the ship's entertainment facilities. The young man with suspenders and the blue-haired woman cheered, ready to play to their heart's content. Watching his exuberant friends, a young man with brown hair wryly called them a bunch of clowns. Nearby, a young woman with purple hair turned to her sister, beginning to share something she might have done. Her brother, the young man with purple hair, gently interrupted Lingyu, privately wishing his sister could meet the new companions he had found. 10 days after their journey through space, a new alert flashed across Lu Feng's screen. A notification sound signaled the arrival of an urgent message. The message was from Irene, warning Lu Feng that the Shadow AI predicted the first city-devouring event would occur on Earth within a week. Lu Feng's eyes narrowed. He realized the Shadow Realm's encroachment was happening far sooner than any of the old sages had predicted. It was a common belief that humanity's greed drove them to conquer shadow worlds for power. However, the terrible truth was the opposite. The Shadow Realms would be the ones to invade, sending their monsters through gates to wreak havoc. Knowing this would bring immense disaster to Earth, Lu Feng concluded that he needed to level up even faster. The man in the white shirt affirmed that with enemies growing more dangerous, survival was his greatest priority. A crucial thought solidified in his mind: he needed to obtain an incredible defense artifact to boost his chances. The only question that remained was which Shadow Realm he should enter to find it. A hand dramatically swept over his eye as he came to a sudden realization. With newfound certainty, Lu Feng declared that he had decided. In a dimly lit garage, a crowd of adventurers gathered, waiting for their next challenge. A luxurious black car slid through the garage, drawing the attention of everyone present. The vehicle's door clicked open, revealing its occupants. Onlookers watched screens displaying the new arrivals, their gazes lingering on a man distinguished by a heavy gold chain. The air filled with whispers as a woman in a black suit gossiped about Lu Feng's past, while his companions grumbled about the unwanted attention he attracted. Other adventurers recognized them as the survivors of an S-grade catastrophe, wondering why such a powerful team would bother with a simple D-grade realm just as the gate began to open. A low hum resonated through the garage as the portal started to materialize. As the gate fully opened, the crowd surged forward, eager to begin their expedition. The young woman with dark hair complained about being dragged along from work, but Lu Feng simply told her to relax a little. He gently prodded his companion, suggesting they treat the excursion as a relaxing walk away from her stressful job. They stepped through the portal into a D-grade shadow realm, a desolate landscape identified as the alien ruins. The woman in the gray dress looked around at the barren wasteland and questioned what this place was. A one-eyed woman in their group recognized the realm, explaining that its only true danger was the incoming sandstorm. She quickly laid out the plan: escape to the south and survive until noon the next day, warning that the sandstorm would bury anyone who lingered. A panicked man shouted at the others to hurry, sprinting away in a desperate bid to avoid being buried alive. The dark-haired woman asked Lu Feng if they were not going to follow, but he calmly replied that he wanted something hidden within this sea of sand. He told her it was time to do some menial work, which she balked at, questioning why he'd bring her all this way just to shovel sand. Lu Feng explained he needed to focus on calculating coordinates and offered her a rare A-grade potion as payment for her physical labor. His companion was stunned, admitting he had offered her a deal she couldn't possibly refuse for an item she'd been seeking for ages. While digging, she furiously grumbled that she hadn't spent a fortune at the gym just to become his personal excavator. A monstrous roar suddenly ripped through the desert air, interrupting her complaints. Lu Feng looked up from his calculations, wondering what new monstrosities were approaching. The creatures were identified as mechanical zombies, and as more of them swarmed, the woman nervously asked if they should find a new spot. Lu Feng told her to keep digging without stopping, his voice steady as he promised, "I'll keep you safe." A flurry of swift strikes echoed through the dunes as he effortlessly dispatched the mechanical horrors. After relocating, the woman expressed her amazement at his foresight, but Lu Feng simply ordered her to focus on digging. She let out a long, weary sigh of pure exhaustion. The dark-haired woman muttered under her breath, calling him a black-hearted capitalist and demanding to know how much longer she had to dig. When he didn't respond, her annoyance shifted to concern as she called out his name, Lu Feng. Lu Feng reappeared, playfully asking if she had missed him and why she was calling him so intimately. She angrily retorted that she was worried he had vanished, but he casually waved it off, claiming he just went to take a leak. His companion could only stare, rendered utterly speechless by his audacity. Lu Feng finally thanked her for her hard work, and she tiredly asked him what they were supposed to do now. With a sudden, grave intensity, Lu Feng looked at the ground and announced, "It's here." As monstrous roars intensified around them, his companion stared in bewildered shock at the spot he indicated. A loud snap cracked through the air as the ground before them suddenly collapsed into a massive, dark pit. The woman with dark hair whipped around to face Lu Feng in horror, demanding to know what he was trying to do and screaming, "Have you gone insane?" The desert floor erupted in a violent explosion of sand and energy. A monstrous roar tore through the air, followed by another powerful blast. The creature with menacing red eyes unleashed a barrage of destructive energy blasts across the landscape. The heavy, panting breaths of the two survivors hung in the air after the ground-shaking reveal. Lu Feng casually explained to his stunned companion that he had her dig to pinpoint the location of the colossal ship hidden beneath them. The structure continued to emerge with a series of thunderous booms. The two figures stood dwarfed by the immense scale of the ancient vessel now resting on the sand. The woman with dark hair frantically pointed at a colossal monster in the distance, but Lu Feng identified it as the realm's boss and urged her to get inside the ship. Now inside the dark vessel, the woman with dark hair panicked about what to do, as Lu Feng realized he couldn't find the cabin door. With a decisive motion, Lu Feng suddenly tossed something into the darkness below. An object dropped swiftly into the cavernous interior of the ship. As his companion looked around in confusion, Lu Feng calmly warned her to watch her step. The woman with dark hair screamed as the floor gave way, her fall abruptly halted by a crackle of energy. She let out a small shriek of shock as she found herself caught just above the ground. Lu Feng, now beneath her, dryly complained that she was heavy and asked how much longer she planned on sitting on him. The woman with dark hair proudly stated her gear was a top-grade X-rank defensive item, prompting Lu Feng to wonder if it was a divine artifact. As they walked down a long corridor, a narration explained the three types of shadow realms: infinite, hidden, and limited. A flashback began, with a young man explaining that the alien ruins they were in was a limited realm that would only appear 3 times. The history of this world was one of devastating war, a conflict that spanned ages. Humanity created the ultimate weapon, the god's armor, but the ship carrying it was destroyed, leading to the world's inevitable doom. Over time, that very suit of armor was lost and buried within the endless sea of sand. In the past, a blue-haired man announced to his team that they had finally arrived at their destination. The man in the gray coat stared at the prize before them, confirming that was it. A woman with a ponytail questioned why the legendary armor was in such a bizarre, geometric form. The blue-haired man explained that the armor's complex shape was a self-protection mechanism. The woman with the ponytail realized one had to decipher the complex, shifting sequences like a Rubik's cube to activate it. The man in the gray coat stared intently at the hexagonal artifact, contemplating its secrets. Back in the present, the massive spacecraft began to deconstruct itself in the desert air. Thousands of black squares flew through the sky as the ship broke apart piece by piece. The debris swirled and coalesced around a glowing blue orb at its core. In a flash of light, the pieces reassembled into a futuristic suit of armor hovering in the sky. The woman with dark hair watched in awe, realizing the ship itself was the armor, just as a system message confirmed the acquisition of the SSS-grade Dreadnought adaptive armor. A system display detailed the armor's multiple transformation stages, from motorcycle to mobile suit, all currently deactivated. Lu Feng wondered if anyone had retrieved it before, and the woman with dark hair confirmed one person had, but it was useless without the realm boss's energy crystal. A man in a suit shouted a warning as the colossal boss finally began to approach them. The woman with dark hair panicked, describing the boss's terrifying power to create raging sandstorms and insisting they had to escape immediately. Lu Feng, however, remained perfectly calm, stating there was no need for that. A sudden, blinding light completely engulfed the desert landscape. The intense light pulsed with unimaginable energy. Lu Feng revealed he had deployed a solar furnace he stole from Avalon, and his companion finally understood this was what he was doing when he'd vanished earlier. The artificial sun blazed brightly in the desolate world. Miles away, a woman with an eye patch and a person with braided hair stared in disbelief, wondering why the sun had appeared in the middle of the night. The light of the miniature sun washed over the entire realm. Lu Feng stood prepared for battle, now clad in his own powerful suit of advanced armor. The woman with dark hair couldn't help but admit that he looked undeniably cool wearing the high-tech armor. Lu Feng announced the energy furnace was about to explode, urging a quick escape as he needed to return to the real world for several surgeries. The wind howled as the mission's climax approached. A final system message announced the death of the alien ruins' final boss, informing the survivors that they would be transported out in 1 minute. 1 week after the battle in the desert, the scene shifted to the Tower International Convention and Exhibition Center. This grand venue was hosting the annual International Medical Exchange Conference, a prestigious gathering of the world's finest. A woman with brown hair excitedly told her friend, Lu Yao, to relax, reminding her that she had pulled strings just to get 2 tickets for them. The blonde-haired Lu Yao expressed that for aspiring medical students, attending this conference was akin to a holy pilgrimage. Her friend agreed, pointing out that Lu Yao's personal idol was just about to introduce herself on stage. The screen introduced Bertha, a neurosurgery director and hailed as a talented girl who possesses the hand of God. Lu Yao gushed about how Bertha was her goddess and even her phone wallpaper, lamenting that electronics were forbidden inside. Her friend explained the strict no-filming rule was because the mysterious Dr. L was attending, a figure so secretive his image was always officially blurred. The memory of a catastrophic train derailment in K-City flashed by, an event that resulted in hundreds of grievous injuries. At the conference, the daughter of Changzhen Hospital's director, Sun Wendin, approached her father. The daughter began asking her father if he could arrange a bodyguard position for Lu Yao's brother in their hospital. The director's eyes widened in sheer shock, sweat beading on his brow as he recognized a familiar face in the crowd. Director Sun Wendin fell to his knees before the young man, exclaiming that he had finally met Dr. L again. He emotionally recounted how Dr. L had single-handedly saved the Sun Medical Group by successfully performing a brain tumor surgery that would have otherwise failed. The 2 girls stared in utter disbelief, with Lu Yao's friend whispering, "Dr. L," while Lu Yao stammered, "And my brother?" Lu Feng coolly dismissed the director's thanks, stating the case was merely interesting and that the surgery fees settled any debt. Just then, the renowned surgeon Bertha stepped forward, addressing Lu Feng as Teacher L. Bertha humbly asked to become his student, while another doctor nervously requested his contact number, having seen clips of his legendary surgeries. Lu Feng bluntly refused, stating he had no intention of taking students, just as an announcer called for Dr. L to make his way to the stage. Turning to his sister, Lu Feng promised he would explain everything after they got home, leaving a stunned Bertha calling after her. Immediately, a crowd swarmed Lu Yao, with one woman in a wheelchair begging for her brother's contact information and another kneeling, proclaiming him her idol. Lu Yao's friend cringed in embarrassment, realizing she had just been trying to get the legendary Dr. L a job as a bodyguard. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed as Lu Feng calmly walked towards the podium. Taking his place at the podium, Lu Feng began his speech, acknowledging the honor of being there. He addressed a question the organizers had asked him, one that many people wondered about, why he had chosen to study medicine. Lu Feng paused for a moment before revealing his motivation for studying medicine. He confessed that his one and only reason was so he could conduct his sister's surgery by himself. In the audience, Lu Yao couldn't hold back her tears, overwhelmed by her brother's profound declaration. Lu Feng continued, assuring everyone that after a short period of rehab, he would finally be able to perform the surgery for his sister. He let out a weary sigh, admitting that he had performed 5 surgeries back-to-back before rushing to the conference, remarking that a doctor's life was even harder than an awakener's. Later, Lu Feng decided to check his emails, finding one from a sender named Aaron. The email was an urgent warning that a Shadow Realm invasion was predicted in Tokyo, and Lu Feng cursed, realizing the 24-hour window had already passed. He desperately tried to call someone named Su Tao Tao, only to be met with an automated message that the number was unavailable. Nearby, a woman in a suit pointed at a news broadcast with a look of pure horror. A reporter on the screen confirmed that a massive shadow gate had indeed appeared in Tokyo, leading to widespread panic. The news detailed how countless monsters were pouring from the gate, marking the first major invasion of the Shadow Realm into their world. Lu Feng's hand tightened into a fist as he watched the unfolding catastrophe. A grim resolve settled on his face as he vowed that even if Tokyo's destruction was inevitable, Su Tao Tao had to survive and wait for him. Under a blood-red moon, Tokyo burned while a colossal, multi-headed dragon perched atop the ruins of a skyscraper. A desperate reporter on the ground informed his viewers that with the TV broadcast gone, his mobile live stream was their last, fleeting window into the chaos. The shaky feed crackled with static, the horrifying images threatening to vanish at any moment. Then, the connection was lost, plunging the world into a dreadful, uncertain silence. Other news outlets soon confirmed the worst. Tokyo was annihilated almost instantly by monsters from a Hellgrade Shadow Realm, the realm of the 100 Ghosts. The legendary Yamata no Orochi was seen coiled around the Tokyo skytree as monstrous Tengu soared through the skies above Ginza. In the district of Akihabara, the streets and buildings were flash-frozen by the mythical ice demon, Yukiana. Automated troops from across the globe rushed toward the fallen city, their advance squads already locked in fierce combat with the yokai hordes. A small, winged creature zipped between the crumbling skyscrapers, its attention drawn to the carnage below. A fleeing man in a green jacket suddenly froze, sensing a new and immediate danger. A sinister sniffing sound echoed through the desolate street, growing closer. The small green creature drooled as it honed in on what it called the mouth-watering scent of humans. Panic erupted as a man screamed for everyone to run, identifying the approaching monsters as the dreaded Kappas. Heavy, thudding footsteps stomped relentlessly toward the terrified group of survivors. The monstrous Kappas charged forward, their voices a horrifying chorus crying out for food. A man in a business suit stumbled backward, desperately pleading for the creatures to stay away. The ground trembled with the sheer force of their unstoppable, hungry advance. Suddenly, a clean, sharp sound sliced through the air, signaling an abrupt intervention. The monstrous thudding ceased as an automated voice coolly announced that the targets had been eliminated. A commander's voice immediately crackled over the comms, ordering the rescue operation to commence. Squad 5 of the Tokyo Biochemical Resistance Troop methodically advanced through the rubble. One of the soldiers in armor called out that they had found survivors, expressing his relief that some had made it. A man from the squad reassured the frightened civilians that they were now safe and would be evacuated shortly. One of the survivors slowly lifted their gaze, a glimmer of hope returning to their eyes. An unsettling crackle suddenly broke the momentary calm, originating from one of the rescued. The cracking grew louder as one of the supposed survivors began to horribly transform. With a deafening roar, an entire RV was violently thrown through the air as if it were a child's toy. The horrifying sounds of twisting flesh and snapping bone echoed from the mutating figure. The parasitic creature's violent transformation continued unabated as a new monster formed before their eyes. A woman in armor identified the parasitized reporter as a Jimengu and received the grim confirmation to incinerate it. The creature's body contorted unnaturally, its limbs elongating into sharp, bony weapons. Its form violently erupted into a monstrous new shape, screeching with inhuman rage. The mustached soldier cursed under his breath as the situation spiraled out of control once again. A figure in green armor braced for impact as the creature unleashed a devastating shockwave. Nearby, a young woman with green pigtails watched in absolute terror, her hope dwindling fast. Thinking her end was near, she tearfully apologized to her grandmother, believing she would never be able to visit her again. An incandescent blast erupted, threatening to vaporize the soldier and the civilian she was protecting. Just as the blast hit, a hand reached down through the chaos, its owner shouting for her to grab on. A girl in red, suspended by shadowy tendrils, pulled both the woman with green pigtails and another soldier clear of the explosion. Their rescuer warned them to hold on tight, announcing that she was about to accelerate. They soared through the fiery air, propelled by dark energy against the backdrop of the blood-red moon. The trio flew past the skeletal husks of skyscrapers, escaping the immediate danger zone. As the woman in armor despaired that everyone was dead, the girl in red quickly promised they would both survive to see their families again. The rescued soldier thanked her, and the girl in red revealed her own grandmother was luckily safe on a business trip in New York. She sighed, ruefully admitting her boss, a big liar, had correctly predicted this catastrophe and she wished his surprisingly reliable presence was there to help. The girl in red also mused that if their incredibly strong leader were present, their escape would have been guaranteed. Shaking off the thought, she steeled her resolve, declaring they must rely on their own efforts to survive. A sharp, cracking sound from the darkness below immediately put them on high alert. The woman in armor instantly put a finger to her lips, signaling for absolute silence. The ominous sound repeated, this time much closer than before. The girl in red whispered their new plan to reach a shelter 600 meters away, hoping her companions, iron-blooded captain, would come soon, all while privately admitting how much she missed that big liar boss of hers. A sharp, metallic click cut through the suffocating silence of the ruins. It was followed by the sound of heavy, labored breathing echoing in the darkness. Suddenly, the sight of a distant figure put the surviving soldiers on high alert. A man in gray armor braced himself, his expression a mixture of shock and grim determination. His focus was instantly shattered by the arrival of another, more immediate threat. The hideous, raspy breathing grew louder, closing in on their position. The man in gray armor explained that their captain had deliberately let herself be captured just to shove a bomb down a yokai's throat. A woman with blonde hair cried out into the dust-filled air, desperately asking if the captain was all right. Responding from the smoke, the woman with dark hair confirmed she was still standing and ordered her squad to open a path. In that moment, a sudden blur of motion streaked across the battlefield. A man in a black coat sprinted through the debris with impossible speed. The guttural roars of enraged yokai rose up in a terrifying chorus. Their monstrous howls echoed through the skeletal remains of the city. A hand was seen decisively activating a device built into the hilt of a weapon. The mechanism whirred to life with a pulse of contained energy. The monstrous horde continued its relentless charge, oblivious to the new danger. A wet, sickening thud punctuated the air as the first yokai was violently dispatched. The blonde woman stared in disbelief, wondering aloud who this incredibly powerful man could be. The remaining yokai bellowed in fury, their attention now fixed on the newcomer. The mysterious warrior, now revealed to be on a motorcycle, expertly dodged the monster's attacks as the armored captain watched from below. Skidding to a halt before her, the young man leaned over and said with a smirk, "Baby, I'm here to pick you up." The woman in dark armor flatly rejected his advance, snapping that she had the wrong person and was certainly not his baby. But this stranger knew her name was Maki Kurashima, and he was even aware of her deepest secret from a fateful night 5 years prior. Her squad mates murmured in shock, with one unable to believe their iron-blooded captain had a boyfriend, and another speculating he was a secret paramour. Maki Kurashima's eyes narrowed as she warned the rider to say no more. She furiously threatened to kill him right there on the spot if he continued. The man with the sword calmly addressed her as an old comrade, telling her to get on the bike if she wanted to save her teammates. Stunned into silence, Maki demanded to know how he possessed all this information about her. The rider simply insisted there was no time to explain and commanded her to get on the motorcycle. Maki Kurashima hesitated for a long moment, her mind reeling from his impossible knowledge. In front of her, the rider raised his massive sword, preparing to face the encroaching horde. A woman in a black coat voiced her doubt, asking the stranger how he planned on getting rid of all the yokai by himself. The man on the motorcycle simply declared that he had his own ways of dealing with them. As if on cue, 3 particularly menacing yokai lunged toward the small group. The rider answered by revving his engine and charging headfirst into the sea of monsters. A cacophony of screeching metal and tearing flesh erupted as he cut a path through the enemy ranks. From the chaos emerged a powerful, multi-faced yokai, its entire body radiating a sinister blue energy. The colossal monster lunged forward with a horrifying, guttural shriek. It let out a deafening roar, which the man on the motorcycle met with a defiant growl of his own. After witnessing the carnage, the woman in the black coat admitted to the stranger that he was far more powerful than she had first imagined. Maki Kurashima then confronted the rider, demanding to know how he knew everything about her when they had never met. The cloaked rider claimed they had fought for their lives together in the obsidian ruins, a statement which Maki immediately called a lie. He struggled to explain, eventually revealing they had been comrades in many parallel worlds and offered to divulge more of her secrets as proof. Enough! Maki shouted, ordering him to stop before he said anything more. The cloaked rider stated that he had saved her team and now needed her help, forcing Maki to begrudgingly agree, acknowledging the debt she now owed. Far away, an ally in a suit confirmed that while Tokyo's internet was down, their special encrypted network was still active. Using their private connection, the cloaked rider quickly announced that he had found his target. The man in the suit relayed that Su Taotao was alive and had appeared on Squad 5's battle logs after saving a soldier named Yui. The cloaked rider immediately demanded to be told her last known location. His contact gravely warned him that she was likely headed to a shelter that had now become a forbidden zone, the area in Tokyo closest to the Gate of Hell and a known gathering place for the yokai kings. The rider explained Tokyo's new geography of danger, noting they were in the blue zone but their destination lay deep within the dreaded hell zone. He clarified that in the death zone, even myth-grade yokai could be instantly annihilated, yet they had to cross it to reach their goal. The blue warrior confirmed he would immediately plan their route as a zombie warrior yokai loomed nearby. A young man with black hair cried out that their enemies were right behind them. As the woman with black hair urged him to speed up, the rider simply told her to hold on tight. While red and blue yokai warriors clashed violently, the rider skillfully maneuvered his motorcycle through the falling debris. The rider observed with grim interest that the yokai were intelligent enough to cooperate with each other. A colossal blue warrior suddenly blocked their path, its immense form towering over the motorcycle. The woman with black hair frantically pointed out that they had been driven into a dead end. The rider calmly repeated his command to hang on tight, unfazed by their predicament. In a daring maneuver, the rider's vehicle launched into the air, soaring directly over a massive explosion. The force of a powerful detonation rocked the entire area. A second, equally violent explosion erupted moments later. The air filled with the sharp sounds of clashing steel and heavy, monstrous footfalls. A red-eyed demon proposed they divide their targets, to which a woman in armor began to agree. Cutting her own words short, the woman in armor leaped forward, vowing to eliminate the threat herself. She closed the distance in a nearly imperceptible blur of motion. A man in a trench coat accused her of being too rash, but she yelled back that she had complete trust in him. The sharp clang of her blade meeting its mark echoed through the ruined street. A sickening, wet sound confirmed her strike had found flesh. The man in the trench coat instructed her to use her sky-slash ability as her weapon began to crackle with energy. An ominous power began to hiss and gather around her blade. The energy coalesced into a devastating, ready-to-be-unleashed force. Elsewhere in the battle, an armored warrior was sent hurtling violently through the air. The warrior's momentum carried them straight through a solid concrete wall. A faint hiss lingered in the air where the powerful attack had just been unleashed. The woman in black armor remarked on their excellent teamwork, surprised the rider knew her skills, but he coolly replied that they were old pals. Nearby, a warrior in red armor desperately shouted a warning of a new threat. A tense, hissing sound signified an impending attack. The ominous hiss grew louder and more immediate. The rider's motorcycle was caught in a powerful impact that shook the very ground. A narration confirmed they had entered the death zone, as a young boy's voice recalled a defiant mantra about fighting on, regardless of life or death. Another voice grimly confirmed that they were ready. Far from the battle, a separate group of sinister figures stood assembled in the shadows. A woman in red asked her leader, Lord Soul Shepherd, if they were truly going to the theater of war, to which the cloaked figure replied that he had no other choice. Lord Soul Shepherd reflected on his past, where he had slaughtered tens of thousands to further his necromancy. This monstrous act had forced Lord Austin to publicly expel him from the order known as Ark. The cloaked figure confessed that this desperate plan was his only path to redemption and a return to his place as one of the 12 saints. A grotesque, troll-like creature assured him that Lord Austin would undoubtedly reinstate him after he obtained a myth-grade undead. Lord Soul Shepherd then ordered his subordinate, a warrior named Warhammer, to eliminate a nearby target. The troll-like creature, Warhammer, eagerly agreed, ready to prove his worth. In the ensuing fight, a hulking figure in green armor was effortlessly cut down by a formidable samurai in red. The panel contrasted the snarling visage of the green-skinned creature with the cold, menacing mask of the victorious samurai. A crushing blow from the samurai's sword shattered the large hammer wielded by his foe. The red-armored samurai moved like a whirlwind of destruction, engaging multiple opponents at once. A hooded figure chastised the hulking brute for damaging the corpse beyond use, to which the warrior sheepishly apologized for getting too excited. Unconcerned, the hooded figure simply pointed to another fresh corpse, stating they would use it instead. The hooded man began a dark incantation to raise the fallen body. A terrifying shriek and hiss erupted from the corpse as the necromantic spell took hold. With a voice dripping in dark power, the hooded man commanded his new slave to awaken. A low hiss emanated from the reanimating figure as it began to stir. A shadowy entity with flowing robes and vibrant purple energy began to materialize from the corpse. The newly risen monster let out a ferocious roar as its form crackled and took shape. It was explained that Lord Soul Shepherd was a rare irregular awakener, born with the Soul Shepherd skill that he'd honed by destroying entire cities. A hooded follower detailed the plan: enter the 100 Ghost Realm to obtain a myth-grade undead, a place whose deadly miasma could kill even a dragon. To survive the miasma, they only needed to bring along an awakener capable of cleansing it. A masked woman identified their perfect target, a level 37 mage named Su Taotao, whose poison cleansing skill was already maxed out and who was currently in Tokyo. The masked woman, a tracker, confirmed for her lord that her shadow search skill had located Su Taotao hiding in the Hell Zone, confident they could capture her. A giant shadow creature boomed that they would set out immediately, their new mission clear: capture Su Taotao. Ominous, wet crunching sounds echoed through the desolate alleyway. A monstrous creature with glowing red eyes loomed over its recent kill, its jaws working hungrily. Nearby, the severed head of a child's toy lay discarded amongst the trash, a grim effigy in the decaying city. A sudden shout of terror from a hiding spot broke the silence. The elderly security guard quickly shushed the young boy, warning that the three-eyed monster crows had sensitive hearing and promising to lead him to the safety of Shelter 12. The terrified young boy could only stifle his sobs, his body trembling with fear. The sounds of a nearby battle erupted as soldiers screamed defiance before being overwhelmed by the screeching flock. One soldier let out a final, piercing cry as the creatures descended upon him. Another body fell to the ground, a look of agony etched onto its face. The relentless, piercing shrieks of the monster crows filled the air, signaling their unabated assault. Hiding nearby, the sweating man's face was slick with perspiration, his eyes wide with pure, undiluted terror. The elderly guard shoved the boy forward, ordering him to run without looking back as the screeching grew closer. A deep, guttural roar suddenly cut through the chaos, announcing a new and larger threat. The roars multiplied, shaking the very ground they stood on. Just then, the helmeted rider on a futuristic motorcycle pulled up, calmly informing the terrified civilians that the shelter was just ahead. The young boy's heart sank as he looked to the sky, realizing it was swarming with an overwhelming number of monsters. A monster's roar was abruptly cut short by the sound of a powerful impact. The sweating man began to panic, crying out that their noise had attracted the attention of the entire flock and that they were doomed. The helmeted rider dismissed the man's fears, coolly instructing him to get the child to safety and leave the monsters to them. The motorcycle began to emit sharp electrical and mechanical sounds as it prepared for battle. With a final click, the vehicle's systems glowed with a dangerous energy, indicating its combat mode was active. A volley of projectiles was silently launched from the transforming bike. The sky was suddenly filled with a barrage of explosions, each one finding its mark among the monstrous flock. The woman in armor remarked on the frightening power of her partner's bike, wistfully thinking how simple things would be if she could just activate its final spaceship mode. Inside the safety of the shelter, the elderly man praised the young rider as a god, while the boy tearfully thanked his heroic brother and sister saviors. The figure on the motorcycle offered a casual wave goodbye before speeding off toward the shrine of Lei-In, a place now occupied by a terrifying monster. The old guard watched them leave, whispering that hundreds of soldiers had already died there and praying for the kind hero's safety. As they approached the shrine, the woman in armor noted the increasingly thick fog and suggested they proceed on foot. A close-up shot highlighted the brand name, Natsuki, etched onto the side of their advanced vehicle. The woman in armor felt a deep sense of unease, stating the place was ominous, but the man in the trench coat simply told her to follow him. Distant explosions rattled the ground as they ventured deeper into the fog. The woman in armor paused, her head tilted as the faint, rhythmic booming of drums reached her ears. The sound grew steadily louder, the heavy drum beats echoing through the misty landscape like a monstrous heartbeat. A cold, ethereal wind sighed through the trees around them. The young man stopped short, his gaze fixed on a lone figure ahead as he wondered if it was a fallen soldier who had fought against the yokai. From the mist, a shambling horde of figures wearing demonic oni masks slowly advanced toward them. The man with the gun raised his weapon, declaring that the creatures were no longer human as he began to fire. An intense close-quarters battle erupted, the darkness pierced by flashes of energy and the ringing clash of steel. The relentless, pounding drums provided a chaotic, rhythmic backdrop to the sounds of furious combat. A blinding white light flared as one of the heroes unleashed a powerful, decisive strike. The woman with the mask shouted that the enemies were merely corpses animated by the oni masks, to which the young man yelled his understanding. The man with the gun confidently declared they would handle this the old-fashioned way, deciding it was time to let the shadow take care of them. The two figures stood resolute amidst the swirling smoke and the bodies of fallen soldiers. The woman in armor desperately demanded to know what he was planning to do. A sharp, metallic clang suddenly broke the tense silence. A vision of blinding light erupted, showing two figures in a final embrace, one holding a sword aloft. The man in the coat's voice boomed with an urgent command for her to run east and not stop. A choked sob escaped the woman in armor as she turned to flee. The pained sound echoed mournfully across the misty battlefield. In another time or place, the armored woman was seen through the crosshairs of a sniper's scope. A steady finger rested on the trigger, a moment away from ending a life. A sharp hiss cut through the air as the unseen marksman took their shot. The incessant, heavy humming of an engine began to fill the air. The droning sound grew louder, signaling a desperate, high-speed chase. The woman in the blue suit cursed as she saw the enemy's numbers swelling, realizing this was becoming a serious problem. The man in the black jacket simply told her to get on, but she protested that they would crash in the dense fog. He calmly reassured her, telling her not to worry. The man in the black jacket then explained that with the region's map already generated, the vehicle's autopilot could easily get them out. An old man, remembering the hero, marveled at how the young man seemed to possess a century of wisdom and felt as if he had come from the future. Back in the fiery streets, the two heroes blazed a path of escape on their advanced motorcycle. The woman in armor admitted that fighting alongside him was oddly reassuring, but he warned her it was too early to feel safe. A sudden, sharp crack echoed through the chaos. A surprise cavalry assault erupted from the smoke and rubble. The woman in armor instantly recognized the enemy's power as that of a quasi-yokai king, shouting that they couldn't possibly fight it. The man on the motorcycle told her to hang on tight as he prepared to accelerate. The engine's hum intensified into a high-pitched whine. Their motorcycle tore through the ravaged street at an impossible speed. The engine's powerful roar crescendoed with a final, definitive hum. The man on the motorcycle playfully announced a pause, bringing the bike to a sudden, dramatic stop. The woman in armor let out an indignant yelp as the abrupt halt sent her lurching forward. She accused him of doing it on purpose, then urgently reminded him that their pursuers were hot on their tail. The buzzing engines of their pursuers grew deafeningly close behind them. Elsewhere, a scared fighter trembled, asking what they could possibly do against a foe they didn't even understand. A deep, resonant humming began to vibrate through the very air around them. The ominous sound grew steadily in intensity, heralding a powerful arrival. The low drone reached a crescendo, silencing all other sounds of the battlefield. From the oppressive shadows, a terrifying dark creature silently emerged. A sudden volley of projectiles filled the air, cutting through the fog with a series of sharp whooshes. The barrage rained down upon its target, ending with a heavy, final thud. A soft impact was followed by the decisive click of a mechanism engaging. The new, monstrous threat was revealed to be the quasi-yokai king, Octomaru. The man in the black jacket's voice cut through the tension as he appeared behind the beast, coolly announcing that he'd been caught. Now clad in dark armor, he taunted the yokai king, explaining that his motorcycle's ultra-weight mode was too heavy for even it to move. Still being held in his arms, the armored woman awkwardly asked if he could put her down now. The armored woman then requested to borrow his soul cutter, claiming her swordsmanship was the only thing that could parry 500 of the king's attacks. She insisted she was the only one who could control the blade and that the yokai's speed was simply too ridiculous to handle. She continued her argument, stating that even if Octomaru was restrained, the man would be unable to do anything alone. The sharp, repeated clang of steel on steel rang out, directly contradicting her assessment. The armored woman stared in utter disbelief, realizing with dawning horror and awe that he was perfectly predicting every single one of Unthinkable's moves. The relentless sound of clashing blades echoed in the fog, each parry a testament to his impossible foresight. A sharp screeching noise filled the air as the battle reached its apex. The armored woman's mind reeled, astounded by his immense combat experience. He fought like a 100-year-old master despite not even being 20. The difference in strength and speed between him and Unthinkable had been utterly insurmountable. During the fight, a voice of pure panic had screamed in her mind, certain he would die and desperate to find a way to help him. The great yokai let out a final, desperate roar. The next chapter of their story had officially begun. A soft breath escaped his lips as he calmly stood his ground. The woman watched in confusion, wondering if he had gone completely mad. With another furious cry, Unthinkable lunged forward. A brilliant flash of energy erupted at the point of impact. The yokai's pained scream echoed across the misty battlefield. The two warriors met in a final, devastating clash of blades. He activated his skill, unleashing a high-frequency vibration particle slash that hummed with destructive power. The monstrous face of the yokai king contorted in a silent, agonized scream. A sickening tearing sound confirmed the fatal blow had landed. The woman in armor called him shameless for using his motorcycle in the fight. The young man simply shrugged, stating that a win is a win, before turning his focus to the spoils of his victory. 2 A-grade items dropped from the defeated king, the Unthinkable sword with a super speed mode, and the Unthinkable mask, which drastically increased the user's recovery rate. He noted that the new high-frequency sword required charging, and he would need to get his companion a new weapon. Deciding the mask's recovery skill suited her well, the young man tossed it over, and she accepted it with a simple thanks. He observed that she wasn't like an average woman, caring only for strength, to which she retorted that he wasn't an average man either, prompting him to suggest they were a good match. The woman in armor furiously rejected the notion, exclaiming who would ever want to be matched up with a bastard like him. With their bickering done, the young man declared that the Hell Zone was right ahead, where the person he was looking for awaited them. The motorcycle's engine revved as they sped towards their destination. As they rode, the young man silently vowed that he was on his way to save Su Taotao. Meanwhile, deep underground in Shelter 21, civilians waited in fear. A low, ominous hum vibrated through the shelter's foundation. A sudden, sharp crack echoed through the halls, startling the huddled masses. A woman did her best to comfort a sobbing boy, whispering reassurances that he shouldn't be scared. In the dim light, anxious faces could be seen everywhere, their occupants resigned to a long, fearful wait. One woman began to despair that they were all going to die, but a little girl calmly told her it was just a large yokai passing by. The woman remained unconvinced, certain the region would be destroyed, but the little girl insisted someone would come to rescue them. The young girl with blonde hair and purple eyes then declared her faith that the big liar, a man who could create miracles, would come for them. Far away, a cold wind blew across a desolate, yokai-infested landscape. A woman with a hood and veil informed her companion that Su Taotao was hiding in shelter 21, 5 kilometers away. A pale man with black hair praised her ability, which allowed them to avoid the yokai kings and conserve energy for the myth-grade boss they had to face. Their conversation was cut short by a monstrous, guttural growl. An orc-like creature eagerly asked its lord, the Soul Shepherd, for permission to chop up the intruders. The pale man simply held up his hand, stating there was no need. He calmly raised a staff topped with a glowing, blue-horned skull. A chilling spectral wind began to swirl around the powerful yokai. The creature let out a sharp cry of pain as the magic took hold. Nearby, a giant rat-like quasi-yokai king watched as its underling was subdued. The pale man smiled, pleased that they had captured a quasi-yokai king, noting it would be a strong enough summoned spirit to enter the gates of hell. The captured spirit made a grotesque gurgling sound as it was pulled from its vessel. Ethereal tendrils of dark energy began to wrap around the struggling yokai. The spirit hissed in agony as it was consumed. Its physical form dissolved into a stream of pure, dark energy. A deep voice from a shadow figure then issued their next order: find Su Taotao, and if she refused to cooperate, kill her. The previous plan to capture the target was now marked as a catastrophic failure. Far away, the scene cut to a desolate landscape of dark, cracked rock. Suddenly, an immense burst of white energy erupted, shattering the eerie silence. A monstrous roar bellowed across the barren plains, followed by the howl of a spectral wind. Nearby, terrified civilians screamed for help, crying out that a monster was upon them. The source of their terror was a massive dragon, surrounded by shadowy minions, which had cornered a small group of adventurers. The hooded man angrily questioned why the little mage wasn't there, prompting the woman in the veil to insist her divination could not have been wrong. The man in armor added that their target, Su Taotao, was exceptionally crafty, addressing his leader as Lord Shepherd. The massive warrior stood grimly over a pile of defeated individuals, the mission a clear failure. Addressing Lord Soul Shepherd, the man in armor took full responsibility for Su Taotao's escape, admitting it was his oversight. The hooded man, Lord Soul Shepherd, dismissed his subordinate's apology, confident that she would not be able to escape his grasp. Unaware of this, two figures were seen zipping through a city on magical broomsticks at high speed. The girl in pink urgently pointed toward a potential hiding place below them. However, the young girl knew she was the primary target and insisted they split up to avoid being captured together. As she flew on alone, the young girl steeled her resolve, planning to stall for time until the big liar arrived to save her. To buy herself time, she began casting a spell to set up an invisible guard around her position. Before she could finish, a sinister rustling sound echoed from the darkness nearby. The subtle noise escalated into a sudden, thunderous presence, bursting from the shadows. A pack of shadowy wolves with glowing blue eyes advanced menacingly towards her. The young girl let out a sharp cry of alarm. She narrowly dodged the lunge of a wolf, her magical staff activating with a faint defensive glow. Just then, a far more menacing figure, wearing a large hat and cloaked in shadow, emerged from the darkness. Elsewhere, a different hooded man confronted the girl in the pink hood, calling her mad for trying to head towards the danger zone. The hooded figure explained that he needed her purification buff and cruelly added that her boss couldn't protect himself, let alone help her. Alarmed, the girl in the pink hood demanded to know what he had done to her boss. The masked figure smugly confessed to using prophecy to ensure her boss would run into an unbeatable yokai king, proclaiming that he was destined to die. His grim warning delivered, the hooded figure declared it was time for them to go to the gates of hell. Devastated, the girl in the pink hood could only whisper a prayer, hoping the big liar would be okay. The sounds of heavy, ragged breathing cut through the tense atmosphere. A relentless clang of steel on steel rang out, signaling a desperate fight for survival. On a speeding motorcycle, the woman at the handlebars demanded to know why her companion had suddenly stopped. A frigid wind howled past them, thick with an oppressive, ominous power. The woman in armor paled as she realized they had stumbled upon a yokai king, but as she urged a retreat, Jinwoo stated it was useless. From the swirling energy, a ghostly woman let out a faint, ethereal sigh. The man with black hair, Jinwoo, recoiled as a beautiful woman with large, ghostly wings materialized before him. A monstrous black cat yokai then let loose a deafening, world-shaking roar. A mysterious voice cried out in despair, declaring that for them, there was now no escape. The winged yokai king let out a guttural growl, its eyes burning with malice. Nearby, a woman in white screamed in despair, realizing they were surrounded by 4 yokai kings. The woman in armor watched in shock as fiery, eye-like orbs materialized in the oppressive darkness around them. With a definitive crack, the sinister cursed eye shattered into nothingness. The woman in armor stared in disbelief, wondering how a combination of basic spells could have possibly broken such a powerful curse. A hand urgently grabbed another, pulling with a flash of magical energy. Citing her 30 years of experience as a cursebreaker, the woman in armor insisted they find cover immediately amidst the booming chaos. A winged demon soared through the flame-lit sky, scanning the ground below. A second winged figure descended ominously, its presence chilling the air. Landing with a heavy thud, the creature declared that there was no use in hiding. From the shadows, the black cat yokai let out a deceptively simple meow that echoed with immense power. The woman in armor frantically asked Jinwoo if he was sure about his reinforcements, reminding him that Tokyo was on the brink of complete destruction. Jinwoo simply told her to trust him, confidently assuring her that his ally would be there soon. Meanwhile, on another rooftop, a silver-haired woman watched the unfolding chaos with a wry smirk. One of the winged yokai kings landed gracefully atop a burning skyscraper. Its gaze fell upon the monstrous black cat yokai moving through the streets below. The giant cat looked up, its glowing eyes meeting the winged beasts as sparks of dark energy flew between them. Huddled inside a ruined building, a terrified man and woman saw the cat's monstrous face loom outside their shattered window. On the street below, another winged figure with a haunting mask and long hair stood with its arms crossed, ready for battle. In an instant, the masked yokai lunged forward, becoming a deadly blur of motion. Just then, a powerfully built man with long blonde hair descended from the heavens, his expression one of pure determination. The woman in armor recognized him as Takeda Hayato, the legendary sword demon, and she couldn't fathom how Jinwoo had summoned such a solitary figure. Believing the armored woman to be his lost sibling, Hayato told her not to be scared, promising to get her out with the 3 minutes of activity he had left for the year. The winged yokai shrieked an order to its minions, demanding they eliminate the newly arrived human. A maelstrom of violence erupted as Hayato clashed with both the winged demon and a panther-like creature. The battle culminated in a titanic explosion that engulfed a huge section of the ruined cityscape. In the aftermath, the air was thick with smoke and the ragged gasps of exhaustion. The woman in the silver suit quietly asked Jinwoo if using Hayato as a distraction was too cruel, before conceding that the legendary warrior likely wouldn't die that easily. A tense cough cut through the momentary silence. Hayato, clutching his chest, realized with fury that he had been tricked by a counterfeit of his sister's unique distress signal. Jinwoo coldly informed the warrior that his time was up and that he should return to the shelter. Enraged, Hayato roared that the little time he had left was more than enough to kill both of them 100 times over. The woman in the silver suit desperately cried out her companion's name, Lu Feng. She then turned to Hayato, challenging him to consider why she would have his sister's unique communication method unless she was deeply trusted. Jinwoo drove the point home, warning Hayato that if he died, the only link to his sister would be gone forever. The mention of his sister's name made the mighty warrior hesitate, his anger faltering. Seizing his chance, Jinwoo commanded Hayato to stop the 2 approaching yokai kings, promising he would fulfill his end of their new, unspoken bargain. Cornered and manipulated, Hayato could only curse the man who held his only hope hostage. With a flash of blurred motion, the sword demon made his choice and shot towards the enemy. Tremendous explosions once again shook the battlefield as Hayato re-engaged the yokai kings. The blonde-haired warrior resigned himself to his fate, admitting he had no choice but to trust them for now. He vanished in a streak of light, moving to intercept his monstrous foes. A low gurgling sound echoed as Hayato's helmet materialized, covering his face. Now a masked warrior, he turned and issued a grave ultimatum for 1 year in the future. Hayato vowed that if he discovered this was all a lie, he would hunt Jinwoo to the very ends of the earth to exact his revenge. Tremendous explosions continued to tear through the ruined city, their echoes a testament to the ongoing battle. Far from the front lines, a woman with red hair reeled in disbelief, questioning how her companion could possibly know the sword demon's little sister as the sound of machinery whirred nearby. The scene shifted to the relative safety of underground shelter 21. Inside, a man with blue hair stared at the devastation on a monitor, remarking on the cold-blooded slaughter of innocents, while a woman in armor stood beside him in grim silence. The woman in armor finally spoke, voicing her fear that their comrades, Yui and Su Taotao, might have already been killed by the enemy. The man with blue hair offered a sliver of hope, noting the absence of their bodies and expressing his faith in Su Taotao's cunning survival skills. His attention was suddenly drawn to a faint, magical shimmer on the screen. He recognized it as a magic eye, wondering aloud if it was a signal left for them by their missing friend. A hand reached out, gently touching the projected eye to activate its hidden message. A system notification confirmed the activation of visualization magic. A magical projection materialized before them, revealing the figures of their allies in a different location. Through the visualization, the woman in dark armor delivered a grave report. Yui was safe, but Su Taotao had been captured by the notorious Soul Shepherd. The young man repeated the name, Soul Shepherd, as a dark realization dawned on him. This infamous necromancer, once a saint of the Arc Guild, had been expelled by Austin for annihilating a city, and the woman in dark armor warned he was far more dangerous than any yokai king. The hooded woman added that his subordinates, the Prophet and Warhammer, were powerful intermediate awakeners who couldn't be underestimated. A frantic debate erupted as they learned Soul Shepherd was taking Su Taotao into the myth-grade yokai-infested gates of hell, a place from which there was no return. Despite the overwhelming odds, the young man insisted that even if they lacked the power, they still had to try and stop him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a sudden flash of light tore through the air. The girl in red confidently stated that the big liar would be fine. The hooded woman realized with shock that her curse had been extracted and weaponized against them, marveling at how the young man turned the yokai kings into his own artillery. Hearing this, the girl in red breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the big liar was indeed still alive. In another part of the battlefield, a figure moved with a swift, cutting motion. The hooded man announced to his captive that the gates of hell were directly ahead. Suddenly, several shadowy figures materialized from the swirling mists, blocking their path. A small black cat let out a startled meow, sensing the new arrivals. The dark figure, unfazed, gave a chilling order to kill any yokai that dared to obstruct his path. A demonic, wolf-like creature lunged forward, leading the attack against the newly appeared shadows. The clash of powers resulted in a massive, earth-shaking explosion. The impact sent a heavy thud reverberating through the battlefield. Soul Shepherd's forces were stunned to realize they were fighting mirror clones. Streaks of energy crisscrossed the air as they continued their futile assault. A strange cracking sound began to fill the air as their attacks met the illusions. The cracking intensified, echoing with every blow that failed to connect. The pale man frantically ordered his comrades to cease their attacks, realizing the yokai kings were illusions without souls and that they risked dying from their own rebounded power. The woman in brown noted that such a feat required an intermediate illusionist, a class so rare that none of the world's 3 known masters should be in Tokyo. The hooded man roared into the void, demanding that the coward hiding behind the illusions show themselves. As if in answer, a host of figures began to coalesce from the misty air. The ghostly shapes solidified one by one, their numbers growing at an alarming rate. The woman in brown stared in horror as 10 intermediate mages appeared, questioning how so many experts could suddenly manifest. The pale man corrected her with a trembling voice, revealing there were not 10, but nearly 100 of them. The glowing red eyes of a monstrous puppet glared menacingly from within the silent army. A reaper-masked figure observed that none of them possessed souls, confirming they were puppets, while the hooded woman wondered who could possibly control such a diverse and powerful force. A chilling wind swept through the ranks of the soulless awakeners. The army of 100 puppets stood motionless, a terrifying and silent legion awaiting a command. A man with an emblem on his chest asked the woman in armor how she summoned them without being a summoner, and she explained it was a one-time reward from the Tower of Sages. She added that the puppets were only supposed to be at the beginner awakener level. The man with the emblem's eyes lit up with understanding, deducing that her class was the legendary, unspecialized, and that its exclusive skill, emblem wielder, had boosted the summon's rank. He smirked, confirming his theory was correct, and declared it was finally time for their counterattack. With newfound power at his command, the man with the emblem gave his order, sending his troops charging forward to turn the tide of the battle. A heavy silence fell over the scorched battlefield, the air thick with anticipation. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by the roar of flames erupting all around. The Soul Shepherd's forces found themselves locked in a desperate struggle against two powerful puppet attackers amidst a storm of explosions. From the rear, archers desperately loosed volleys of arrows toward the enemy, their silhouettes framed against the burning city. A hulking muscular puppet shrugged off their attacks, surrounded by a whirlwind of ice shards and crackling energy. A nearby soldier cried out in frustration, unable to comprehend how mere intermediate-level puppets were overwhelming them. The muscular attacker sneered at a cornered hero, growling that any dream of escape was futile. It then raised its weapon, unleashing the devastating, sure-kill thunder hammer technique. A cataclysmic explosion engulfed the area, blasting fire and debris in all directions. The woman in armor watched in horror, realizing one of their allies had recklessly charged into the path of a level 70 ultimate skill to save a comrade. In that critical moment, the man activated his fully adaptive armor, initiating the absolute defense protocol. The woman in armor recognized the legendary skill, capable of blocking any advanced awakener's sure-kill attack for a single, precious second, despite its crippling 24-hour cooldown. Elsewhere, the hooded man let out a triumphant roar, sensing that his true targets had finally arrived. In response to his call, an army of mirror clones materialized from the shadows, their footsteps echoing ominously. The hooded man wickedly commanded the illusions to offer up their souls to him. A soldier cursed his fate, realizing his squad had walked straight into a deadly ambush. With a wave of his hand, the hooded man gave a chilling order to his clones: kill everyone except for the girl. A chaotic melee erupted as the small group of heroes was swarmed by the dark, soulless figures. The desperate clash of steel and magic raged on as the heroes fought against impossible odds. The rescued girl, Tao Tao, tearfully told the boy he shouldn't have come for her, but he simply replied that she could repay him with favors once they made it back alive. Another soldier voiced his despair, seeing no way out against the overwhelming number of enemies. The boy, however, declared that with their backs against the wall, their only choice was to take a massive risk. At that moment, a powerful roar ripped through the battlefield. The ground began to tremble with the heavy thud of approaching footsteps. A woman in red armor stared in disbelief, stammering as she recognized the power signature of the newcomer. A gauntlet hand closed around a shimmering orb of pure blue energy. The orb shattered, unleashing an explosive shockwave of azure light. In an instant, the enemy mirror clones began to dissolve into thin air. The woman in armor looked around in stunned confusion, questioning what had just transpired. A serene and powerful energy washed over the battlefield, clearing the air of its malice. A woman in brilliant white armor descended upon the scene, vowing that she would not let anyone harm her companions. A young girl on the ground cried out in pure relief, identifying the savior as Sister Luo Shui. The reunited party now stood firm, facing down a massive armored foe against a backdrop of fire and ruin. The blonde warrior, Luo Shui, quickly checked on Tao Tao, who assured her she was fine because the big liar had saved her. The armored man cheekily called Luo Shui his eternal guardian goddess, but she curtly dismissed his flattery, knowing he always had a backup plan. A woman with blue hair appeared, mockingly commenting on how the ever-righteous Luo Shui didn't hesitate to use a sneak attack to save a man. When the armored man asked who the newcomer was, Luo Shui identified her as Maki Kurashima, an old comrade. Maki Kurashima scoffed at the armored man, reminding him that he was calling her sweetie just a short while ago, not treating her like a mere comrade. From the shadows, an enraged voice boomed that their actions were preposterous. An angered elder man materialized, furious over the death of his loyal subordinate and swearing to kill them all as a funeral offering. The robed figure became a conduit for immense purple energy as a monstrous skeletal head began to form in the air above him. With a final, hate-filled command for them all to die, the robed figure unleashed the spectral titan, its ghostly form swelling to consume the entire battlefield. An unholy roar echoed across the desolate, fiery landscape. A spectral wind howled, carrying with it the stench of death and decay. The robed figure, with his pale skin and glowing red eyes, snarled as he channeled immense power through his staff. A massive shockwave erupted, shaking the very foundations of the ruined city. The young boy shouted a dire warning, revealing the giant skeleton was a fusion of thousands of souls the soul shepherd had slaughtered. The hooded figure goaded his opponent to reveal their true strength, declaring that the real battle had only just begun. A low, sinister hiss slithered through the air as another entity began to manifest. The hissing grew louder, promising a new and even greater threat. From the swirling purple energy, a monstrous, rocky dragon head with burning red eyes emerged with a terrifying screech. The orc warrior let out a defiant roar, facing the new, multi-headed beast. An ancient horror was fully revealed, the legendary multi-headed serpent, Yamada no Orochi, summoned amidst the flames. The woman in armor realized with horror that their enemy had sacrificed his puppets just to teleport the dreaded yokai king from Tokyo Tower. The blonde woman accused the summoner of playing with fire, questioning if he feared his own creation going out of control. The protagonist cursed under his breath, realizing the enemy had secretly placed a cursed eye on them to draw the aggro of yokai kings. The air itself seemed to burn as the two colossal monsters faced off. The skeletal titan declared that even a yokai king would fall to its blade. A sharp, grating sound filled the air as ethereal bone met monstrous scale. The skeleton knight's glowing sword bit deep into the serpent's thick hide. As the titans clashed, a new power was unleashed, invoking the infinite lightning domain. Devastating bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, blasting apart the surrounding buildings in thunderous explosions. The two monstrous beings moved with blinding speed, their forms blurring in the chaotic battle. Seeing the two behemoths locked in combat, the woman in armor urged her companions to seize the chance and escape. One of the serpent's heads lunged forward, striking with a venomous ophidian bite. The serpent's maw closed in on its skeletal adversary. Its fangs sank deep into the spectral titan's form. The hooded figure seethed with rage, daring the beast to try and eat him before offering it a taste of hell instead. He then prepared to unleash his final, devastating attack, the ultimate corpse bomb. An eerie silence fell for a moment, pregnant with destructive potential. The world seemed to hold its breath before the imminent, catastrophic explosion. The hooded figure explained that Yamada no Orochi could regenerate as long as a single head remained. However, he boasted that his own giant skeleton's regeneration, empowered by skeletal Sansera, was 10 times faster, leaving the serpent with no options. The two giants continued their brutal struggle, tearing each other apart only to regenerate in moments. A brilliant flash of light suddenly cut through the chaos of the monstrous battle. The hooded figure mocked the newcomer, shouting that they were too far away to change the outcome. But with a flash, the protagonist activated tenfold speed, his outer demark sword closing the distance in an instant. The air cracked as the protagonist's blade broke through the sound barrier. The hooded figure desperately screamed for his skeletal titan to protect him from the incoming assault. The protagonist unleashed a high-frequency vibration particle slash, a move designed for absolute destruction. The hooded figure could only look up in despair as the attack descended upon him. With his final breath, he vowed that they would meet again. The protagonist calmly corrected him, revealing he knew all about the villain's trick of parasitizing a shadow beast to resurrect his soul. He acknowledged that while the trick had saved the villain 3 times before, it would all end now. The protagonist declared his intention to seize not only the villain's unique skill, but all of his shadow beasts as well. The antagonist let out a final, desperate cry of denial, his voice filled with terror. Invoking the unique skill Devour, the protagonist began to seize the shepherd of shadows from the dying villain's very soul. With a surge of power, the protagonist declared that the unique skill which could command the dead was now his. As the transfer completed, the antagonist praised the protagonist's move, before commanding a new entity named Inagami to finish the fight. Under the crimson moon, a torrent of blue energy erupted across the battlefield. The protagonist, however, ignored the new threat, stating that the corpse of a peak yokai king could not be allowed to go to waste. With dark power swirling in his hand, he issued a final, chilling command for his new slave to awaken. A system notification coldly announced that the extraction had failed due to the target's high level, with only 2 chances remaining. The protagonist, his armored hand outstretched, desperately commanded his new slave to awaken. A second message flashed across his vision, declaring another failure and leaving him with just 1 final chance. The young man's mind raced as he realized this was his last opportunity. Pouring all his will into a final, thundering shout, Jinwoo once more commanded his slave to awaken. The battlefield was suddenly consumed by an overwhelming eruption of dark tendrils and swirling violet flames. A new notification announced the activation of the unspecialized natural attribute, confirming the Yamata no Orochi had been extracted successfully. A monstrous, guttural hiss echoed from the shadows as the newly bound creature stirred to life. The scene transitioned to a different time, where a small group traversed the fiery ruins of a decimated city. A blonde woman mused that they resembled a family of 3, which earned a sharp scoff from the woman in armor who rejected the notion. The blonde woman then softly inquired about Tao Tao, hushing her companion while pointing towards the sleeping child. A lone helicopter soared over the burning metropolis, a silent witness to the widespread devastation. The wind howled through the skeletal remains of buildings, carrying a mournful tune through the desolate air. Elsewhere, a blond man and a hooded figure discussed Lord Austin's abrupt seclusion, speculating if it signaled a world-changing event. Within his sanctum, a massive arched window cast a brilliant, almost divine light across the chamber floor. Lord Austin himself stood silhouetted against the glare, his imposing dark armor absorbing the harsh illumination. A close-up shot lingered on the intricate design of his armored greave. A figure in gold stood at attention, loudly affirming their orders as thoughts about Lord Austin's successor hung heavy in the air. The story then shifted to a serene resort town, a vibrant paradise nestled between a lush forest and the tranquil sea. A classic car was parked outside a brightly lit supermarket, its vintage lines contrasting with the modern storefront under a starlit sky. A man in a light blue shirt listened in as he heard someone on the phone expressing deep gratitude for Lord Austin's recognition. A nearby man in a white shirt wondered aloud who could have earned such an honor, while his companion dismissed the speaker as a scammer or a drama king. Unseen by them, Jinwoo politely declined the prestigious offer over the phone, vowing to visit only when he was worthy to stand by Austin's side. The 2 eavesdroppers scoffed at the display, with one mocking the liar for acting out a scene of rejecting Austin in a public toilet. The phone call concluded with a quiet, decisive click. The holographic projection of Lord Austin simply offered a warm, understanding smile. Through the hologram, Lord Austin confidently stated that he would wait, believing the wait would not be a long one. His ethereal form affirmed this commitment without a moment of hesitation, simply saying, "Of course." Back in the present, a shopping cart overflowed with groceries, a clear sign of a large feast to come. A young man in a school uniform expressed his utter shock that his boss, Jin Woo, had actually turned down an invitation from the legendary Austin. The young man with brown hair suddenly cried out in pain from a sharp smack. A young woman with blue hair had struck him, calling him a heartless brat for his doubt, though the boy insisted he was just envious. Their boss, Jin Woo, refocused the group, reminding them to finish shopping for their first team meal in the real world as they learned Luo Shui was already on her way. Their destination was revealed to be a breathtaking mansion, perched elegantly over the ocean against a beautiful sunset. The small team walked through grand, ornate gates towards the residence, their arms laden with groceries for the celebration. The young woman with blue hair gasped, marveling at the sheer size and luxury of the huge estate. A man with dark blue hair nonchalantly welcomed them, telling everyone to make themselves feel at home. A woman in a black suit then appeared, playfully chiding the rascals for using her grocery cart and preparing to wreck her house. The man with dark blue hair cheekily retorted that since she owned numerous houses and had developed the island herself, she shouldn't sweat the small details. He then shouted towards the interior of the house, telling the others to stop their game because the meal would be served soon. Inside, a blonde girl was losing a video game to a man in black, while a man in gray teased that she couldn't become more unreasonable just because of her loss. The woman in the suit turned her attention back to the man with blue hair, demanding the true purpose for this gathering, just as he announced that their final member had arrived. Amidst the party's hum, a woman in a white dress finally arrived, apologizing for her flight delay. She looked warmly at the group, expressing her gladness that everyone had come together. The man with blue hair cheerfully called out to Lingyu, announcing it was time to eat. The joyous chant of "hot pot" echoed around the lively dining room. The team gathered closely around the steaming meal, a picture of camaraderie and celebration. A man with a mustache enthusiastically offered a toast, though a blonde woman admitted she wasn't quite ready for another glass. The man with blue hair then made a solemn promise, declaring his intent to get everyone to intermediate rank in the next Shadow Realm, assigning the hardest part to the blonde woman. The blonde woman nonchalantly accepted the challenge, flustered when he asked what she had been expecting him to say. The woman in a white dress questioned if class changes were possible for those under level 50, but Jin Woo assured her he would raise everyone's level and ensure their success. Under the starry night sky, Jinwoo's expression turned thoughtful as he contemplated the path ahead. When challenged by the woman with a ponytail, Jin Woo explained that a special, large-scale shadow realm was their target, convincing her to trust his plan. A tipsy woman with purple hair playfully promised to financially support Jin Woo if he succeeded, a dream she confessed she'd had for ages. Jin Woo sternly told the intoxicated woman to go to bed, much to her and her friend's surprise. Through a window, a purple-haired maid was seen gently handling a small blonde girl. The distinct sound of machinery clicking into place broke the morning silence. Cutting through choppy waters, the team sped towards their destination in a speedboat. A voice announced their arrival as the boat pulled up to a crowded dock. A young man with a bow tie stared in awe at the massive crowd that had already gathered. From within the crowd, the green-haired woman excitedly pointed out the arrival of Jinwoo's team. Numerous pairs of feet belonging to various awakeners crunched across the uneven, rocky terrain. A man in the crowd gasped upon seeing Luo Shui, marveling that she was even more gorgeous in person. Others nearby gossiped jealously, attributing the Daybreak Guild's success solely to Luo Shui and mocking her guild master. The spiky-haired young man surveyed the area, noting the presence of many powerful awakeners, including top experts from the leaderboards. A white-haired man in a suit observed the formidable gathering, concluding that the treasure in this realm must be exceptionally enticing. The purple-haired maid's gaze sharpened as she spotted a new threat. The three heads of the Light Devourer Guild had also come. The white-haired woman with blue eyes confirmed the danger, recognizing them as the superiors of the assassins who had previously targeted Professor Aaron. The blonde man in a suit directly questioned the maid about the deaths of his men on Avaroth, noting that the news seemed to be suppressed. The purple-haired maid coolly replied that she knew nothing. The man in the foreground, a light devourer leader, callously dismissed the inquiry, stating his men died simply because they were weak. Enraged, the man in the green uniform stepped forward, declaring that if the Light Devourer Guild wanted a fight, they would get one. The blond man, his leader, quickly ordered him to stand down. He then issued a challenge, suggesting they settle their differences inside the Shadow Realm. A sudden commotion arose as someone shouted that the gate to the Shadow Realm had opened, causing a frantic rush to get inside. The leader of the Light Devourer Guild gave a simple command to his men, "Let's go." Jinwa's team, along with countless others, stepped through the shimmering red portal into the unknown. The man with the eye patch watched them go, vowing to the old man beside him that they would not leave the Shadow Realm alive. Inside, the Awakeners found themselves walking toward a menacing tower under a sky filled with dark, swirling energy. A man in the middle of the group nervously questioned why their surroundings were so unnervingly dark. The woman in the black coat stared in disbelief at the strange, desolate landscape. A hooded figure stepped forward and cast a spell, commanding, "Begone, darkness." As light began to spread, the hissing sound of movement echoed through the gloom. The unsettling hisses grew in number, surrounding the gathered Awakeners from all sides. A sharp, slicing sound cut through the air, signaling the start of an attack. The hissing intensified as the source of the noise was finally revealed. The muscular man recognized their location with horror as the S-rank Shadow Realm, resurrection of the war god, while the pink-haired woman warned of the endless horde of undead cavalry. The vast legion of skeletal soldiers began to mobilize, their movements punctuated by a chilling hiss. The ground trembled as the undead army charged forward. The two opposing forces prepared to clash in the desolate landscape. An undead soldier let out a bone-rattling cry, ordering its troops to kill every last one of the intruders. The thunderous drumming of the undead horde's advance shook the very foundations of the realm. Cries of battle and pain echoed as the Awakeners clashed with the undead horde. A young man desperately rallied the scattered fighters, urging them to defeat the endless tide of enemies. A muscular warrior with white hair threw a powerful punch into the encroaching skeletal ranks. The air whistled as a flurry of unseen attacks cut through the chaos. Countless projectiles sliced through the Awakeners' formation, finding their marks with deadly precision. Screams of agony erupted from the front line as fighters were struck down by the relentless assault. A soldier shouted that their efforts were futile against such overwhelming numbers, pointing towards the ruins of an ancient temple as their only hope for shelter. The survivors made a frantic dash for the ruins, with soldiers yelling for everyone to get inside and not be left behind. A low, menacing hiss filled the air as the undead legion closed in on the temple entrance. Inside, the blue-haired woman cried out to her boss, confessing that she was at her limit. As the blonde woman offered to join the fight, Lu Feng told them to save their strength, promising he would open a path. Lu Feng then summoned his power, invoking the shepherd's shadow as he commanded his spectral slaves to emerge. He then clarified his intentions, explaining he would not clear the way but instead bring them to another place entirely. With a decisive gesture, Lu Feng pointed them toward their new escape route. A powerful roar echoed as his summons carved a path through the undead horde. Reaching a cliff's edge, the blonde woman, Anya, expressed her adoration for their boss, amazed he knew a cliff would be there. When Anya asked if the enemies would encircle them forever, Lu Feng explained that the vigil knights would enter a deep sleep once the night ended. Lu Feng then noticed the red-hooded girl playing a game, but she casually remarked that with him there to protect them, she might as well enjoy herself. The woman with purple hair playfully offered to help Lu Feng enjoy himself as well, since they were all waiting. The woman with gold armor reprimanded Anya for drinking before a mission, noting that the sense of security Lu Feng provided was becoming dangerously potent. Lu Feng simply stated that protecting them was his mission now that he had returned to this world. A distant, thunderous explosion rocked the landscape, originating from the temple they had just avoided. The woman with purple hair expressed her relief, while the woman with black hair voiced her suspicion that their boss was a being sent by the Shadow Realm system itself to protect them. The young boy with brown hair mused that while Lu Feng could easily survive alone, protecting 7 people in such a dangerous realm was a near impossible mission. As the team resolved to grow stronger and fight by his side, they acknowledged that they couldn't place all their hopes on Lu Feng alone, especially with even deadlier realms ahead. The women of the group then turned to their leader, asking him directly how they could get stronger. Elsewhere, another group led by a man with black hair saw an opportunity, deciding to use the Vigil Knight's preoccupation to raise their own levels. He gathered his comrades to repeat their grim motto, "Make light of life and death, but fight until your final breath." The scene shifts to the whispering entrance of the catacombs, deep within the forest of eternal night. Footsteps echoed as a new group cautiously moved through the darkness. The black-jacketed man, their leader, gave the simple command to attack. A series of powerful explosions erupted, engulfing the skeletal enemies. Fiery projectiles rained down upon the Vigil Knights, streaking through the night. One final bomb arced through the air, heading for its target. As the Vigil Knights were incinerated, the team realized their boss, Lu Feng, had prepared a limited number of special incendiary bombs just for this moment. The cloaked leader urged his team forward, warning that the main army of Vigil Knights would arrive soon. The group advanced deeper into the ominous structure, their footsteps echoing through the passage. The blue-haired woman noted the maze-like, ominous feel of the catacombs, but their leader assured her it was all part of his plan to help them level up. They moved warily through the stone corridors, the air thick with an unsettling stillness. The one-eyed man suddenly called out, realizing they had run into a dead end. The leader, the man in the dark suit, calmly gave the maid, Lingyu, a specific sequence of steps to follow. Lingyu followed his orders without hesitation, and her foot pressed down on a hidden floor tile, triggering a mechanism. With a low groan, a large section of the stone floor began to rise from the ground. She landed securely on the ascending platform as it lifted her upwards. The rising platform revealed itself to be a hidden elevator, creating a new path for the team. The elevator came to a smooth stop, locking into place with a final clatter. The woman with blue hair marveled at their boss's knowledge, calling him a god of the shadow realms for knowing about the hidden mechanisms. Her leader dismissed the flattery, simply telling everyone to get on the platform. The group gathered on the stone elevator in a vast, cold chamber. A shivering boy complained about the intense cold, and was told it would only get colder below during their one-night stay. The woman with purple hair questioned Lu Feng, demanding to know what he planned to achieve by making them stay in such a horrible place. Lu Feng explained there was no time, warning them to hide well before the Vigil Knight army arrived or they would all be wiped out. A young man with brown hair then shouted in alarm, realizing their enemies had arrived much faster than he expected. The newly revealed mechanism showed its dual function. One section rose as a platform, while another was designed to sink into the floor. The man in the suit urgently commanded his team to follow him into the shadows. Their hiding spot was a cramped space nestled between 2 ominous coffins marked with pentagrams. As the woman with blonde hair started to question their choice, the young man with dark hair quickly shushed her into silence. Moments later, a patrol of heavily armored Vigil Knights with skull masks marched past their hiding spot. One of the skull creatures let out a guttural roar that echoed threateningly through the stone passage. The heavy, clanking sound of their footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Breathing a sigh of relief, the blonde woman whispered that the coast was clear and asked if they could finally come out. However, the dark-haired man, Lu Feng, denied her request, warning that it still wasn't safe and the patrol would surely return. When she asked what they should do, he confirmed they had to remain hidden and offered his shoulder for her to rest on while they waited. The blonde woman quietly accepted his considerate offer. She leaned against him, her exhaustion evident as she finally allowed herself a moment of reprieve. Some time later, the soft crackle of a campfire filled another chamber where the team had gathered. Lu Feng awoke with a start, asking why he hadn't been woken, but the blonde woman explained that he had been sleeping too soundly for her to rouse him. Nearby, the young man with brown hair nervously asked his boss if he was certain the creatures in the next area would remain asleep. A blue-haired man in the group confidently stated that the corpse soldiers were in a deep slumber and wouldn't awaken unless the tomb's dragon-breaking stone was damaged. He then issued a critical warning: as long as they kept more than 3 meters away from the corridor guards, no alarm would be triggered. The team stood at the edge of a deep chasm ominously named the Trench of Deep Slumber. The brown-haired adventurer stared down into the darkness, his expression one of utter shock. The blue-haired man then began distributing A-rank army soul marks, instructing everyone to take one. As a dark-haired woman noted the rarity of the experience-boosting badge, Lu Feng simply told his team to trust their captain and take it. The blue-haired man laid out the dangerous plan: they must not let a single creature crawl out of the trench, or the guards outside would awaken the entire army of corpse soldiers. Brandishing an A-rank corpse-burning torch, he told everyone to get ready for the assault. A torrent of pure fire erupted from the torch, beginning the swift obliteration of the corpses below. The searing blaze descended into the trench, immediately engulfing the swarming horde of corpse soldiers. The air filled with the violent crackle of fire consuming the undead. A deafening pop echoed from the flames as the creatures were incinerated. The woman in white screamed for a soldier to get away from her as the fiery assault raged on. Another powerful surge of flames swept through the trench, incinerating everything in its path. The relentless inferno continued to crackle and burn, eradicating the last remnants of the undead horde. As the fire roared one last time, the man in the black suit declared that they had reached the final corpse soldier. A woman in a maid outfit exclaimed in amazement at how rapidly their levels had increased from the fiery onslaught. The man with the eye patch celebrated aloud, having finally reached the milestone of level 50. After leveling up herself, the woman with blue hair excitedly informed her boss that they had received equipment drops. Lu Feng identified the drop as the key to the temple's main gate, explaining it was vital for their next phase of leveling. A clear metallic chime rang out as the key was acquired. A gentle wave of energy washed over the group as they prepared for the next stage. Key in hand, the team proceeded toward a grand, classical temple that loomed menacingly under the dark sky. Their footsteps echoed with grim purpose as they walked the path to the temple entrance. A young boy in the group wondered what was inside, and the blue-haired woman surmised it held powerful monsters, judging by the oppressive aura she felt growing stronger. Lu Feng pushed open the massive, ornate doors and stepped into the temple's main hall without hesitation. A cold, haunting wind immediately swept through the vast chamber. The hall was lined with imposing stone statues, their stern, hooded faces seemingly tracking the group's every move. The dark-haired woman noted a powerful killing intent from the statues that made her heart pound, while the purple-haired maid feared instant annihilation if they were to awaken. Lu Feng calmly reassured them, explaining the statues wouldn't wake up during the day unless they took critical damage. However, the person with light blue hair realized the oppressive aura was distorting their perception and cried out about losing control, causing the woman in gold armor to urge Lu Feng that they should retreat. Lu Feng coolly dismissed the suggestion, stating there was no need for that because he already had a plan in mind. An expectant silence descended upon the hall as his team waited to hear their leader's strategy. Lu Feng activated a cascade of protective skills, their names flashing in his mind to counter the temple's oppressive aura. He then ordered Tao Tao to apply seals to the giant god statues lining the hall. The young girl in the red hood looked up, channeling a brilliant holy light from her small frame. Below the imposing gaze of a hooded statue, the party felt a suffocating pressure emanating from the eye symbol at its base. The hooded person, one of Lu Feng's companions, stepped forward and declared it was now their turn. 2 radiant swords instantly materialized and pierced through a dark, eye-like shadow monster. From the swirling vortex of defeated energy, a shadowy, bird-like creature screeched into existence. Its piercing cry echoed ominously through the vast temple hall. With a series of sickening squelches and crunches, the newly formed monster was immediately dispatched. The swift kill resulted in an instant level up for the attacker, reaching level 48. A blur of motion indicated the team was moving with incredible speed from one target to the next. Experience flooded the party as notifications for levels 46 through 50 lit up in quick succession. Lu Feng explained that these giant god monsters offered the most experience for any awakener below level 50 across all shadow realms, each one a veritable treasure trove. He started to explain what would have happened if they were weaker. But in his mind, Lu Feng knew their situation was different now, activating his tenfold speed skill. A blinding flash of steel cut through the air. The sound of a statue cracking under the immense force followed immediately after. The person with light blue hair then unleashed a devastating green energy attack, sending debris flying everywhere. The main character rallied his team, telling them to enjoy the thrill of reaping the rewards. Following their victory, a brilliant column of light erupted from the ground, signaling their immense gains. The main character looked up at the multiple glowing orbs of loot that had dropped from the defeated statues. He reached his hand into a brilliant yellow light, beginning the process of emblem synthesis. Due to his unique emblem wielder ability, the S-rank item he acquired was upgraded to a spectacular SS rank emblem of the giant god statue. The main character then announced that the other items they had acquired were perfect for his teammates. Among the spoils were powerful A-rank items, Corpse God's Venom, Giant God's Rage, and the Giant God Statue's Hand. With everyone having reached the level 50 milestone, the main character declared they would now head to the royal capital to undergo their intermediate class change. Meanwhile, another guild named Azure Wings arrived at the eerily silent royal realm, finding the legendary city completely unguarded. A young man with light blue hair, a member of the Azure Wings Guild, scanned the deserted streets with a wary expression. The woman with glasses in his party spotted piles of human skeletons and, sensing deep trouble, urged her team to retreat immediately. However, the muscular man with a mustache shot down her suggestion, telling her not to wimp out after coming so far. She desperately tried to convince him, explaining that her grandfather, a former scout, had taught her to recognize extreme danger. Her warning came just as a large, menacing black beetle scuttled into view on the stone path. The woman with glasses screamed at her teammate not to touch the insect. The muscular man scoffed at her panic, boasting that he could squash the tiny bug with a single step. In the next instant, his arrogance was met with a terrifying consequence. He clutched his chest in agony as a strange, glowing energy burst forth from within his body. Suddenly, the ground all around them erupted with jagged, glowing rocks propelled by sinister purple energy. An endless horde of insectoid monsters was revealed, swarming over the desolate landscape towards them. The woman with glasses could only scream for everyone to run for their lives. One of their robed companions was instantly engulfed in a torrent of magical flames from the swarm. The air was filled with panicked screams as the monstrous descent began in earnest. A moment of silent, abject horror passed as the adventurers realized the scale of the threat they faced. A man who had fallen to the ground cried out in terror that he didn't want to die. Desperate cries for help were swallowed by the overwhelming chaos. Outside the city walls, another group of adventurers paused as a man in armor asked his companion if they also heard the horrific screams. His comrades decided to stay clear, reasoning that only a top-tier guild like Ark, known for their strength and strict training, stood any chance in that death trap. Within the city, the famed Ark Guild was already locked in a desperate battle for survival. A silver-haired man from the guild cried out in frustration, realizing their fire attacks were useless against the swarming bugs. A brave soldier tried to rally the failing troops, shouting that they had to resist to the very end. The man in black armor, one of Ark's leaders, gave a grim order to use the ordinary members as a shield while the elites prepared to leave, which the woman in pink armor vehemently opposed. The man with the beard coldly justified the decision, revealing their true mission was to secure an item for Lord Austin that would determine his ascension to godhood. The woman in pink armor reluctantly agreed, justifying the extreme sacrifice by declaring Lord Austin was the world's only hope. To a heavy, rhythmic beat, the knight on the dragon commanded the fleeing elites to follow him straight to the palace. A soldier left behind cursed their names, screaming in rage and despair that Lord Kyle and the rest had abandoned them. A monstrous, guttural roar suddenly echoed from deep within the ravaged city. The terrifying shriek intensified, shaking the very foundations of the broken streets. An impossibly large creature, an eternal guard insect giant, revealed itself and let out a world-shaking roar. The man in black cursed in utter disbelief, demanding to know what the hell the colossal creature was. Sinister energy began to crackle and swirl around the giant insect as it prepared to unleash its power. A fairy-like girl among the fleeing elites screamed just as a cataclysmic explosion tore through their escape path. The elite members desperately activated a special skill known as Sanguine Escape. In a rushing gust of wind, the high-ranking members of ARC vanished, leaving their former comrades to their horrifying fate. Outside the city, lightning cracked across the dark, stormy sky, a grim omen of the chaos within. A man in armor watching from afar relayed the dire news of the insect giant, despairing that with a dozen such beasts in the city, no one could possibly reach the palace. Unaware of the true horrors, a new group of adventurers arrived, with one member proclaiming they had reached the city of eternal life. The small guild walked resolutely up a ramp into the storm, watched with skepticism by another party from below. A man with a head wrap called the newcomers insane, while a woman with a black top gossiped that the famed Luo Shui was being led to her death by a boy toy. Undeterred by the warnings, a man in a trench coat leaped between ancient stone structures as lightning illuminated his path forward. A powerful pulse of energy emanated from the group as they finally breached the city's entrance. An unnerving silence fell as they took in the horrific tableau that lay before them. The group stood silhouetted before the massive, arching gateway, the air thick with the crackle of lightning and the stench of death. Jin Wu, the man in the trench coat, led his two female companions forward, a single flaming torch held high against the oppressive darkness. A wide-eyed young man in a different party stammered at the sight of so many bugs, while a woman with blue hair beside him was certain she would have nightmares. Their leader, a man with an eye patch and axe, confidently told his group not to worry, claiming the bugs could not harm them. He then observed Jinwu's party and realized their torch was what held the swarm at bay, remarking on the guild's impressive foresight. A woman in white from the same group suddenly noted with alarm that all other torches in the city had extinguished the moment Jinwu took his. Her words were immediately followed by desperate screams for help as the now defenseless adventurers were engulfed by the insectoid horde. The armored woman in Jinwu's party hesitated, feeling they couldn't just watch, but the grim reality was that everyone there had made their own choice to enter. Jinwu cut through the hesitation, warning that they had no time to stop and must reach the palace before their torch burned out. Elsewhere in the beleaguered city, a cold wind swept over another exhausted group of adventurers huddled together in the ruins. A panting woman with purple hair from the Saber-Toothed Wolves Guild informed her vice guild leader that they were completely finished. The old man with white hair grimly agreed, stating their only hope was for a fool to appear and draw the giant's attention, a miracle he deemed impossible. To his utter disbelief, the woman with purple hair spotted something in the distance that made her gasp. A lone party led by Jinwu fearlessly advanced, walking directly into the path of the colossal insect giants. Jinwu coldly dismissed the cowering guild as idiots for missing their chance, ordering his own group to escape while the giants were targeting them. As his team moved swiftly away, only the lonely sound of the wind whispered through the desolate, monster-filled streets. The desolate wind howled through the ruined city streets. The scarred man cursed under his breath, knowing the flaming blood ring burning his life essence to repel the swarm couldn't last much longer. A nearby soldier recognized a distress signal from one of his comrades, declaring that he couldn't possibly leave them behind. With a desperate cry, the soldier urged his companions to flee for their lives. The bandaged man pleaded for his friends to survive and build the families they dreamed of, while a young woman vowed to cover their escape. He wistfully recalled promising to treat his friends' future children as his own, a bittersweet memory of a pact made in happier times. Fueled by that promise, the scarred man resolved to find the signal's source before his strength completely failed him. The protective effects of their mosquito-repelling incense were ominously beginning to fade. A sudden, powerful impact shattered the nearby debris, kicking up a cloud of dust and stone. The scarred man yelled for the kid at his side to follow his lead into the chaos. He firmly grasped the other's hand, his own palm glowing with the faint red light of his dwindling power. The young woman tearfully apologized for sending the distress signal, but the old man, Zhao Haishan, insisted he had to save her, as she was like a granddaughter to him. An enormous, monstrous insect with glowing red eyes bore down on the fleeing woman, who desperately clutched a book. The young woman shrieked a warning to Zhao Haishan as the creature lunged. Zhao Haishan yelled for her to run, but she could only scream in terror as the monster attacked. At the last possible moment, a shimmering blue energy shield materialized, blocking the deadly blow. The young woman was stunned to see her guildmaster, who grimly promised her punishment later but declared he would first eliminate the threat. Zhao Haishan marveled at the young guildmaster's incredible power, while the young woman proudly identified her savior to him. A tense silence fell, broken only by the cold whistling of the wind. The guildmaster spun within his protective shield, preparing his counterattack. Standing defiantly on a city wall, a lone figure deflected the assault of a massive shadow entity. The impact of their collision sent a sharp crack echoing through the night. Amidst flashes of lightning, huge shards of stone erupted from the ground as the battle intensified. The woman in blue armor explained to her comrades that the insect giant was nearly invincible, as it could regenerate from its swarming parts. An overwhelming chittering grew louder, signaling the approach of more horrors. The man in military uniform despaired that all the city's insect giants had been drawn to them, but the woman in blue armor simply apologized to her guildmaster for dooming him. The young man with black hair cut through the hopelessness, his voice sharp as he asked who said they were dying. He boldly declared that they would absolutely get out of this alive, his confidence a stark contrast to the encroaching swarm. The endless swarm was revealed to be the devastating forces of the god of destruction. Elsewhere, another young man with black hair stared in shock at the widespread destruction. A maid with purple hair coolly observed that the chaos looked like the handiwork of the light devourers. A young man beside her concluded that their plan must be to snatch the queen's crown. Another party member mused over the crown's value, prompting the woman with blue hair to explain its deep connection to the Shadow Realm's very origin. A woman with long white hair recounted a dark tale of a queen who murdered her king and seized his crown, turning the entire nation into a kingdom of the dead. She revealed the queen's motive was to resurrect her beloved martial god, using the crown's powerful regenerative abilities, the very reason every guild was now fighting for it. A woman with a black ponytail grimly assessed their situation, stating that even the infamous light devourers would struggle against the queen's crazed dragon guards. The wind gusted ominously, carrying a new sense of foreboding. A strange, chattering sound suddenly echoed from a new direction. The woman with the black ponytail stared in disbelief, realizing the righteous arc had shockingly joined forces with the infamous light devourers. A heavy gust of wind swept across the uneasy alliance. The man with a beard urged his group forward, warning that they were quickly running out of time. Amidst a terrifying roar, a figure on a distant throne issued a command: they had to defeat the queen before the martial god revived. Flames began to erupt across the battlefield, heralding the start of the final confrontation. The person on the throne issued a dire ultimatum, warning that if the martial god successfully revived, all would be lost. The warlord confirmed this terrifying prophecy, declaring that the world itself would be destroyed. As flames ignited around him, the warlord commanded his forces to follow him into the final battle. With a sudden, intense focus, the confrontation for the fate of the world began. The woman in red armor let out a ferocious roar, charging into the fray. Violent crackles of energy erupted across the chaotic battlefield. The man in the black suit launched his attack, yelling for his enemy to go down. The coveted queen's crown, with its large central gem, sat as the ultimate prize. It floated tantalizingly in the vast throne room before a glowing portal. A hand decisively snatched the crown from its place in midair. The man in glasses held the artifact aloft, tauntingly asking his enemies if this was what they wanted. In a hidden corner, his allies gathered around a fallen comrade bathed in a restorative green light. A horrified red-faced man accused them of attempting to revive the martial god on the queen's behalf, pleading for them to stop. The man in glasses ignored the plea, making a sharp snapping gesture with his free hand. Instantly, several glowing objects shot out towards his waiting companions. He then revealed his true plan, announcing that they were about to commence their intermediate class advancements. As the items reached their targets, brilliant bursts of power erupted from each member. A mix of ethereal and fiery energies pulsed as the group underwent a rapid transformation. Watching from afar, an opposing man in a suit realized with dawning horror that his enemy was using crystals to power up his comrades mid-battle. The man in the suit coldly decided that if that was the case, he would just have to wipe everyone out. A strange, sizzling static began to fill the air around his position. The unsettling sound grew louder, signaling that an unseen danger was closing in. He realized too late that the encroaching fog was poisonous, his own reactions already beginning to slow. The man in the suit could only watch as the sinister purple energy of the trap intensified. A terrifying roar then erupted from within the swirling purple haze. Looking up in shock, the man in the suit shouted that the creature was right above them. His warning was immediately followed by a raw scream of agony. He cried out in horror for his comrade, Ramirez. A man with white hair, Ramirez, strained desperately against the crushing force of the purple energy engulfing him. With a pained snarl, Ramirez cursed his inability to break free from the attack. From the heart of the purple vortex, a monstrous dragon-like creature with glowing eyes began to emerge. In a shocking turn, a figure wearing the newly acquired crown struck the struggling Ramirez from behind. Betrayed and wounded, the man with white hair could only hiss a venomous, unfinished curse at his attacker. The remaining enemy combatants realized they would be safe as long as they left the altar's vicinity. They had discovered a critical weakness. The ritual bound the caster and his summons to the altar, unable to leave its confines. Having retreated, the man with the beard swore vengeance, vowing to report this treachery to Lord Austin and ensure the caster's demise. But the man with the crown had overheard, his voice dripping with cold amusement as he questioned, "Get rid of me?" The man with the crown, Jin Wu, stood cloaked in power, flanked by his newly summoned draconic shadows. A low hum of gathering energy began to resonate from the altar. The ominous hum intensified, causing the very air to vibrate with raw power. With a trio of sharp whooshes, streaks of deadly energy shot into the sky. Jin Wu commanded the attack to begin, unleashing the full force of his new ability. A name for this devastating skill echoed through the battlefield, King of the Snake. The woman with white hair screamed desperately for her allies to run as the attack materialized. Her warning came too late for the man in armor, who could only let out a final, agonized cry. A cataclysmic explosion of brilliant blue and purple energy erupted, consuming the entire area. The azure blast tore relentlessly through the landscape, shattering everything in its path. A violent shockwave sent the remaining enemy combatants flying through the air like ragdolls. In the aftermath, a massive, swirling vortex of smoke and debris was all that remained. Watching from a safe distance, observers were stunned by the terrifying power, wondering aloud if gods were fighting in their city. An exhausted wind whispered through the ruins as the dust began to settle. Breathing heavily, Jin Wu reflected that using an army-destroying skill on only 2 people was wasteful, noting the intense backlash meant he had to be more careful in the future. A lone spark flickered brightly before extinguishing in the smoldering crater. Amidst the widespread destruction, the regal woman in red and gold armor lay unconscious on the scorched earth. The man in the jacket confirmed the skill's terrifying effectiveness, noting one realm boss was dead and the other completely incapacitated. With a swift movement, another of Jinwa's allies secured a valuable item from the battlefield. The man in the suit decided to give the retrieved wristband of the Insect King to Li Shujun, hoping it would unlock powers even greater than the insect giants. Jin Woo then turned his attention to his last target, coolly informing them he would be sending them on their way. A final, subtle pulse of energy silently dispatched the last remaining threat. A system notification declared the final boss defeated and the mission complete, initiating a 1-minute transfer for all Awakeners. The world around them began to dissolve into sizzling static as the teleportation sequence began. Following their victory, Jinwoo's entire team celebrated their successful class advancements, praising their leader's overwhelming power. With their newfound strength, they declared that their true fight against Austin and the forces of Ark could now officially begin. The scene then shifted abruptly to the stark, clean halls of the Shicheng Community Hospital. A young doctor in a white coat walked with purpose down the hospital corridor towards a group of nurses. The man, Dr. L, stood with his hands casually in his pockets, exuding an air of calm confidence. The nurses whispered in awe about the famous Dr. L, a surgical genius who visited their small hospital weekly out of loyalty to the old dean who had once helped his family. On a call, Dr. L promised a girl with pigtails he would perform her leg operation himself in a month, but she simply demanded he come home for dinner. The steady, rhythmic beep of a heart monitor filled the silence of a patient's room. A medical chart detailed the severe injuries of a student named Si Chi, a victim of school violence who had suffered fractures and facial wounds. Dr. L gently reassured Si Chi that the carefully treated wound on her face would not leave a scar. However, Si Chi quietly replied that a physical scar was the least of her worries. In the hospital, a nurse and several guards looked on with grave concern. The young man in the lab coat assured the patient that he would not allow such unstable factors to exist in his sister's college, but Si Chi worriedly replied that the bullies would retaliate due to their influence. The scene shifted to a memory on the school rooftop, where a bully informed his victim that he had only 2 options to settle his debt: jump or lick his shoes. The victim pleaded that he couldn't jump, as he was the sole caretaker for his paralyzed mother. The bully's lackeys jeered, telling him to hurry up and lick the shoes clean to delay his interest payment. Suddenly, Si Chi's voice cut through the air as she demanded they stop. The blond man, the leader of the bullies, turned to see who had interrupted him. He sneered at Si Chi, mockingly asking if she planned to use her own body to pay for her classmates' debt. The other thugs laughed cruelly, adding that their boss wasn't the only one the boy owed money to. One of the thugs noticed someone else approaching, and the schoolgirl confirmed that he was the one she had brought. The blond man scoffed at the sight of a weak community doctor, ordering his men to throw the newcomer off the roof. 2 of his men eagerly stepped forward, confident that they could easily toss the doctor's scrawny frame a long way from the rooftop. Before the thugs could lay a hand on him, the man in the white coat swiftly grabbed one of their arms. A sharp crack echoed as the man with purple hair cried out in agony from the doctor's crushing grip. In a stunning display, the doctor effortlessly tossed the man through a rooftop door as the girl watched in awe. The blonde leader could only stare in utter disbelief, unable to process what had just happened. A tense silence fell, broken only by the crackle of strained nerves. Panicking, the blonde-haired man shouted that something was off about the doctor and ordered all his men to attack at once. He taunted the doctor, arrogantly asking if anyone had ever taught him not to go up against a group. His taunts were immediately drowned out by the terrified screams of his underlings. The blonde man was now on his knees, tearfully begging for his life and admitting he had been blinded by arrogance. A chilling wind swept across the rooftop as the doctor silently loomed over his defeated foe. Desperate, the bully tried to leverage his father's status, shouting that his dad was Councilman Zhang Tao. The doctor simply let his grip loosen, dangling the terrified bully over the edge of the building. Screaming in terror as he fell, the blond man vowed that the doctor would live to regret this moment. The young girl urged the doctor to run before the police arrived, but he calmly reassured her that none of them had died. Elsewhere, a blue-haired woman stood calmly amidst a scene of chaos, her targets trapped helplessly in floating bubbles of energy. She spoke to her captives with disdain, questioning why such weaklings ever thought they were worthy of causing her boss any trouble. A quick flash of memory showed a blue-haired man wincing from a blow, a bandage fresh on his face. The blue-haired woman was then seen mid-strike, her fist crackling with potent blue energy. Her attack sent multiple assailants flying, clearing the area around her with ease. Back on the rooftop, the bruised blonde man whined about losing a tooth. He spat another threat, promising that his father would have the doctor's medical license revoked, but the man in the white coat simply asked if that was so. The doctor then revealed he had just made a phone call, hinting that the bully's father was now in dire straits himself. Still on the ground, the blonde man grinned maliciously, confident his father was about to solve all his problems. Answering his phone, he eagerly told his dad that he had someone he wanted to get rid of. His father's enraged voice boomed from the phone, screaming that his son had already gotten rid of his councilman position by provoking the revered Dr. L. The father lamented that decades of work had been destroyed, that they would soon be imprisoned, and that he would kill the brat who had ruined everything. A girl with pink hair from the gang pleaded with Dr. L not to send her dad to jail, but he coolly stated that she would be included to ensure the school's future safety. The harsh memory faded, replaced by the calm, sunlit exterior of an apartment building. Inside, a young woman in a wheelchair silently placed a bowl of food on a dinner table. The door burst open as the man in the lab coat, Dr. L, cheerfully announced that he was back. The girl in the wheelchair, Yao Yao, immediately asked why he was so late, accusing him of doing dangerous things behind her back again. He playfully denied it, claiming the world was at peace, as she beckoned him over to finally eat their dinner together. The man with glasses laughed, mockingly flattered to be arrested by the so-called Messiah herself. The woman with dark hair then issued a dire warning to Lu Feng, telling him to abandon Austin the Savior or risk being killed by him again, which left the doctor utterly bewildered. A woman in a business suit dismissed the threat, pointing out that Lu Feng was just a strong but ordinary level 50 awakener despite his rapid growth. Her companion countered that Austin the Savior was a level 200 irregular, nearly a god, and she hoped Lu Feng would be smart enough to trade the crown for his own survival. A swift gust of air marked the transition to a different scene. While a young boy pledged his undying support, the woman with purple hair coolly stated that as a businesswoman, she was simply protecting her investment in Lu Feng until the very end. Lu Feng confidently declared her investment was a treasure, then urged his group to proceed with caution into the bizarre realm ahead. An ominous system message welcomed the Little Lambs to the Sleepless Land, an A+ grade shadow realm and a futuristic Eden for criminals. Piercing screams immediately echoed through the chaotic, neon-drenched city streets. A tense silence fell over a dark alleyway, hinting at the sinister activities hidden within the city's shadows. Another desperate cry cut through the night, a grim testament to the lawlessness of the Sleepless Land. In a secluded corner, a man with dark skin asked about the goods, to which his accomplice boasted that the captured virgins would sell for a high price. Behind them, a masked prisoner sobbed helplessly, their fate hanging in the balance. The muscular man silenced their cries with a vicious threat, warning he would skin their face off if they didn't stay quiet. From the shadows, the sharp click of a tongue signaled an observer's profound disgust. Startled by the sound, the man with facial markings spun around, demanding to know who was there. An intense hatred burned within the woman with green energy, who despised those who bullied young girls more than anything. She then exploded into view, unleashing her power as she furiously ordered the scumbags to get lost. Elsewhere, Lu Feng's newly arrived group took in the dangerous realm, with the woman in a maid outfit asking for their plan after witnessing another team get wiped out. The young man in their party explained that the Sleepless Land was a survival-type shadow realm, requiring them to last for a set number of days to pass. He continued, clarifying that they wouldn't just be fighting the local thugs, as this futuristic Sin City was home to far more powerful armed groups. The man with blue hair added a chilling layer to the explanation, confirming that this was merely the surface world and that a terrifying underworld also existed. A system prompt flashed before their eyes, signaling their official login to the deadly trial. In another part of the city, the girl in the blue dress stood over fallen bodies, sarcastically praising her own benevolence for giving them a painless death. One survivor, a man wearing a golden helmet, desperately crawled forward, begging her to spare his life. Her companion, a man in golden armor, scoffed that killing such small fries wasn't fun and declared it was time they went to kill Lu Feng. The girl hesitated, reminding him that Lord Austin wanted to recruit Lu Feng, but conceded that he still had to pay the price for killing Saint Scorpion. Making a swift decision, she rationalized that Lord Austin would never know what happened in this realm, so they would kill Lu Feng and retrieve the bloody queen's crown from his corpse. The man in golden armor relished the thought, gloating that for level 100 awakeners like them, killing a level 50 was as easy as a god crushing an ant. The girl noted that due to a protection phase for new awakeners, she couldn't pinpoint Lu Feng for another 6 hours, leading her partner to suggest a long game of cat and mouse. She corrected him with a sinister smile, clarifying that their targets didn't have days to run, they only had 6 hours left. The announcer's voice echoed through the chaotic venue as the bidding for a slave frantically climbed to 30,000 sleepless coins. With the final bid accepted, the man in purple gloated that he would send the captive girl to heaven that very night. Suddenly, the maid with purple hair burst in, declaring the bar closed and furiously ordering the patrons to get lost. A nearby cyborg man stared in shock, demanding to know who this woman was to dare wreak havoc in the sleepless land. Spotting an unfamiliar face, a muscular man ordered his cronies to capture her, certain she would fetch a high price. A wave of power erupted from the maid's position, sending a ripple through the bar. She moved like a phantom, the sound of her relentless blows echoing off the walls. A man with red eyes cried out in agony as he was brutally struck down. The maid with purple hair let out a fierce cry, continuing her non-stop barrage against the thugs. Amidst the percussive impacts, a man with glasses desperately screamed for his allies to kill her. The air filled with the agonized screams of men as they were beaten into submission one after another. Panting heavily amidst the fallen bodies, the maid declared her mission was now complete. Nearby, a woman in silver armor stood distressed, surrounded by the unconscious brawlers littering the floor. Her breath caught in her throat as the supposedly unconscious bodies began to twitch and convulse violently. Elsewhere, a massive armored figure was being bombarded by a strange, glowing red energy. A piercing shriek of pure terror cut through the chaos. The air was split by the sound of something sharp and fast whizzing past. A stone creature's roar was abruptly cut short as it was peppered with unseen projectiles. A woman in black armor, bewildered by the sudden appearance of new enemies, frantically ordered her squad to open fire. A terrified scream of "No!" was heard as another victim was overwhelmed by the mysterious threat. The woman in silver armor stared in horrified disbelief, realizing the thugs she had just defeated were now rising as zombies. Observing the unfolding chaos, the woman in the maid outfit deduced that the zombie god bullets were working and questioned if a biological weapon was their new strategy. The man in the helmet stated grimly that they had no time and were forced to speed up the game. Simultaneously, a woman in black reported to the man in the suit that Ark had found them, but he ordered her to ignore the threat and focus on entering the underworld. A drone's searchlight cut through the night, locking onto an ambulance racing through the city streets. The woman in the maid outfit acknowledged that they never could have reached this area under normal circumstances. The ambulance was completely bathed in the light of the beam tracking it from above. The young man explained their ingenious plan: since the virus was also spreading in the underworld, they would pose as virologists to gain entry. Their perilous destination was the infamous underworld. Deep within the realm, a young boy sat motionless, his mind connected to a complex virtual reality device. A man in a suit and a silver-haired man stood in deference, both addressing him as the city lord. A digitized voice announced the presence of the sleepless monarch, the absolute ruler of the sleepless realm. A system prompt revealed that 500 years prior, the monarch had escaped his aging body by transferring his consciousness, achieving cybernetic immortality to rule his land forever. The man in the helmet watched the viral outbreak, wondering what was happening now that both the surface world had fallen and the underworld was getting out of control. In the underworld, the man in the suit reported to the city lord that the army had been dispatched to handle small zombie hordes and blockade larger outbreaks. A woman with green eyes added that while the surface world was lost, they were doing everything possible to stop the virus from spreading further into their domain. The sleepless monarch lamented that their antivenoms were useless against the virus's rapid replication. The city lord erupted in fury, berating his subordinates as useless and questioning how they could ever challenge other cities if their entire population was wiped out. The sleepless monarch's subordinate could only apologize for his incompetence in the face of the ruler's wrath. Calming himself, the city lord ordered them to focus on protecting the underworld, planning to snatch people from other cities later and brainwash them into war machines. The man in the suit reassured his lord that a team of virologists had just arrived and would surely help them overcome the crisis. Elsewhere, an ambulance sped through the heavily guarded streets of the underworld. The vehicle's artificial intelligence calmly provided navigation, instructing the driver to proceed straight at the next intersection. Inside, a soldier worriedly noted that they were surrounded by patrols and would be killed if their true identities were revealed. The purple-haired woman added that it was not just the ground forces they had to worry about. She pointed out the swarms of drones assisting the soldiers, emphasizing they would stand no chance if exposed. The man in the black jacket confidently reassured his team, stating he had flawlessly altered their identities and that there was nothing to fear with their boss present. The maid announced their arrival at the transfer point in 3 minutes, where they would meet an escort to the final restricted area. The driver confirmed he had no problem with the plan as the vehicle continued its high-speed journey. With a final burst of speed, the ambulance drifted to a precise halt. The team disembarked quickly, moving with practiced efficiency. A heavy door slid open to reveal their underworld contacts. The vehicle's alarm chirped as it was locked and left behind. A woman in a suit greeted the newcomers, informing them that the Vice City Lord herself had come to assist them. The woman in armor humbly replied that it was her duty to be there, as her senior was leading a team to help them. Just as introductions were made, the facility's security systems suddenly flared to life. A blaring alarm echoed through the area, repeatedly warning that trespassers had been detected. An underworld soldier immediately pointed towards them, shouting the order to seize the intruders. Soldiers on the ground looked up to see the sky filled with a menacing swarm of combat drones. A soldier on the infiltration team frantically reported to his boss that they were completely surrounded. In response, a monstrous black wolf with multiple tails and glowing red eyes materialized from the shadows, exuding a terrifying aura. The woman in the left suit panicked at the sight of the drones, asking what they should do. The man in the right suit gave a simple, brutal command: destroy them all. With his will, he initiated a terrifying command to summon an evil god statue. The ground began to crack and shatter as a colossal form started to violently emerge from beneath the earth. In the underworld's command center, the gray-haired man, Mr. House, furiously demanded to know how intruders had breached their defenses. A maid urgently reported that the trespassers were from the surface, disguised as virologists. With a swipe on her screen, another maid specified that the tracking AI showed the intruders escaping toward the central laboratory building. Mr. House ordered his forces to stop them at all costs, fearing the entire underworld would spiral out of control. The maid attempted to reassure him, stating that the building's multiple layers of protection would prevent their entry. Elsewhere, the man in the long coat coolly announced that all locks were unlocked, bidding his team to enter. A monstrous roar echoed, signaling the team's overwhelming power. The multi-tailed beast, a terrifying demonic fox, loomed over the city as a harbinger of chaos. A soldier screamed the order to kill the intruders after they broke through the blockade, the sound of weapons arming clicking in the background. Back in the control room, the elderly man could only watch in distressed horror. The man in the suit commanded his forces to locate the intruders and eliminate them as quickly as possible, an order his maid immediately acknowledged. Having already infiltrated the central laboratory, Lu Feng confirmed that the V-virus stock solutions were more than enough to create the serum. He then gave Lingyu the command to activate the device. A strange bubbling sound marked the beginning of a massive energy surge. The ground began to tremble with a series of powerful explosions. A cacophony of booms tore through the facility as the device's power was fully unleashed. The air filled with a terrifying symphony of monstrous roars, hisses, and agonized screams. From the shadows, two unidentified entities bantered about one of their companions finding an old flame in this isolated realm. The purple-haired maid's face appeared on a screen, delivering a grave warning that a great enemy had arrived. Two armored maids on the ground looked up at the grim announcement from their comrade. The leading armored maid immediately prioritized the situation, ordering her squad to get rid of all the infected creatures first. Wielding glowing weapons, the armored maids engaged the swarming shadowy figures in a desperate battle. The leader then redirected their focus, commanding them to exterminate the target hiding inside the building. One of the armored maids looked on in distress as her comrades charged forward with weapons formed of solid ice. The green-haired ice maid angrily warned the lesser infected creatures not to get in her way. Outside the chaos, a distressed boy desperately called out for Lu Feng, demanding that he show himself. Lu Feng's team, cornered by the new threat, debated their next move. The young man in the black jacket resolved that he would be the one to go. Lu Feng stopped Ling Yu, warning her that she would be killed instantly and that he was the only one who could face this enemy in close combat. Announcing his departure, Lu Feng urged his friends to hide themselves well. With a powerful push, the young man launched himself towards the battlefield. His path was suddenly blocked by a massive cage constructed entirely of ice. A mad boy appeared before him, gloating that he had finally captured Lu Feng. As the boy spoke, he noticed a strange energy emanating from his captive. With a sudden burst of power, the ice cage violently exploded outwards. The force of the explosion resounded through the area. Standing on the shattered remains of the cage were three imposing figures clad in Egyptian-themed armor. The mad boy looked on in disbelief, questioning if Lu Feng truly intended to fight back against him. A guttural roar erupted from one of the newly summoned guardians. In the distance, a giant armored figure swung its massive arm, targeting a lone figure attempting to flee the chaos. The golden armored figure roared in absolute outrage at the open defiance. It unleashed a massive energy blast from its core, which a small, nimble figure narrowly managed to evade. Observing from a safe distance, the man in the suit noted how atrocious the situation was, realizing it would be incredibly difficult to reclaim the city lord's body. A command was issued to the task force, ordering them to cease all actions and wait for a chance to strike, rather than throwing their lives away. Shards of ice shot through the air, their whistling passage a promise of death. A cold, condescending laugh echoed from the young man at the center of the storm. He taunted his unseen enemies, calling their efforts utterly foolish. With a surge of immense power, the user activated their gelid domain. A monstrous entity sculpted from pure ice began to form, projecting itself from the domain's frozen core. The man in the suit watched in abject horror, questioning what kind of monster possessed the city lord to grant it such godlike power. An arctic wind howled, whipping across the newly frozen landscape. Elsewhere, the desperate boy continued to shout into the chaos, pleading for Lu Feng to come out. Steam hissed violently as something impossibly hot made contact with the encroaching frost. The man in the suit could only stare, his mind reeling in a stunned and helpless silence. The boy scoffed at the silence, questioning how long his quarry believed he could remain hidden. Deep within the icy domain, figures clad in pristine white armor began to move with deadly purpose. The man in the suit despaired, lamenting the imminent destruction of the city they had poured so much effort into building. The man in white issued a challenge, vowing that since his opponent wouldn't come out willingly, he would be forced out. As ice began to crack and splinter around another fighter, the enraged young man furiously questioned who would dare refuse the will of Lord Austin. He then unleashed his ultimate attack, the Heavenly Sword Storm. With a defiant roar, the man in white met the attack head-on, commanding his foe to go repent in hell. The intense clash of their powers vibrated through the city, shaking the towering structures to their foundations. The man in white screamed a single, desperate command for his enemy to die. Seeing the overwhelming power, the woman in black urgently yelled for her boss to run. A massive explosion tore through the area as a figure darted away from the epicenter. A sickening thud echoed through the battlefield, signaling a direct and brutal impact. The man in white let out a sharp grunt as he maneuvered through the fallout of the attack. From the ground, the man in black declared that their enemy's struggle was entirely futile. For a split second, an unnatural silence fell over the war-torn street. The quiet was immediately shattered by the groaning of stressed metal and concrete. An entire skyscraper began to crumble, raining a cascade of heavy debris onto the battlefield below. As the dust began to settle, the true scale of the catastrophic damage was revealed. The man in blue took a deep, chilling breath, his chest heaving with condensed cold. He began to utter a single, world-ending word, perish. Activating the forbidden skill Absolute Zero, he commanded the entire realm to perish along with him. The man in glasses watched in sheer panic, crying out that the entire city was about to be wrecked. A cold, final declaration came from the man in blue, stating that the city had at last been destroyed. A colossal, futuristic structure began to power down, its metallic frame disappearing behind clouds of smoke and steam. Its blue spherical energy core flickered and dimmed, the grid-like pattern on its surface fading into darkness. A low, powerful rumbling shook the ground, signaling a massive system-wide change. The man with glasses explained the city's failsafe: with a fatality rate over 80% and 40% destruction, the energy core automatically disengages. He smiled, seeing this as a great opportunity to eliminate his target and deliver the coveted energy core to Lord Austin. In his mind, this act would bring everything to a perfectly happy ending. His triumphant moment was cut short by a blaring system warning that the ambient temperature had dropped below the alert threshold. Just as absolute cold threatened to consume everything, an opposing force erupted, the Hellfire Inferno. Caught between the elemental extremes, the woman in the red top screamed that she couldn't hold on any longer. From an unknown location, the blue-haired man finished a countdown, and the sound of something immense shattering echoed across the city. The young boy, his eyes filled with tears, looked up with an expression of utter shock and disbelief. A flash of a memory or vision showed the boy falling helplessly through a stormy sky rent by violent lightning. The vision then shifted to a massive sphere of crackling energy looming over the futuristic city. Back in the present, the man in glasses stuttered in confusion, demanding to know what had just happened. The woman in the black suit was just as baffled, questioning how the battle could have ended so suddenly. She wondered what trick the big liar Lu Feng had used to forcefully strip the enemy's soul, recalling he had been texting someone earlier to set this up. The woman with blue hair beamed with admiration, realizing Lu Feng had a plan all along, which only confirmed he was the man she would pursue for life. Meanwhile, in another sector of the ruined city, monstrous roars cut through the momentary peace. A cold wind swept through the streets, carrying with it the sounds of a new, unfolding conflict. Elsewhere, a woman in a purple dress asked what was going on, to which a man in gold armor replied he had no idea, as they were besieged by zombies and under fire from heavy weapons. As chaos reigned in the ruined city, an armored warrior cried out that his squad was being sniped from an unknown location. Far from the battle, the man with the gun reported to Lu Feng over a communication line, confirming he had successfully completed his task. The weapons specialist admitted his confusion over how Lu Feng knew his skills so intimately, but firmly reminded him that he expected to be paid every single penny he was promised. The young man, Lu Feng, chuckled and replied that as friends who had been through cycles together, he wouldn't be giving him even half a cent. Meanwhile, on the surface world, a different kind of disaster was just beginning to unfold. A low, ominous hum began to fill the air, rapidly escalating into the mournful wail of a siren. The sniper's eyes widened in dawning horror as he recognized the unmistakable sound of an air raid siren. A system-wide announcement declared that with the energy core lost, the city's self-destruct protocol had activated, giving everyone just 3 minutes before the entire land was nuked. Panic erupted as survivors reeled from the news, one man screaming in disbelief at the prospect of being nuked while they were just trying to hide. The nuclear launch countdown appeared, its stark numbers confirming that with over 80% of the population dead, the civilization was about to be completely erased. A scientist grimly explained their hopeless predicament, stating that without the energy core, no one could possibly escape. The timer ticked relentlessly downwards, the world's remaining seconds bleeding away as it passed 2 minutes and 40 seconds. The young boy cried out in despair over the impossible situation, while the maid resignedly added that the civilization's destruction would include them as well. Unwilling to give up, the woman in black urged her companions to find a shelter, her faith resting entirely on the hope that Lu Feng would come to save them. As the countdown reached the 2-minute mark, a fierce, howling wind swept through the desolate streets. Far from the panicked crowds, the man in the blue coat issued a calm command to a machine he called Dreadnought: "Start upgrading." A deep, powerful hum resonated through the ground as an immense piece of machinery roared to life. With a series of sharp clicks and whirs, metallic components began to rapidly shift and lock into a new configuration. The process was punctuated by a heavy, rhythmic thudding that sounded like the heartbeat of a mechanical titan. A new notification flashed into existence, christening the colossal construct the Wrath of the Sea God. Elsewhere, a silver-haired woman desperately screamed a warning for her boss to watch out for the incoming threat. A metallic craft shot forward at incredible speed, tearing through a swirling vortex of crackling electricity and freezing mist. The nuclear countdown entered its final, inescapable 3 seconds, sealing the fate of the realm. Amidst the earth-shattering explosions, an armored warrior lunged forward, roaring that his prey was not getting away. The defiant warrior was instantly engulfed in a blinding flash of light, his figure consumed by a storm of incandescent sparks. A final, deafening boom signaled the absolute annihilation of the sleepless land. The armored warrior was completely consumed by a blinding flash of incandescent blue energy. A young man's voice roared for everyone to hold on tight as they prepared to warp. A hand decisively gripped 2 control levers on the ship's console. A deep, powerful hum resonated through the vessel's hull as the engines charged. The sounds of the ship straining filled the air as it prepared for the impossible jump. With a lurch, the craft tore through reality, initiating a hyperspace wrap. In a flash of light, they vanished from the doomed realm. A man in orange armor celebrated their escape from the nuke, while a woman in tactical gear cheered that their dope spaceship had made them the sole survivors. The woman in the purple suit soberly questioned their next move, explaining that they were still trapped in the sleepless land's shadow realm without a special item to leave. The woman with silver hair remarked that if they did possess such an item, things would become even more interesting. The man with dark hair agreed they might get one next time, before declaring it was time to go home. A system announcement declared the game over, confirming the destruction of the sleepless land and the teleportation of all remaining survivors. 3 days later, the scene shifted to a conference in London. A distinguished man stood on stage before a large audience, surrounded by holographic displays of complex medical data. A red-haired woman asked her friend Luo Shui why she spent so much money for the fan meeting, and Luo Shui revealed it was to ask Dr. L to perform brain surgery on her grandfather. Luo Shui's mind raced, considering how the clash between Daybreak and Ark had begun, all while Austin, the hero, had yet to return from the Helgrade's shadow realm. She steeled her resolve, recalling Lu Feng's warning about Austin's power and vowing to stand by his side no matter what. On stage, the man in the suit and glasses boasted about his 70% success rate in neurosurgery, a pale comparison to the legend he was introducing. An older man in a suit suddenly recognized the true identity of the guest of honor, gasping in disbelief that it was Dr. L. The man rushed forward, overcome with emotion, explaining that Dr. L was the only one in the world who could guarantee a 100% success rate for his daughter's heart transplant. Lu Feng, revealed as the legendary Dr. L, coolly told the man to get up, stating his policy was to avoid contact with a patient's family after surgery. The older man stammered his apologies and quickly scurried away. The man in the suit and glasses then fawned over Dr. L, calling him a god and declaring Luo Shui and him a match made in heaven, which Lu Feng tried to dismiss as a misunderstanding. Nearby, an old man with a white mustache confirmed with Luo Shui that Lu Feng was indeed the famous Dr. L. A single, purposeful footstep echoed as the old man approached. The old man called out Lu Feng's name, his voice cutting through the chatter. He then stunned the room by addressing Lu Feng as his grandson-in-law, and asking when he could expect to hold his great-grandson. Lu Feng could only stare back, his expression a mixture of confusion and shock. Sometime later, the group was gathered around a table for tea. The old man proudly offered Lu Feng a cup of his special tonic, a blend of antler, wild ginseng, and wolfberry, promising it would make him virile. Luo Shui nearly choked on her tea at her grandfather's blatant matchmaking. She tried to interject, but her grandfather was on a roll. The old man waved off her concerns, declaring he wasn't a conservative old fart and that young people could do as they pleased. He then cheerfully told his grandson-in-law to let Luo Shui show him around. Luo Shui announced she was taking Lu Feng to the guest room, but her grandfather insisted he just stay in her room instead. With a wink, the old man urged the youngsters to get down to business and not to mind him. The mortified couple could only look at each other, their faces frozen in surprise. A flustered Luo Shui stammered Lu Feng's name, unsure of what to do. Lu Feng, ever the gentleman, simply stated it was fine and that he would sleep on the sofa. Later, Luo Shui asked if he was truly confident about her grandfather's illness, to which Lu Feng calmly replied that Dr. L never fails any of his surgeries. The day of the operation arrived, with nurses wheeling the patient down a sterile hospital hallway. Under the bright, sterile lights of the operating theater, Lu Feng and his surgical team prepared for the delicate procedure. Outside the closed doors, Luo Shui stood anxiously, while her red-haired friend sat waiting on a nearby bench. 5 days later, a low hum signaled the successful conclusion of the recovery period. While driving, Luo Shui thanked Lu Feng for curing her grandfather and for staying in London for her, only for him to be comically distracted by a racy magazine. Their yellow convertible sped down the road as the city zipped by. Lu Feng then casually mentioned that he had received a video from her grandfather. Luo Shui confessed she felt helpless and that she had to become stronger to be qualified to fight alongside him. She acknowledged his 3,000-year lonely struggle, passionately vowing to do whatever it takes to catch up and stand by his side. Lu Feng gently told the silly girl that she had always been by his side, prompting her to ask if they had ever dated during those 3 millennia. Lu Feng was taken aback, questioning why Luo Shui was suddenly asking such a thing as they continued their drive. High above the city, an airplane streaked across the sky, a symbol of journeys both ending and beginning. Luo Shui stood watching the plane, her back to Lu Feng, a new resolve forming within her. She declared her certainty that victory would be his, and until that day came, she vowed she would never stop pursuing him.